What's going on, everybody?
Round them up.
This is the Functional Gentleman. We're your hosts, Roy Gravis, Bucky Pender. Back in producer's table. I'm not calling it producer's corner anymore because nobody puts Johnny in a corner. John Marble himself, the good brother. It's a very special guest for the second time. Yes, no. Didn't see him at all.
He snuck in the back door.
He snuck in the back door. Mike Wright from Longhorn Liquor, everybody.
How you doing?
Fantastic.
Hey, how are y'all?
Good. How are you? You recovering?
Yeah.
A little bit of recovery mode?
I'm in recovery mode. That's awesome.
It's been a fun week.
Yes, it has. It's been an interesting
It's been a
week.
heck of a week.
Yeah. Just exactly a week ago tonight.
Yeah, we're doing the VIP
Yeah,
We were doing the
dinner.
dinner, and God, it was, at this point, I was probably already had a smile on my face. 'Cause things that were off to the right start.
And yet he walks in here and he's like, no, I'm kidding. No,
He immediately looks sad.
he didn't look sad at all.
No,
Well,
it's,
that's good. We're going to dive into the full recap
Sure.
with you in
Yeah.
just a second. As Bucky says, I want to knock some business
Let's
out
knock
first.
the business out first.
Smoke of the week.
Smoke of the week.
The King is Dead by Caldwood Cigar Company. Robert Caldwood himself made this one. It is a Dominican Corojo wrapper with a Dominican Corojo binder and a Dominican filler. So it's all Dominican. This one got the affectionate nickname of the Kingslayer because the name of it is The King is Dead. So thus it is nicknamed the Kingslayer.
Kingslayer.
Yes. It's a very
Interesting.
good one. Robert Caldwell's doing some good stuff. He hasn't been around very long at all. Yeah, don't make no sophomore humor jokes. I see your brain over there working already. A what?
A wrestling joke.
Oh, I got a thing about that in a minute, but we'll talk about that in a minute. So, like I said, it's a medium on the train, I guess, or the Cigar International Roy Gravis scale, as I call it, which I think I'm fixing to drop the Cigar International because I feel
Just
like
start
I'm a
doing
pro
them?
about it. Yeah. So, like I said, it's very good. Caldwell's doing some interesting things. He's got some really good ones. This is actually a 93 rated cigar, which is really high on the
Nice.
rating scale by Cigar Aficionado and Cigar International. They both gave it the same rating. So, yeah, I'm excited about it. You're supposed to pick up, according to I'll light it and smoke it, and then I'll tell you if their notes are right. So, while I do
They're
that,
right. I don't know about right, but
I feel
we'll
like
let
they
them
might.
know.
yeah, we'll
I'll
let you
them
know.
Yeah.
I'll let them know for sure. But yeah, other than that, it's an interesting week. I mean, I've been busier than a blind hound in a butcher shop, so
Well, since we're talking a little bit about Smoke of the Week, while you kind of dive into that, how was it working with War Wagon, who was out
Oh, man.
at Southeast Texas Whiskey Fest?
Yeah, I didn't get to interact with him a whole lot the night of the main event. He was, he looked like he was very busy.
Yeah.
he was busier than a one-armed monkey with two peckers. I
Yeah.
tell you that much.
We got in there. We were in there for a little bit, and Roy and him were just kind of chit-chatting. And then next thing you know, there's like 6 people coming on, and me and Roy are like, okay, hold on. Let us out.
Yeah, it was well over an hour after the event had ended, and he was
Still slinging
he
cigars.
came in like, I don't know if I'm supposed to kick him out or
What do I
and
do?
like
You can do them like the bar. You ain't got to go home, but you can't stay here
Right.
neither.
Yeah, I actually went out there and God, it was probably about 10 o'clock. Christopher Hart from the Houston Bourbon Society,
Yeah.
he was out there with some of his friends. They were out there still enjoying a cigar.
Really?
And we had a quick chat about the night's events and
What did
it
they
was-
have to say about it?
Yeah, he thought it was fantastic. You know, even mentioned he was a little jealous because of all the elbow room we had in there.
There was as many people as was there. I mean, there was still a lot of room.
Yeah, there was still plenty of room to walk around. You didn't bump into anybody.
So
Everybody was super
we kind of
nice.
know your rule about cigars. You're a one a month kind of guy.
Yeah.
So are Mike Williams and Dennis, are they cigar smokers or no?
If I had to guess, I would say Mike a little more than Dennis.
Yeah.
But I think Mike's probably a lot like me. You know.
That one a month quota type thing.
Yeah, maybe a little more than that.
It's okay. You can live vicariously through me because I do way more than one
Yeah.
a month.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So you've got a couple puffs in. What do you
It's
think?
good. I mean, they're pretty spot on. I don't really get the chocolate because like Robert Caldwell specifically says chocolate. I
Yeah.
get more bittersweet coca than the
Okay.
actual chocolate of it. But he's right on the pepper. It's good pepper. It's not here, but it's not here. It's like in the middle of the row on the pepper. Very, very oaky. I get a hint of cashew, which is kind of interesting to me when I pick that up on my palate. But yeah, I'd highly recommend it. Like I said, for my quote unquote first Caldwell that I've actually found. I mean, I've done research on all of them, everything from this one to the Cookie Monster to all his other
He's got a couple of the King lineup.
Yeah,
or names,
he's got
doesn't
the
he?
King is Dead. I think the King's Crown.
There was
something about heavy as the head or something.
Whenever I was looking for the graphics, I'd noticed there's a couple.
Yeah, I tell you, if you want something interesting, catch him on Instagram and Facebook. He's real interesting to kind of sit and when he actually does one of his things, because he's also, from what I understand, he also paints too in his spare time. So he's kind of artistic in that aspect. So very good guy doing very good stuff. I highly recommend his stuff. If you can find the Cookie Monster, which literally that is a band like this, and it's a blue band, looks exactly like Cookie Monster from Sesame Street. The only thing you see is eyes. If you can get your hands on that, I highly recommend that.
Really?
That's a very good one. And you're looking at his stuff's a little on the higher end. It's about $12, $13 a stick, but still not like break the bank.
Right.
So good. That's good. I like it. I like this logo in particular because it's literally a split throne. Mm-hmm. That's why it's called The King is Dead. Because somebody pulled a Medea and cut the throne in half.
Gosh. So you want to dive into the drink of the week? Mm-hmm. As you good?
Yeah, no, I'm good. I'm straight.
So
I'm straight, as they say.
For this week, as you can see, we have Sagamore Spirit.
We got a lot of Sagamores.
Maryland Rye.
Maryland Rye.
So, well, I guess technically they're bringing Maryland Rye back, and I'm curious on
kind of like I'm bringing Sexy back.
Right.
Okay.
So this one is still fully distilled in Indiana. It is Ross and Squibb or MGP.
There's extra cups if you.
Okay. You hand me that one too.
Yeah, sure.
Because they are doing their own distillate, and it's about 5 years old now, I think.
Okay.
And they've started sprinkling it into some of the bottles.
Okay.
Some of the newer ones, but they've released. Last year, they released a 4-year-old bottled in bond, which is 100% their distillate.
Gotcha.
This year was a 5-year-old bottled in bond.
Okay.
100% their own distillate. And, of course, if you know anything about Sagamore, they have a group that's called Whiskey Thieves, and they release a special release that's called Pennies Proof every year.
Okay.
And you literally bring a penny, and you can get your little, I think it's like a 275 milliliter bottle of Pennies Proof, which is also theirs. But they try to play on it a little differently every year. So I don't remember what this year's was. I had read a little bit about it, but they always change it up just a little bit, whether it's a finish or something else. But it is based out of Maryland.
Pennies Proof. I like that. That's catchy. I like that.
So their distillate is a blend of ryes. It is a 95.5
Okay.
rye and barley.
Gotcha.
And then the other one is a barely legal rye, which is 51% rye, 44% corn, and 4%.
I see what they did there.
Yeah.
Barely legal.
Barely legal rye.
Yeah.
So then they blend them together. One of the cool things about the double oak is the staves that they use for the toasted finish on it for 18 months. They actually allow them to season for about 12 months in the Maryland sun, cold, hot, whatever it is.
Gotcha.
And then they lightly toast them to a medium toast and finish it for 18 months after about 4 years in a heavy char barrel.
Nice.
So
we have a stave on the table, courtesy of Southern Drinking Club. Yeah, I must say his name right because I messed it up the first time when I talked about his hat. Jeremy from Southern Drinking Club. Shout out to that dude.
Yeah, he reached out to us.
Yeah, we've emailed back and forth and stuff. So you may catch some Southern Drinking Club functional gentleman stuff in the near future, maybe. Who knows?
Yeah. So Roy, if you want to, I say we start with this is their regular offering. It comes in at 83 proof.
This is their regular expression.
Yes.
Got it.
But I'm excited whenever they finally get a chance or get to the point where they can release 100% of their own distillate. It's always really cool to see a distillery go from having to source something to doing their own thing.
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah.
Interesting.
Nice
little kiss.
Nice little pop.
So this is their entry level. Is that what you're kind of telling me? basically,
Sure.
kind of, sort of. I mean, no, granted, we don't like to say that term too much, but I feel that compared to the other one on the table, it's more entry than that one.
Very pretty color.
It's very pretty color. Mr. Wright. Yours is over here.
Very heavy pour.
I'm telling you.
It's what is a chesney pour? Isn't that what we call it? Chesney pour from last. See, I pay attention.
You do pay attention. That's good.
Devil's in the details.
She's probably listening, so you just made her day.
I'm fantastic. I'm glad I could help.
Yeah.
And if you notice, we are using our Glencairn.
Yeah, the Southeast Texas Whiskey Fest Glencairn. Oh, that's cool as shit. I'm sorry, I got distracted. There's 1909 on the inside of the core.
So, and I mean, as you can see, they're all about. So, like the Sagamore Farms, they actually have a couple. They actually have a couple different racing horses, whatever you call them. Thoroughbreds.
Thank you.
But you'll notice all the Maryland, like the flag look, the horse
it's got
racing.
that very terrapin-y, as I call it, the Maryland terrapin helmet, because it's how at one time they were doing the half solid red and then the half black and yellow with this pattern on it. Mm-hmm. Yeah,
it's very light on the
I
nose.
get a little sweetness.
It is very sweet on the nose. You said it proofs at what now? Correct me.
83.
83. It's good coloration. I love the coloration. It's got some legs like a long, cool woman in a black dress. I tell you what.
The analogies.
I'm telling you.
Ooh, that's actually kind of smooth.
Ooh,
That's really smooth.
I like that.
Dang. That I actually would figure that would have been like a 86 or 88.
It burns in the
Yeah,
top,
it's right there on the
but
tip,
it's
yeah.
Going down, it's super smooth.
Get a little bit of tropical, like some kind of tropical fruit,
Yeah.
stone fruit.
Like a date?
No, that's not a tropical fruit. I don't think.
I thought dates were tropical.
I don't know.
Apricot?
That's a dark fruit.
Apricot?
Maybe. I don't. There's something there, kind of tropically citrusy.
Well, we do have a very educated palate on the show. What are you getting from it?
Yeah, no, it could be the power of suggestion, but I mean, really, the tropical does come through.
I can see that.
So, do you have any experience with the Sagamore Spirit Rise? Or
I've had some of them. We have a store pick out right now with them, a 7-year.
Nice. That's my favorite number.
Yeah,
I should have brought the Barrel Select. I got the Creator's Cask.
but yeah, I'm a fan of what they've been doing for sure. They've done some interesting finishes. They did a tequila finish. That one was really, really good. They did the rum cask finish.
They've got a Calvados finish.
Calvados, I think a cognac came out
I
at
wanna
one
say it's
time.
a limited release cognac finish. They've got a bunch of different.
That's what I
finishes.
hear. They're doing the kind of the finish game, and
Which is fun. I mean, it's fun on Rise. That it's.
Well, and if you're using MGP, which most people love,
right?
Yeah,
They're making
it's a way to make it unique. So yeah, I'm a
that's
fan.
good. I like it.
You put your own spin on it.
I like it. Like I said, it's got good legs.
The nose is weird.
For me, it's just very light on the nose.
Yeah,
It's very
Like, I don't
light,
get-
but it's almost like, to me, if
There's hardly any ethanol there for me at least.
it's almost like a peach hibiscus. Kinda. It's kind of got that very subtle floral, but
Maybe a little floral.
it's not real heavy though.
There's just for me, there's just not a lot on the nose.
Yeah.
Maybe it's my sniffer. I don't know.
no, I'm picking up like a wood note. Like
I've been working on mine. I've used the Vicks thing to kind of open stuff up.
Getting like a light caramelish type taste.
I could see that. I could see.
yeah,
it. Based off the coloration, for sure, you could.
whatever the
probably,
lightest end of like caramel,
Yeah.
brown sugar, burnt caramel, like whatever the lightest end of that flavor note is, it's the very end of it.
it almost reminds me of the caramel that's in the Twix candy bar. It's that light.
Yeah.
It's very good though. Very good. Very smooth. I like it.
Yeah. For sure.
And they're out of Maryland, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Sagamore out of Maryland. Nice.
Yeah, it really doesn't present like a rye. Very
No.
on the palate.
Yep.
It's much more fruity.
I actually went back and listened to. Hey,
Cheers,
what's going on,
it's
buddy?
Old Humble Distilling. Fantastic. That's Joseph, by the way, from
okay.
Old Humble.
Hey, Joseph.
Hey, buddy. I went back and listened to some of the older podcasts that I could find with the owner of Sagamore Spirit, Brian Tracy, I believe is his name.
Okay.
And just to kind of get a little backstory on it. I always like doing my bit of research, but so I thought it was interesting that they were founded in 2013 and they didn't release their first product until 2016. I mean, I don't know a whole lot of backstory on a whole lot of different distilleries, especially newer ones like that. And maybe you can chime in a little bit. Is that 3-year wait time kind of a normal thing that you've seen?
Like an industry standard, I guess.
No, that doesn't. It really doesn't make sense to me if they're using MGP, unless they bought younger MGP barrels,
Right.
From a cost-effective standpoint,
Yes.
and then we're sitting on them to age them themselves till they were ready to go. But yeah, I mean, I've seen.
The foil's tricky, by the way.
I mean, obviously, I always go back to like Andalusia,
Right.
Yes.
which they're very small, but I think it was about 2013. Once they got kicking, they had to wait, because they're making their own
Right.
distillate.
Right, they're making their own
they
distillate,
had that 4-year wait. So, but yeah, it's very good.
Oh,
I'm
I-
interested to
it's
try
good.
the double
Yeah.
oak. I'm pretty sure I've tried that one.
Yeah,
before.
to me,
I don't
Yeah.
know if we have a spare cup or
I've got
anything.
No, I'm about to
There's-
finish
If you don't want to finish,
just
you don't have to.
Just don't pour it.
No,
to
I
that, so,
don't.
like-
Just don't
I don't know if he's trying to get me to sleep on his couch later, or
You're not leaving tonight, Mike.
text my wife said I got invited to a slumber party.
That's funny. I love it.
Golly. All right.
Sorry, I was told that. So funny backstory. My brother and I dabbled in tattooing for a little bit, and I was told we were
gosh.
both heavy-handed. So
I can see that.
yeah.
Well, I don't have a tattoo, so
There
you're
was
not putting one on me tonight.
No, I don't. I don't even have my gun anymore. I got.
I don't
rid
care
of
how
all
drunk
of
you
it.
get me.
Yeah, I got rid of all of it.
It's almost like the cork was too small.
Some of my employees were saying somebody up here in Silsby tonight was doing $30 tattoos.
That's probably the one next to Munch.
Yeah, they couldn't wait to go.
Tiger
What?
Den or something like that.
They
Yeah.
acted like I was crazy for not wanting to go.
Yeah,
They're
right.
like, it's $30. You can't afford not to.
No, I feel no.
Yeah,
I feel you get what you pay for.
yeah.
Yeah, that's yeah.
You want a little more?
Yeah. Oh,
I'm gonna try that.
he's gonna try that one. I'm sure he'll try some other stuff because, we've got other stuff around in different areas.
Pours for everybody.
Pours for everybody. Pours for all. Just okay. Who is it? Y'all?
sipping on tonight?
We are sipping. Well, first we started out with Sagamore Spirits Rye. Is what we started with first.
The 80 proof.
The 80
entry level.
proof entry level rye. The second pour is the double oak, and if you'd like to explain on the double oak, I would defer to you on that.
Please explain, because now I'm curious after smelling it.
So the double oak basically starts out the same exact
man,
way.
that's
It's
good.
it's a blend of a 95.5 and a 51.44 blend rye.
Okay.
And then they age it 4 to 6 years in a heavy char barrel, and then they take a whole new barrel and they season the staves out in the sun, let them do their thing for about 12 months, get acclimated. Oh, and what I forgot to mention, something kind of cool they do on these.
I'm gonna stop you one quick second.
okay.
Cheers, James. I read the comment.
Cheers,
sorry.
James.
James from Mount Bellevue.
so
Was
they-
it Mount Bellevue Cigar and
Yeah.
Bourbon. Yeah.
They call
Bourbon and
it
cigar?
a wave stave. So what they do is they take every stave and they basically cut a trench down the middle
they
of
like
it.
spiral.
So
yeah.
every stave has a trench in the middle of it, and then once they build the barrel, so it kind of almost think of it like a multi-point star
Yeah.
whenever you build it. So at that point is when they toast it, and
Okay.
they do about a medium toast, so it's not near the alligator char you're used to.
Right.
And it's supposed to bring out more sweeter marshmallow
Okay.
toasted flavors.
Gotcha.
So once they do that, they add the 4 to 6 year old.
Okay.
And then they allow it to age for another 18 months
Okay.
before bottling. And it comes
I
in at
got you.
93 proof.
Okay.
No, oh, I'm sorry, 96.6 proof.
I get the same exact nose
Really?
as the first
Yes.
one. Just,
That's what I
it's a little bit
Oh.
more dense.
Yeah, it
But-
is a little. Yeah.
maybe a little bit more caramel. in
Yeah.
this.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
you're
To
getting
me,
a little
this is
darker on that
yeah.
scale.
To me, this is more toffee than caramel.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
Kinda
So
what I'm
you're
getting.
kind of working your way until you get to that burnt brown sugar,
Coming to the dark side.
which I find so to kind of link it back to something we've all talked about a million times, Garrison Brothers and their Balmorea.
Yes, the
I get that
Balmorea.
dark burnt sweet brown sugar
Yeah.
in that. So this is you're nowhere close.
Yeah.
Brown sugar, baby. I like it.
I don't know.
This one's got some good legs on it too. You can tilt it and it's still there. Fantastic. What's that? No, it's not where love. I had to
So
look
it's a little bit harsher than the other one going down.
Yeah, it doesn't have the tropical note
Yeah.
as
No,
the first one.
Yeah, you
It's
lose
more
the tropical note.
more of a traditional
Right.
rye.
Is it sad
Spice.
to me that I like this one better?
Is it?
No.
I mean, is it? It's not the same proof, or it is?
No,
No,
It's
it's a little
slightly higher.
higher.
96.6 proof.
Yeah. So about 12. Okay. M&G. Mile
That'd be a question for you, Mike. Have you tried the unabridged from
No,
Green?
but we do have it in the
Do you still
Lumberton
have
store
some?
myself.
Yeah, I've been, like, I'd kind
I
of
like his
mentioned it
choice
before.
of cigars on there. That's
Reserve of Maduro.
yeah.
Maker's 101 in the
Maker's
glass.
101. Yeah. I
Oh,
like
wow.
it. That's a good combination.
Yeah, I ain't seen those
Clint.
101s out in a
Clint,
minute.
how are you this evening, sir?
Yeah, Clint.
I saw, he picked,
I love that dude.
I think it was Clint. He picked up a bottle of y'all single barrel.
Yeah, he
From
sent
Garrison
me
Brothers.
some info on it. He blinded it next to the 2022 Cowboy.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I gave it the win on the nose and
Really?
the palate, but the finish to the Cowboy. But also against the specs,
That Cowboy's good.
Garrison Brothers
Okay.
pick, and chose the Longhorn pick as well.
Nice.
So that was good to hear. Clint's got an amazing palate. I don't know if y'all have ever seen some of the notes that he puts out.
Oh, I've
but
seen. Yeah,
Yes,
he's
his notes are very nice.
He's more detailed, I think, than anybody I know right now.
He is a great guy, a one of a kind collector. He really has
Nice.
a very unique collection of some dusty bottles.
Oh yeah, we've
Yes.
seen some of the.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, he did a post with the new Kentucky Spirits
And the
from Wild
old-
Turkey for the
yeah.
old one. To me, I like the old bottle better, man. I'm just gonna go out and say it. That old bottle that's sexy. I'm not gonna lie, that's a sexy bottle. That's a good one. I enjoyed that one.
I like both of them.
There's a little bit more oakiness there.
Yeah, I like I'm not gonna lie, I like the double oaked a little bit, but slightly better.
So
I'll
for
drink
me-
both of them. Don't get me wrong.
So here's my take on the double oak. It drinks like a wine for me.
Yeah.
It's drier. My mouth feels a little more
Yeah.
dry. It's got a little darker on the scale as far as any kind of fruitiness or
flat
anything
cutter.
like that.
Flat cutter.
But for me, it drinks more like a wine with that dry feeling in my mouth.
I think that first one, that's very approachable to
Oh, yeah,
somebody
no,
just
it's-
getting into whiskey.
Yeah.
It's got that lower proof.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's got a lot of fruit going on the palate.
And it may be another one because we were talking a little bit pre-show about the Redwood
Empire.
Redwood Empire Emerald Giant, and I had used it based off of your recommendation for a little bit of a tasting, and that was the rye we went with, and it was a very approachable, a good introduction to rye.
Yeah, yeah.
I would almost put that on that level of a good introductory rye.
Usually I start with people that are coming in, maybe just getting into whiskey. I'll start with like a Buffalo Trace.
Right.
Something
Yeah.
Easy,
that 90
sweet.
proof, probably a little kick up in proof from where they've been drinking.
Yeah.
But yet very approachable, just a great all around bourbon. Very traditional bourbon. Sorry, I don't know.
you're
I'm sorry.
But that Redwood Empire, really the whole series, the
Yeah.
Lost Monarch, the Emerald Giant,
Yeah.
and the Pipe Dream, I'll use those bottles for somebody that, okay, I've had Buffalo Trace.
Yeah.
I'm looking to branch out a little bit and
I'm
try
not gonna
something
lie.
I've never had.
When I had the Emerald Giant, I would agree exactly with what you're saying. But I'm not gonna lie. The cat was the cash strength.
Yeah.
that one was good.
Yeah, I've had, and they've done some other that are a little bit more allocated. They did one called the Haystack Needle.
Look at that. We got a happy Rye Day.
Happy
confused with Friday.
Friday.
Happy Rye Day the 13th.
Yes.
Which, by the way, Sagamore, I don't know if you saw it. Sagamore started the hashtag happy. I think it was hashtag Rye Day the 13th.
Oh, really?
Oh.
Yeah.
So
'Cause
I was looking.
I'm looking
up-
for the cash strength. Okay. The Emerald cash strength, Clint.
Please.
Oh yeah,
Specify.
That's in Lumberton. That's a hidden gem. That is in no other Longhorn.
Hey, Clint,
Mike
show up and
Williams is
ask them.
probably listening right now, and he doesn't even
Yeah.
know that's in Lumberton.
Show up and ask them if they have anything in the back, like a real tater.
Yeah, right there you go.
Speaking of taters, so, not to get off the subject,
Man,
of what
y'all
we're
really-
talking about.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So I sent Bucky a rough sketch of
Yes.
of a shirt and Bucky,
Tater Nation.
Bucky
Oh,
cracked
nice.
up. Yeah, it was funny. So
So you were talking about on the Maryland rye. how the climate could possibly affect it. Well, I looked up the climate in Maryland, and it says moderately cold and occasionally snowy winters and warm, humid summers. So my question is, how much, going from that extreme cold to the extreme humidity, how much how much do y'all believe that affects the whiskey?
Well, humidity plays a factor in a lot because just down here alone, I feel we get older bourbon faster because of the humidity that we deal with in Texas.
And from my my understanding, some of that it really has to do more with some of the wild swings in temperature.
Yeah.
So, like out in the hill country, let's take Garrison Brothers. During the day, during the summer, 100 degrees, maybe plus, but at night, getting down to maybe the upper 60s, lower 70s.
Right.
And so those wild, the barrel breathing kind of in and out.
So, and kind of think of it as the pores on your skin.
Right.
What it's wanting to do is open that wood up and allow and then whenever it compresses in the cold, it's trying to force out the sugar, the natural sugars and those flavors. So the more it can open up in that 100-degree weather, and then the more it can condense itself, obviously the more flavor you can get from either a younger whiskey or just the wild temperature swings.
So is that why, there are certain brands that will, bring their distillery to a certain region in America? Is that why they do it for that reason alone? Because of the temperatures?
Possibly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And because if you ask a lot of distilleries during their tour, if their barrel house is climate controlled, they'll tell you no because they want those effects.
Right.
And not just that,
Clint
literally brought up an issue. The barometric pressure
Right.
also plays a factor in all that too.
Well,
so.
if you go through Kentucky and look at all the rick houses that are sprawled out through, Bardstown or anywhere,
Right.
they're all painted black.
Yeah.
For a reason.
Well, yeah, because black soaks
Right.
up heat. Yeah.
Yeah, to attract as much heat as possible.
Right.
So, but I do think that when you look at some of the whiskeys, Garrison Brothers is a great example how dark that color gets, and most of their whiskeys not very old in terms of Kentucky speaking.
Right.
Balcones, a lot of the stuff you see from them is around that 4-year mark. Andalusia, every's 4 years.
Can we talk about how
really?
Charlie looks like a dang rock star? That dude's something
that picture
else.
we took with Charlie.
We all look tiny. By the way, I look super tiny standing next to all of y'all. But can we just say that dude's a rock star?
Oh my God, he's super nice.
He's a great guy. I'm so happy that obviously everybody that's probably listening to this knows my love affair with Balcones,
sure.
and that extends to Charlie in case he's listening.
You on that one.
Yeah.
We introduced Bucky to the
Oh gosh,
the peated.
their peated finish.
Yeah, yeah.
And
Bucky was
Sauternes.
like,
No,
Nope.
too smoky.
I was like,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
No, that was. I've never said a bad word about a Balcones pour until he poured me that peated, finished in
That peated
Sauternes or
was
whatever.
good. I don't know what you.
I won't ever touch it.
I think it's just the fact that you have a fruity palate.
Maybe.
Well, and a lot of people aren't into the peat. I wasn't that way. I still, when you're talking about Octomore or some of those heavily peated.
Ardbeg.
Ardbeg or
Ardbeg,
Lagavulin, Lafroig.
Yeah.
I don't delve off into that world very much, but because it was a Balcones, I did buy a bottle of the peated, not the Sauternes finish, just their regular release. And, it's something I don't go to very often.
But I'm not gonna lie, they're malted. They're single malt. The one.
Yeah, that's
good.
As far as the core lineup, I don't ever buy that bottle just because I'm always getting the store picks.
Right.
I like that higher proof. I think the one is bottled at 110, I believe, and I like to get that 130.
But I enjoyed the
fluff.
fact that they had the both Longhorn Select barrel.
A lot
selects out there.
of them I noticed walking around and stuff had either Longhorn or Southeast Texas Whiskey Fest select. So that was kind of a cool touch.
Yeah.
So we anybody that's a fan of Longhorn knows that we did build quite a following through our store pick program, and that's continued to grow. And
Y'all store picks are good.
Yeah, shout out to Mike Williams and Dennis and for giving me the opportunity to go make those picks. Me and Mike make
Shout
them.
out to you because you're the one that.
I know, but they're the ones writing a check for a whole barrel of whiskey, and so for them to give me the opportunity to do it, and that
does need to be on a shirt. I agree. High proof gang needs to be on a shirt.
Gang.
I like it.
No, I love that one.
That's funny.
Hashtag Tater Nation.
Yeah.
We have a Mark, one of our Scotch drinkers. He credits me for ruining has this ridiculous collection of Scotch, and Scotch is known to be fairly low proof for the most part.
That's an interesting comment. You want to read James's comment from Mount Bellevue?
James says, bring back the Longhorn High West double rye picks. I had to buy a whole case of that the last time y'all got them.
Yeah, that was a very popular pick. That was a Calvados finish.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
So High West does an interesting program where you really pick either the double rye or the American Prairie Bourbon.
Okay.
And then they've got like 8 different casks that you can.
Gotcha.
It's more like customizing
a
barrel. But that first one we did the double rye and the Calvados. This last year we did the bourbon in. I would be lying if I told you.
Don't say nothing. Don't say nothing.
Yeah, I forget. Oh, Manhattan.
Okay.
So they've now released to market a barrel aged Manhattan. I don't know if y'all seen that on the
Interesting.
shelf.
I have not seen that one on the shelf.
That's been a new trend, really, lately.
I have seen
Bullet has done the old fashioned, and I think one with bourbon and one with rye.
Yeah.
But High West did the old fashioned and the Manhattans, and so they took those Manhattan barrels and they dumped their American Prairie Bourbon in it.
It sounds like, James, you need to restock if you only have a couple left.
You can't restock.
What? Oh,
yeah, that one's
not available anymore.
And it's interesting. James said,
not only that,
the
Yippee-Ki-Yay also was another good High West.
You'll never see that again. That's done. I was more thinking he's got a couple left. He can spare one.
No, it's surprising that
I'll drive to Mount Bellevue. I have family there, so I'll drive to Mount Bellevue.
It's surprising he was also on it because I had several customers in Lumberton that were on that thing. I mean, bought probably upwards of 20 to 30 bottles of it. Yeah.
Dang, that's crazy.
What was like the price tag on that?
And that's the other thing. I mean, great price tag. Like I think it's $49.99.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad.
But I mean, even just the regular double rye. I mean, it's can't. I mean, that's good. You can't go wrong with.
That's what
that
Midwinter's Night Dram is.
Yeah,
it's double rye.
Okay, they're the ones. Okay, now it all makes sense.
Yeah. So
I started to bring a Midwinter's tonight. I didn't know if y'all had ever had it.
I hadn't had it. I hear all about it. I mean, it's kind of one of those. But again, it's the MGP juice. It's High West.
And they're out of Utah, correct?
Yeah, Park City, Utah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I'm a fan of what High West does.
Their double rye, and their double rye probably makes the best old fashioned that I've had.
They make several. Obviously y'all said Yippee-Ki-Yay, but the Barai.
Yeah, that's a good comment too. I'm glad you hit that pause button on that. Jeremy Smith with his comment on he was fortunate enough to do several of the early Longhorn barrel picks. The ability to continue. Does that say nail?
Yeah, nail it on pick after pick is outstanding. Jeremy Smith, actually lives right around the corner from me.
Oh, really?
I think literally I'm going to have to go to the eye doctor at some point. Where I can't read crap.
That guy has the most ridiculous Booker's collection.
Really?
You've ever seen. Yeah, it's awesome. He loves his Bookers, but great guy. And again, we haven't really dove much into Whiskey Fest, but that's really what that whole weekend was about for me.
That's where we're actually. It's funny you segue to that. We're actually getting to that point. I think where
let's kind of close the book on Sagamore.
Yep.
I think they're doing good things.
Yeah, for sure.
I enjoyed both. I enjoyed both pours. I think they're good introductory to rye. The barrel strength, I'm sure y'all store pick is just as good, but the Creator's Cask barrel select that I have is amazing. I'm sure y'all's is just as good.
Yeah, because
they're doing really good things.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. The Creator's Cask, that was that one dude.
It was a group of 5 content creators.
That went 4 others.
And did a.
And I'll be honest with you. I mean, they've got a good name.
Yeah.
They're very well respected in the whiskey community for what they're doing. I think the different finishes they offer and the wide range of products. If you're a fan of that brand, then there's something there for everybody.
For sure.
I'll tell you this: I don't drink whiskey as much as these two guys do. I'm more of a Scotch drinker.
You are,
but if I had to go with one, they're both delicious and amazing.
I'm going that one.
I'm gonna stick with the original.
The regular.
Oh,
Yeah.
So they have one that comes out, and it's a black label. It's their cask strength. I think you might enjoy that one a little bit too.
I'll have to
Yeah.
try that.
gotcha.
I
Can
like
I
the
get
word.
that at Longhorn Liquor?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Well, there you go.
I'm sure.
I'm gonna have to come see you.
So
Yeah.
but if you enjoy this one more, don't go to Lumberton because they don't carry this
Right.
one.
No.
Right.
Yeah.
Silsby does.
Yeah, Silsby does.
Shout out to the Silsby location.
Shout out to Keith.
That one dude, Keith. I'm going to call him from now on.
No,
That
Keith's-
one dude, Keith.
Keith's awesome.
No,
I like
Keith
Keith.
is.
Love that guy.
He's
awesome.
super. You talking about a super knowledgeable guy? Keith's very knowledgeable.
Yeah. He's kind of low key. Like he posts some stuff every once in a
Well,
while.
not
on
just that. Like
Facebook
when you
and
walk
stuff.
up and talk to him, and you kind of walk up and you have your bottle in your hand, you're like, "Hey, if you like that, you may want to try." And he does it so subtly. And I love the fact that he just kind of slips in there.
Yeah.
You may want to try this, and then you get that, and you take his recommendation, and you're like, "Damn,
Yeah.
he's that good."
But he
Yeah.
remembers people too, because every time I go
Yes.
in there, anytime he's in there and I go in there, he doesn't even ask for my phone number anymore. He just,
Yeah,
he just knows.
Yeah.
It's not because I'm an alcoholic, John.
No, none of us are alcoholics because alcoholics go to meetings, and
All right.
none of us attend meetings.
So let's do what we were here to do. Let's
Yes.
recap the 2023 Southeast Texas Whiskey Festival.
As we got our Glencairns that say Southeast.
So-
Texas. By the way, kudos
They
to
are
you guys.
They are empty though.
I
They
know,
are
They
empty.
are very much empty.
So before
Let's
we do
fix
this,
that.
let's fix it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hey, Mike brought a box of goodies again.
I know. I saw that. I saw it when he walked out with it. I was like,
So
Give us a little story.
It's an
yeah,
Andalusia.
we just picked this, I think back in September. Me and my buddy Luke Cobb, and he had a couple guys come out, and like I'd wanted to get in there with tying them so much. I mean, Mario, which I'm sure y'all met at Whiskey
Yes,
Fest.
we
Love-
did beat Mario. Mario's a good dude.
Love that guy. Had to have. We met for lunch the day after.
Oh, really?
I just wanted his
That's pretty
opinion
cool.
on
Nice.
things and what Andalusia's experience was. You know, they're a very small distillery.
Yes.
You know, less than 10 employees.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. I didn't realize it was that
Yeah,
small.
they're that small.
Yeah, and so they put out 3 core products. You know, they're triple distilled, which is kind of their ode to Irish.
Right.
And then Striker, which is smoked with Texas hardwoods.
I
and
love
then Revenant
that.
Oak,
That's a good one to me. Striker's a good one.
which is their peated. What
I'm
I love.
excited about this one. I had a very little bit of it at Whiskey Fest, but I'm excited that he brought this. I literally wanted to hug him when he walked out. I'm like, oh my God, you brought it.
What I love what they do with their smoking process, unlike Scotch, they smoke only about 10% of the grain that goes into the product. So it's a lot more subtle. So that being
right
said,
after we get done saying how much I disliked Balcones peated, we're going to go ahead and dive into a peated whiskey.
Why not?
Stay tuned, everybody.
Go big or go home.
my journey was from bourbon to like American single malt, and then a
Yes.
little bit into Scotch, and then starting to enjoy peat a little bit.
I got you.
And so I think this is the perfect bottle. When we picked this, we picked it with a brand new charred oak barrel finish.
Okay.
So it's got a bourbon finish on an American single malt that's been slightly peated. I think it's 115 proof, so it does have a little
Okay.
bit of a punch to back it up.
Okay.
I love
And
punch.
I think this is absolutely fantastic.
Absolutely.
If you think it's fantastic, then I think
mean,
we're at the point where I can trust what he says.
I trusted him from the first episode. I don't know what you're talking about.
John, will you do me a slight favor because I know you're getting close. If you'll give me one of these and throw this one away for me, or just put it off to the side if you don't
I'm
mind.
going to rinse my glass.
Got to keep that palate going. So yeah, sorry.
You got to keep it hydrated.
Not much. That's perfect.
So I think
And so this is from who?
Andalusia, they're out of
Andalusia.
Blanco, Texas.
Bronco, Texas.
Yeah. You go up north out of San Antonio on 281, and about 30 miles, you'll come to Blanco, which is a Old 300 Barbecue, which is a fantastic barbecue restaurant
I've
there.
heard very good things about Old 300.
Real Ale Brewery is there. So you pass Real Ale on the right. Up on the left is Milam and Green.
Yep.
Okay.
Right there
And
in
then,
Blanco as well. Or, yeah.
and then up on the right past him is Andalusia. So you
Nice.
can make a day just going
Sorry,
to those.
that's my phone. It's in my pocket.
I need to make a day. I need to make a week in just the hill country. I need to go to High. Oh, good Lord.
I think the functional gentleman should go on tour.
I bet you do.
John, you supply the tour bus,
Yeah.
and we'll head out.
Yeah. That's what we needed. A mobile road show.
Right.
Hitting up
The
Texas
the
distilleries.
whiskey bus.
I love
Yeah, the whiskey
the whiskey
bus.
wagon.
Whiskey wagon.
Oh, my God. The idea was born here tonight.
Exactly.
Whiskey wagon.
I'm in love.
So
Revenant Oak is, like I said, I had a very,
Nothing but honest.
very small
I had
little bit of
it. So if you want honesty, I was already dreading just the nose of this, knowing it's peated.
Mm-hmm.
Creme brulee,
Yes, it's so
Yes.
good.
a ton of vanilla.
Yeah, the vanilla is very prominent.
All right.
Suckling, damn, that's good.
That is so good.
That's so good.
There's that peatiness.
My taste buds are literally like happy right now.
Too much?
What is wrong with you?
I mean, it is walking that fine line of.
What is wrong with you? I don't understand how you can't like peat. Peat's like the best thing in the world.
So,
Second best thing in the world. There is something that's better, but I'm not going to talk about that on this episode.
It starts with a P.
Yes, it does. They have the same letter.
I took a buddy of mine the other night that's nothing but a bourbon drinker.
Okay.
And we blinded him with Jefferson's Ocean,
Okay.
some Pappy, Old Rip Tin,
Right.
Russell's Reserve,
Okay.
That's a good one.
and this store pick. Straight bourbon drinker for the
Okay.
most part. That finished second ahead of the Pappy and the Russells. Jefferson's Ocean finished first for him.
Really?
But he is a Jefferson's fan, so
Oh, okay. So he
Yeah.
he
See,
picked up
he
on
he
it.
probably
Yeah.
picked it up
And-
pretty quickly.
And I think it would be fun to do something like that. And because in my mind,
Yeah.
as you say it, I'm thinking, how do you not pick this out immediately?
Well,
So good though.
yes, and I feel like that obviously I would.
Yeah.
But I'm so used to Andalusia's products at this point. I had Brandon Vincent, that was last week, I think, maybe 2 weeks ago. He poured me a blind and tried to trip me up on some balconies. That was
Did he get you?
Oh, no.
No, of course
And what was crazy is I called I said, this is the Balcones Honey Barrel, which
Really?
I know is
Yeah.
I said, that's the Honey Barrel. And it wasn't.
Oh.
It was our new Balcony store pick.
Hey, are we
single
good
malt.
on the feed?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, because I was fixing to say it's frozen.
Oh, we are frozen, by the way.
Yeah.
He does like Kentucky Fried Cured cigars, Ryan. That's very. Yeah, Bucky does like the KFCs.
I do like the KFCs, which is weird.
Yeah.
Well, I don't. That's why I say what's wrong with you, because I know how much you like the Fried Cured, like the Swamp Thing and the KFC. I
I'm
know
not
how
sure.
much you like
It's
all
frozen
that
right
stuff.
there.
I don't know what's going on. It's good on the Facebook. Yeah,
It's good on the Facebook, but I don't know how much the lag is.
It looks
so I'm-
pretty good to me.
I am
We'll
curious,
figure it out.
so that we can answer James's question.
Okay.
He's curious if this will be available at the Mont Bellevue location.
The Revenant.
Yes, it definitely should be. If not,
me.
just if he knows how to get a hold of you guys, then
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
get him in touch with me, and I'll
He
make
definitely
sure.
knows how to get hold of us.
Yeah, but we'll get him taken care
Okay,
of.
great.
But yeah, that
Perfect.
should be. Usually with releases like that, you'll see them at least in the
Y'all's,
Katy.
now, correct me if I'm wrong. Y'all's Mount Bellevue store is off of Eagle Drive, isn't it?
It's in the same shopping center as the HEB.
Yeah, that's the
Yeah.
HEB
I know
shopping.
exactly where. I know exactly where it's
Words
at.
are hard.
Yeah, it's a great store. I mean, it's
I
as
love
y'all-
the fact that Clint mentioned the BMF 3.0. I'm so excited about. I want to get my
Yeah.
hands on
Yes.
that. I think I would almost sell
How
my
long?
soul.
So I'm
So-
curious. How long are we letting that one age?
So we're
don't
not
know.
sure on that yet.
okay.
So I mentioned the Balcones Honey Barrel. For those of y'all that are listening that don't
Yeah.
know, me and Brandon Vincent, with the help of Clint as well, are trying to recreate the Honey
the
Barrel.
Honey Barrel. I got
And
you.
when we went to Balcones for this last pick,
have no
and I
idea.
asked them about the Honey Barrel,
It's working.
they
Yeah.
It's weird.
they cussed me out and said we're never doing it again.
Really?
Well, yeah, 'cause I remember you talking about that on
Yeah.
last episode because it said it damn near ruined their equipment.
Yeah,
Oh,
damn
yeah,
near
yeah,
ruined
yeah, I
their
remember that
equipment.
now.
It almost ruined. They almost like literally they had to replace almost. They got it cleaned, but it was on that line of where they were
Yeah.
Yeah, it was bad.
So we're using a small barrel, but we're dumping 25 bottles of the new store pick.
Okay.
The single malt, correct?
The single malt store pick in there. And so...
I still wish I would have grabbed a bottle of that while I was there. I've got the tequila finish, which I love.
yeah, so
cracked it
that
open.
was probably... Everybody's been talking about the hazmat, and that's the bottle I've been sipping on. But
Oh, really?
At the Whiskey Fest, I only had time to stop by a couple of booths.
You're right.
But Charlie had been. He's like, man, that freaking True Blue. He said, that's smacking. And
it was that one was the 132 proof.
yeah,
I think it was.
129.6.
Yeah, that's the one. I didn't go with the hazmat at the release. At the
right, and we
release.
didn't have the hazmat on at the table the other night because those are pretty much sold.
After having it on the show with you the first time you were on, whenever we were originally talking about Southeast Texas Whiskey Festival,
yeah,
I enjoyed the flavors and the notes and the nose of it, but I was curious of a step down. Just because 141 proof is just it'll punch you in the mouth.
Yeah,
Ryan says the hazmat is a fantastic pour.
Oh, it is. Yes, we've had it.
Very
we had it
much,
on the
yes.
show.
Yes, we did.
I was just curious of what the step down is because it's like you said, 129, 130 proof.
Right.
But it's super enjoyable.
Yeah.
It's tequila. It's still tequila on the nose. A little bit of that tequila finish on the palate.
Right.
But there's just so much complexity and enjoyment there in that pour.
and
I love this though. I'm not gonna lie, y'all did a fantastic job with this one.
yeah. I thought that would be a perfect bottle to
That's a
introduce
good
a
one.
bourbon drinker to a single malt. And
I know you don't like I get it.
I love the nose. Don't get me wrong.
You love it on
I
the
could
nose.
sniff. If you made this into a candle,
Yeah,
I could sniff it all night long.
How bougie are you right now?
If you made this into a candle,
I'll tell you what. So, obviously, I was upset. I didn't get to go to Whiskey Fest. I missed you guys, but
I would have wrote you. Dr. Whiskey would have wrote you a
It
note.
made
I know.
it even worse.
I even offered.
because
I know, right?
a classmate of mine who I love dearly, her name's Megan. She put on Facebook she was at Whiskey Fest.
Okay.
Oh, really?
She won a bottle of Pappy Van Winkle 12.
What?
Shut up.
so
I need her to come on the show just so where I can
bring the
sample that
bottle.
bottle.
yeah.
If you know her, I
So-
need that to
Oh, I know
happen.
her.
How did
We
that?
went to school for 12 years.
Did
I
y'all
need that to
get
happen.
a hold of all the winners? And
Yeah, so we sent messages out there to the winners.
clearly, I didn't win.
Yeah,
I
surprise.
didn't even sign up because I didn't realize it was only
Oh,
from
I made
like 6
Dana.
to 7.
I made
Yeah.
Dana sign up too. I was like,
Yeah.
"You got to sign one of these."
You got to sign one
Yeah.
of these.
And but yeah, we picked up most of their bottles. We had some that went unclaimed.
Good.
But I thought that was a huge addition
Oh, it
to
was
the
so much fun.
festivity.
So the mooch in me is going to ask a question. Where'd the unclaimed ones go?
Back on the shelf. So
I'm just saying.
are we already segueing into year 2, or are we going to talk about year 1 first?
let's talk about year one
We're
first.
talking about year 1. Yes. by all
But
means.
what I did enjoy about the table where you signed up was you could actually pick something to try.
Yeah.
They had Elijah Craig 18 sitting there.
yeah,
they had
some ridiculous
They had
pours.
some crazy pours.
Y'all had crazy pours all over the place.
Even Dana was like pushing me like, Bucky, they have 18-year-old Elijah Craig, and she doesn't know anything about this stuff, but she
knows enough about Elijah Craig to know,
recognize
hey.
it's 18. She can recognize, hey, that's 18-year-old
Right.
something. It's
Yeah.
got to be fancy. And I was
Yeah.
like, well, me and Ryan just had it at his house not too long ago. I'm good. I'll let other people enjoy it that want
Yeah.
to. Because that was kind of a lot of my thought process that night was, I want to be here and I want to enjoy the pours that I can enjoy, but you have this much left in an Elijah Craig 18 year, and I'm like, there's 1,000 people behind me that want to try this, and I've already had it.
Yeah, that's awesome.
So-
I mean, and that's really what it's all about is sharing this and letting everybody try, and the fact that you'd had it and passed.
Kudos to you guys, because like I said, that was
Yeah,
a good event. I'm not gonna lie,
All
that was
right.
yes.
So we've gone
Yes.
around.
Yes.
All right.
All right. So
Get it.
recapping. All right. So my first and foremost question, I wrote down. I feel like you were the personification of stick a fork in me. I'm done. Because I saw you after the event. Brandon posted a photo the next day on our post of
Yes.
us and Charlie. And so I felt like you were the personification of stick a fork in me. I'm done. Did you go home
Interesting.
and literally sleep for 48 hours, or how was that the 48 hours after?
Or were you still up at 4 a.m. eating,
Eating
a double
Whataburger.
No, yeah. So immediately, so I had a buddy. Kevin. He was like, hey, what are we doing? And so I was helping, get picked up and get everything loaded out that we had to get loaded out. And my wife was with a good buddy of mine, Steven, and they're like, hey, we're headed down to Buxton's. I heard Brandon was having a little bit of a after party.
Nice.
He had messaged me on Facebook, gave me the address, and said we need to come out.
And so
Sadly, we couldn't.
I wish I'd have known that because we probably would have made it.
We would.
Yes.
I apologized. I told him the situation.
Somebody could have slipped
Buffalo
in the-
Wild Wings now has my wife's DNA in their driveway.
Yeah, we'll tell you about that off air.
But
yeah.
It was good times.
anyways, go ahead.
So actually, when I left the Civic Center, it was like 11 o'clock, and I actually called Brandon.
Yeah.
And he didn't answer. And so I was like, I didn't know if they had passed out, like whatever. I didn't know what was going on. So I just went on to Buxton's. We had a beer, met some buddies over there, and then we went to Waffle House. Got home about 1 o'clock, and yeah, went to bed pretty early that night. The night before, I did not sleep. After Friday night, I was on such a high because there was a lot of moving parts to that event.
Yeah.
And the way that it went off and to run pretty much on schedule.
Oh, yeah.
And the success of the live auction and just everybody's reaction to the entire night.
And let's touch on that because you guys had a certain number in mind that you were wanting to hit with the live auction, and from what I understand, y'all exceeded that.
Yeah. God, almost tripled it.
Wow.
Yeah,
Hold on.
almost.
Can we, for a second, I'm going to do this. Thank you so much for your calls and what you put all the
Yes.
into. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
The Cure Rare Disease.
Yes.
They actually follow the show now.
They reached out to us.
They reached out.
Thanked us
Yeah.
for everything we did. That what y'all did for them was just awesome.
Oh, it was.
Yeah.
But anyways,
Yeah.
Well, and what we're going to continue to do for them, it's a great cause, and so we're very fortunate that we're partnered with them.
Yeah,
and I got to meet Rich for the first time on Friday evening. Just a hell of a guy.
Yeah.
And so I know he's gone through a lot, and for him to come down and support this event, and it means a lot to us
For sure.
as well. But back to the
yeah.
so anyways, I go to bed. I didn't sleep Friday night. I was literally like I was so geeked. I was
Buzzing.
Oh, I
like,
can imagine.
I mean, so much goes into this, and me, Mike, and Dennis at the weeks leading up. I know they were getting nervous, and I was trying to keep a somewhat
Oh, yeah.
composed, and like, no, we
Try to
got
be
this.
a duck on water. You're going like this, but you look calm on top.
yeah.
But to have all the sponsors out there and to be able to put on that type of night for them, I knew instantly it was a massive success. I went to tried laying down, woke up at 4. I mean, didn't wake up, just got out of bed at 4.
got out of bed at 4.
And made some coffee, and it's like, this is how I'm going to get through Saturday. It's
I need
caffeine
14
fueled.
cups of these.
Yeah, nervous was Mike Williams. Nervous was an understatement.
Real quick, Mike, just want to say, love the boots, and I love the fact that you had
Yes.
your pants.
Can we talk
tucked in,
about that?
too.
That was
picture,
legit.
Okay, that picture was awesome.
That was a
Yeah.
legit. So Republic Boot
Oh,
Company
yeah.
made Mike Williams a custom pair of boots with the Whiskey Fest
Yes.
logo on them.
Oh,
He
we
had
all-
his
I've got mine
pants.
on.
You've got
He's
yours
got
on?
Mike's got a pair too.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Very
Mike
nice.
Williams took it a step further. He had his jeans tucked into his boots.
That's funny.
Which
And
was next
but
level
it had
good.
the Southeast Tex Whiskey Festival logo.
Yes.
Right smack dab in the middle on the
Right
front.
in the middle.
So he had his pants tucked into it. The picture was awesome.
I'm not gonna lie.
Though y'all, all three of y'all being in that picture, that was a great ending to that night.
Yeah, that
for
was
sure.
That was about 11 o'clock that night.
I'm not gonna lie. The quote unquote tater in me for Republic Boot Company. I would love to get a pair from some gentleman's
I know,
boots with
right?
our logo on it. That'd be legit as all hell.
But while he's in here and while he's commenting and seeing this, I just want to say, obviously we've thanked you 1,000 times.
yes.
But
That's-
Mike Williams, to you, we can't thank you enough for allowing us the early access for allowing us, just everything you've given, letting us be a part of this, giving us a heads up on all the releases, the last release y'all had, talking to us during the show, wanting input. It was just awesome.
I know.
really hope
That's how I feel about it too.
It's so good.
I know. I feel the same way. Bucky's just out.
But
Yeah.
I just wanted to say while he was in here, because I'm sure he's going to log off soon.
Yes.
Thank you again. We can't thank you enough, and we're looking forward to next year.
Yeah, he was really excited about me coming on, and he loves you guys and the platform you give us.
We love him, man. Because like literally, like
Such an awesome dude.
Like I'd only seen him one time before Saturday, and he was like, "Hey," he's acting like he knew me his whole life. He's like, "Hey, how's it going?" And I'm like, after I scared the shit out of half the Civic Center with my intro,
he's killed it the last month.
Oh,
I mean,
I'm
go
telling
back to that bottle drop from 2 weeks ago.
They did such an awesome job with that
did.
one.
Yeah,
No
and
doubt.
then 2 nights ago, Old Forester did another
Yes,
event.
the birthday bourbon. Yes,
we gave out 7 bottles of birthday
7.
bourbon.
I didn't realize it was that many.
7.
Wow.
Yeah, man,
That's pretty
crazy.
cool.
Wow.
Yeah.
If you get a chance to have that one, Old Forester's birthday bourbon, I hear really good. I've never had it. I hear really good things about it.
I'm gonna have to with me, I'm gonna have to up my bourbon game because, like I said, I'm a Scotch drinker and stuff like that. So I don't really get into a lot of bourbon like stuff. So
Hey, the best whiskey's whatever whiskey you like.
That's
That's
right.
it.
Yeah.
so
Yeah, it's not just when we say function your way, it's not just
Hey,
tagline for
I've
us.
got 3 amazing gentlemen right now.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm at half.
Well,
Right.
it's like with Bucky's adverse to peated. Like,
I'm
I
trying,
would say
guys.
you fall in the majority of whiskey drinkers, or at least Longhorn customers.
Right.
You really do.
Yeah, you really do.
Pete's an acquired taste.
It is, and so I have grown accustomed to. I think that's a lot more subtle than an Ardbeg.
Right. Oh, Ardbeg is abrasive as all get
Yeah.
out.
That
But-
was my biggest mistake. Is
Yeah.
doing this dude Ardbeg on his first.
Yes, I feel we ruined his palate. We've talked about it before. I feel we ruined Bucky's palate with going, and not just Ardbeg. We went Wee Beastie off the cut.
Yeah.
So-
and with Andalusia and my love for them and Balcones is not
yes.
really to bring a lot of limelight to their peated stuff.
Right.
It's really just the American single malt category.
Well, not just. I mean, we
in
talk
general.
about it all this time. My love affair for the lineage that Balcones does is
Right.
ridiculous. Like if I could have a refrigerator full of one whiskey or one bourbon, lineage would be
sorry?
it. Like God's honest truth, that would be.
Really?
What do you think?
He's never had Balcones.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I didn't bring any tonight.
I've got a little bit
Yeah.
of lineage
That's a
left in the
surprise.
refrigerator. Remind me, I'll send it home with you because there's maybe enough for half a Glencairn.
Yeah.
left in it.
I'll
send it home
gonna
with you.
wa-
You can do
I
research
feel like
on
I
it.
need some Dawn dish soap because I need to wash the crap out of this glass.
Man, I'm not gonna lie. I washed all mine with the Dawn Power Wash, so we're good. There's no
No.
microbials in that.
I'm saying after that peated.
I love the peated though, man. But I've noticed like myself and Mike can attest to this too. We all like the higher proof stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
No, don't
And
get
not
me
just
wrong.
that, I like the peated to me is really good.
A lot of Kentucky Fire cured along with a peated whiskey.
I wish
Maybe they'll cancel each other out.
I wish I'd have known that because I have a Kentucky Fire Cure in the humidor in the house right now. I wish I'd have known that.
No, it's fine, y'all. And it really isn't bad. It's on the, like I said,
Yes, yes.
See,
more
how do
Texas
you
whiskey.
go? How do you
Yes!
go from that and then you pull something like this out?
Very simple.
If y'all
You
see
just
the-
pulled it out.
If y'all see the table go,
Yeah.
So let's tie this in with Whiskey
mix
Fest.
a Scotch.
Yes.
One of
by
the
all
best
means.
boots.
Okay, there's an interesting one. Hold on, time out. Sorry,
Go
y'all.
ahead.
Clint, mix a Scotch with a bourbon. It's pretty good.
Interesting.
That dude would know. I'm telling you.
That dude would know.
Like he's the kind of guy that would have done that before. Like,
Right.
I've never done it.
So back
yeah,
to your
dive
tie-in.
Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, one of the best booths I thought at Whiskey Fest was the Garrison Brothers booth.
Yes, their booth was
Can we just mention the fact that Donis was there?
Oh, dude.
Uh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hi.
Yeah.
You're the master distiller. What are you doing here?
Let me tell you the sad thing about it. I walked up to him, and the only word that came out of my mouth was cowboy.
Yeah.
That was it. I didn't say anything else. I literally felt like I was walking up to Michael freaking Jordan.
Yeah.
God's honest
Their
truth.
masters.
Oh, yes.
Oh wow.
Yes,
I
he
literally
was there,
found
and the
out.
only word, I'm like, cowboy. That's it.
To go ahead. What were you saying?
Yeah, I
He
literally
didn't
found
say
out 2
shit,
hours
He poured it. That was it.
before.
He didn't
That
say a
fast.
damn
Yeah.
thing. He just
I mean-
poured me cowboy and gone.
it was not
So
planned.
you had no idea.
No, and Elena with Garrison Brothers, shout
She's
out
awesome.
to her. Oh
Shout
my
out to
God.
She
Elena.
follows the show too, by the way.
Yes.
She is unbelievable.
She's so cool.
She really helped me out with sending me some stuff for the swag bags.
Yeah.
I freaking love her. And
Yeah, because there was some discounted tickets and all kind of.
Yeah, there was
Yes.
man, some of the pictures that I got from people with their swag bags afterwards, like after going to the vendor's table.
Bro, I loved mine. I'm not gonna lie. I had everything from Garrison stickers to Garrison VIP discounted tickets to the TX Whiskey Bolo, which I'm not a Bolo guy, but I'll wear the shit out of that one.
Yeah.
So I mean, kudos to you guys for definitely getting some good swag. I mean, William Price had some stickers in mine. Who else? God.
Yeah, that
I
was.
can't believe those pictures still aren't in there.
I didn't make it by the William Price booth. That
We
was
talked
one
to the
I-
William Price guy. I mean, we may make a near trip in the future. We got to, of course, email and conversate and
Brian,
stuff like that. But
and Brian from William Price had
Yeah.
nothing but great things to say about y'all.
yeah, he loved you guys, by the way.
He's a great guy.
Brian was super awesome to talk to. My
Yes.
wife really enjoyed their coffee liqueur.
Yes.
She's not a coffee drinker.
Yeah, it's
Which I found interesting that she
Did y'all
enjoyed
try
it.
the pecan? They had a pecan one too, I think.
I did not. I tried the coffee.
That was one of the first booths I tried, so you're asking
Yeah.
a very hard question.
Yes.
So the day Dave Portnoy came to the Heights.
Yeah.
I think it's Andalusia Distillery or Distilling.
Andalusia Distilling.
Yeah.
Andalusia.
There you go.
If somebody's Googling.
So I wish I
You
would.
got to take out the.
I've got a ton of pictures. There's like 40 pictures on my phone that I need to post. I've got a whole album for Southeast Texas Whiskey Festival.
Take out the A after the
But
D.
you were talking about people sending you pictures of their swag bag.
Yeah.
And I was really nervous about taking the picture, and I still don't know if I want to post it. So
Okay, never mind.
I love my wife to death, and when she got out there, she was having the best time. And she's not even a huge whiskey drinker, but she was having the best time. I don't know if I can say this on camera. I went home with 5 bottles of whiskey.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Hey. All right.
Because
Congrats.
of her.
Yes.
Yeah.
I was like, are you serious?
Yeah,
like, they were in our bag.
Yeah.
Like,
Hey.
if I dumped out my swag bag and sent you a picture of it, you'd be like, what?
Hey.
But just the giveaways everybody was doing. We got hats from
Yeah.
everybody. We've got shirts. We've got stickers. We've got koozies.
I had the
The
dude.
stuff
You want to tell you
people
a
were giving
funny
away was
interest-
so much fun.
A funny story at the same time. The dude from Monkey Shoulder, and I forget his name because he told me twice. And the sad thing about it is I don't remember it. He gave me the hat off his head.
Yeah.
The only problem
Yeah.
with that is
It's-
it doesn't fit my big ass
Well, you've
head,
got a
so
fat
my
head,
9-year-old
so-
has it.
The coffee liqueur is straight diabetes per Clint.
Yeah.
Well, what's funny
it's
is
sweet.
Pretty good.
my wife, her first when she watches and she knows and she understands what I do, so she
Yes,
knows
Andalusia Whiskey Company. There
She
it is.
knows it, and she said
Fantastic.
jalapenos, and I was like, "What?
Yeah.
You're weird." She's like, "No, that's
use
what I
one.
get."
I'm gonna use
What
this one.
she didn't tell him is that since he got that many
That's
bottles,
good.
he didn't get Christmas presents.
Yeah, this is your
This
Christmas.
is your Christmas.
But
So I'll talk about this real quick.
So
Talk about
I'd
it
love
by
a
all
little bit of a
means.
backstory on this one because I didn't even know they did any kind of rye at Garrison Brothers, and I love Garrison Brothers.
Yes. Yes.
So this
Our love
was
affair with
a.
Garrison ranks almost up there with our love affair for Balcones.
I'd only been with Longhorn maybe 4 months.
Okay.
And of course, my whole journey pre-Longhorn started at Garrison Brothers, and so I went back out there.
Which I love, by the way, that you quote unquote went full circle.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so I go out there. They were doing this right around Christmas of 2020. We were staying at a friend's house, and that lives up there in Canyon Lake, and they're like, I'm like, I need to get there early in line. Like, I need to be there. I want to be there
That's
by
funny.
6 o'clock. And
Hearing
she's-
you say I want to be there in line is just funny to me. Sorry.
And she's like, and if you've never been to the Garrison Brothers distillery, it's literally out in the middle
Mm-hmm.
of nowhere. nowhere. You're driving down a glorified dirt road to get to the front gate.
Get a metal sign from Wild Turkey, by the way?
The same way I got a metal sign from Still Austin.
Well, I mean, I understand those guys love us to death. I mean, they literally, talking about love, they flipped their entire backdrop
just so he could take us to the picture.
I'm down on one knee like this, like touchdown Jesus, with the Texas X's on this side and the Texas Longhorn logo on this side. You talking about cool shit?
Yeah,
that was cool shit.
No, they were fun. But, yeah, I mean, the same way I ended up with a Still Austin sign. It's
so good, yeah.
So, yeah, out in the middle of nowhere, it's a dirt road up there.
We get there. I get there at 6 o'clock. I'm like 80 cars deep. And I'm like,
I'm not getting nothing.
I had a bottle of single barrel that I bought the night before in the trunk with 2 Glencairns.
Like that comment.
I get out of my car at 6 o'clock, smoke a cigarette.
Right.
Next car behind me. We're all on the side of the road going back to 290. They're just lined up.
Yeah.
Car gets behind me. 3 guys get out, smoke a cigarette. We strike up a conversation. We kill that whole bottle of Garrison single barrel right there before the gates even open.
Before the sun comes up?
And this is what and I think this may be the only release 2020 into 20.
Okay.
That hasn't made it to retail at all. And it was distillery on.
No, I ain't even know.
So I bought 4 bottles that day. You're allowed 2. Me and Jamie each got 2. This is the last bottle. So
you've already killed 3 bottles.
No, Mike Williams has 1.
Oh, okay.
But this is the last of 3 bottles. And so it's different.
You gotta taste it. It's so good.
It's just something. I'm be honest with you, it's not my favorite Garrison, but I love Garrison.
So weird on the nose. Hear me out. Grassy cigar.
I get that. Kind of like a
That's
Candela.
called the blunt.
No, there's an actual term for it. So you're talking about the Candela.
Not a left-handed cigarette, Mike.
You're talking about the green wrapper Candela is what you're talking about.
Maybe,
Yeah.
but it's grassy cigar. Mike.
2020 is the only rye. Okay, 2020 was the only year that the rye was
produced.
Okay,
right.
Ryan McGee
was
in line that day.
Yeah. And this was a high rise, so still bourbon.
Oh, this is good.
But
if you tell me you don't like that, I'm gonna knock you smooth out the door. Like God's honest truth, that's good.
It's just not, as long as it's not peated, I'm okay.
I still don't know what's wrong with your palate.
Nothing, absolutely nothing, sir. I have a very good palate, thank you.
That's good.
That's just plain.
Not if you don't like Revenant Oak, because John even said he likes Revenant Oak.
He's a Scotch drinker.
This is 98 proof, by the way.
Yeah. Okay.
So,
do you know the mash bill on this one or no?
I do not.
Okay.
Know the exact mash bill.
I was just curious.
Ryan said something earlier about.
What did he say? I bet he's talking crap about me and.
No, he said something about Lefroy.
Oh yeah, he was doing Lefroy.
Yeah, he said since we're on a peated show, I'm drinking Lefroy. I don't remember which one.
There was a certain Lefroy that he was drinking.
Only guy with a Wild Turkey hat. Yeah, I couldn't get much of nothing other than a couple pins and a keychain from Wild Turkey. Those guys weren't really giving it to me. I don't know if he just didn't like me or what.
That's all right.
It's all right.
So what you think?
He's like, it's all right.
It's all right.
I love it. I'm not gonna lie. I like it. I'm curious.
I like it because it's super different than any other Garrison Brothers that I've had.
What is it proof at?
98.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's why I like it.
It's unlike any Garrison Brothers I've had.
It's off profile for them.
It's very different.
Yeah.
It's got and even on the palate, it's got a little bit of that grassy note.
And I was saying,
grassy.
I don't support the secondary market or anything like that, but these bottles are going for a ridiculous price on secondary. I guess that's because they only did the distillery only that never came out to retail.
I'm not touching that.
Yeah.
He said secondary market because I've had my fill of secondary.
I mean, we've said it multiple times on the show.
Well, I think it's also like Garrison Brothers is really like blowing up in terms of.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Yeah, they're and obviously with people like Donis coming out to events like that and Elena.
400?
Why? Clint. What are you doing?
Clint, if you go to our Facebook page, we have a mailing address. I would love to get some
Yeah,
of those
give me
stickers.
one sticker to put on the fridge.
Yes,
That's all I was looking
one
for all
sticker.
night.
Hey, this is my dog, Sarah McLaughlin singing in the background. Clint,
The Arms of the Angel. Yes.
if you will please send me a sticker. I love stickers.
Yes. We all love stickers.
We have a
I still
fridge
have
that
one
we're putting
functional
stickers in.
gentleman sticker.
Yes. You have one. I have it in the house.
Oh,
It's
okay.
put up. I have you one.
The heck, man.
I have Mike one too.
That's all we wanted all night was for all the distilleries to give us stickers.
I know.
And you're the reason
'Cause
why we
I
didn't
would-
get one.
Yes, that's
he
the
took them
reason.
all.
That's the reason why we did not get a wild turkey sticker.
Oh, there you go.
Too funny.
There you go.
I'll hook you up.
I would
love
hope
it.
so with
Yeah.
400. I'll trade you a functional gentleman sticker for a wild turkey sticker.
Yes. And you can mail that stuff at 1125 Roosevelt Drive in Silsbee, Texas,
Yes, you
with a
can.
zip code of 77656.
We can say it now.
So,
It's on the
So
website.
let's-
It's on the Facebook
what do
page.
you
Yeah,
get?
we can say it.
I mean, I'm curious of what you get out of a little bit of this before we kind of move on.
It's like we can say.
Man, I always get this, and I mean this in the nicest way possible because I do love Garrison Brothers, but I get kind of this flat cola type
Yeah.
sensation.
To me,
Like-
I guess,
But
my
it's
note-
sweet, but like almost some tea notes as well.
I would lean more tea than flat soda.
Yeah.
I mean, we've said it multiple times.
Yeah.
Power of suggestion. I don't get the flat cola, but I could lean more tea.
I get grass fire.
do you drink?
Like when you're burning hay.
Grassy cigar.
That's what I get.
So Bang has a
love
has
how
a
everybody
flavor called Miami Cola.
Oh, Miami
And
Cola's-
It tastes like
Flat
soda.
Coke. Yeah.
Yes.
And that's what it. When I first initially sipped it, I was like,
Exactly, Clint.
This is Miami Cola.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
What do you say?
All dark, unsweetened tea
Yeah.
leaves.
I can
Yeah.
see that.
yeah.
I like
Yeah.
that. I like that description. That's a good description of
That's
it.
a good
But
description.
I literally get like hay fire.
And
Yeah.
that I keep
Yeah.
going back to that grassy cigar. Like
The grassiness is prominent.
But it's
very
yeah.
prominent.
it's like that, and I think that's what I love about
Especially
it. It's
on
so
the
different.
finish.
It's so different from what I'm used to from Garrison Brothers.
Okay, that's a good pairing. I can see where that.
little
I
bit
can see
dry.
where Ryan would say
a
that.
little bit dry.
Yeah.
And I'm still learning in the rye game, like the Emerald Giant.
Yeah.
Sagamore, I love. I'm still playing in the rye realm of where I want to be, and I like what this is doing as a high rye bourbon or
Right.
whiskey.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's not a lot of that rye spice,
But it's so good though.
but it gives you
That
that, I guess
sweet,
that-
sweet corn.
It's so very good.
yeah.
All right, so can I ask my second question that I have written
Yeah.
down now that we're
Sure. At this pace, I hope
We're
y'all
gonna
ready
get through
till-
these.
Yeah. It'll be 2 a.m.
That's
That's fine.
I'm good with that.
nobody's working tomorrow.
By the end of the show, I'm
not
not going to be
working.
able to read what I wrote down. Listen, I just have questions. No. So Saturday was a long day for both of us. But I
almost
know
took a nap. Almost.
we had a blast doing it.
Oh God, yes.
So I'm curious, from your point of view, did you have a ton of fun with it? Even though I know you were up for 24 hours and all of that, but Saturday when it finally came around, did you have a ton of fun? Were you just super busy and didn't think about anything? And then the other question I kind of had to that is, from the reps that were out there, what kind of reaction did they have with you?
So it's one of my bigger regrets from that night is not spending as much time with the vendors and getting their experience. I was busy for sure, just making sure everything, ran smoothly, but had a ton of fun. I'm a goal-driven person,
Right.
and this was a huge event that we were trying to pull off. So just as this, from my standpoint, the success of the event was building, and I knew we were like, hey, this is trending pretty good. Like, that was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
To know it came together like we had envisioned. And so, I wish I'd have been able to spend a little bit more time with the vendors. I've reached out to several of them. They've reached out to me, appreciative of everything that we had done to make this event what it was. But probably my biggest regret was not spending more time that night going around to every booth. Just from even a standpoint of running a liquor store, wanting to see what new products are out there and what maybe some people, you were talking about Bardstown earlier and stuff like that and kind of getting a feel for some of that from more of a business standpoint, but definitely big smile on the face the whole night. Yes, I was running around.
Yeah, we saw you multiple times pre-show and at the show. You were you were a ping pong ball. I mean,
but I'm not gonna lie though, the vendors you had, super nice people.
Yeah.
I mean, we could talk about everybody from Danielle with Desert Door to Nick from Glendalough Bareface. It was all cool. The Garrison, Charlie from Balcones.
Margie at Bardstown.
Yes, Margie at Bardstown. Megan
JD with
Laws.
Penelope, who I didn't even know was going to be out there.
Nobody.
Sean Clifford from Clifford
Sean.
Distilling.
Oh my God!
Yes.
Yeah, and shout out to Sean because that dude was just a super ton of fun. Like
he's always a ton of fun.
Barrel of monkeys.
Yeah.
And you just gotta just.
Did y'all go to the Makers booth?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
The Makers.
So Tina Jammer.
Tina is with Makers. Who was the other lady at the Basil Hayden booth? Do you remember her name? Short hair, black lady.
That's Tina.
That's Tina.
No, that is Tina.
Yeah, that is
Rachel
Tina.
is who you're thinking of.
Rachel's the lady that had the Makers.
Okay, so I'm sorry.
Smart
So
t-shirt.
it is Tina that I'm
That's
thinking
Tina.
of. Tina was freaking awesome.
Dude.
Can I tell you?
Yeah.
Oh my God, you're
I
talking about
spent-
one of my favorite people on the planet
Yes.
right now.
I swear I spent 45 minutes with that
Hey,
lady.
yeah.
I couldn't remember her name to save my life.
Yeah.
Bro.
I think I called her Jeanette at one point.
Bro,
Don't know what
Tina
happened.
was so good. When I walked up, she's like, "I'm curious." She said, "You're a bigger guy." And I said, "Yes, ma'am, I am." And she goes, "What's your wheelhouse?" I said, 95 and up. She poured. I don't remember what she poured.
She was so.
She was spot on.
I've got a. I asked her. I was like, "Hey, I got to take a picture with you because you've been awesome." She is so freaking cool.
And not just
under the table, she handed my wife a bottle of On the Rocks that they had.
Yeah.
She had just like in the back in
And
her
not just
bag.
that, the Maker's Mark
But-
lady, which I'm spacing on her name right now. The dark-haired girl with
They did the
Mark.
Makers.
She
Yeah,
had the
that's
Makers-
Rachel.
okay.
That's Rachel.
Yeah.
Rachel
Tina was the
Bloom-Soda.
one. And I think that's where I got
Bloom.
confused.
Tina will
Yeah.
be back.
But Tina was freaking
That's
awesome.
breaking.
Yes,
Hit the breaking
Yeah.
news button. Breaking news.
We're gonna get a new one.
Yes.
We're gonna get a new breaking news button.
Yes, we are at some point.
But
We
Tina
talked
was.
about that.
I just wanted to throw that out there. Tina was so freaking awesome.
Not just Tina though. Like I said, you got Danielle with Desert Door. Who
Oh well,
was,
yeah. I mean,
yeah.
shout out to.
She reached
all
out to
the-
me on
those guys.
Facebook. I've gotten 50 friend requests.
Yeah,
since-
same. I mean,
yeah.
same with us.
Same
it
with
was.
us. I mean, she's
it was
reached
just-
out to us.
it was just one after another.
We may
Yeah.
be doing Desert Door Bourbon at some point in the near future.
I don't even know.
I mean, it's
it was so much
ridiculous,
fun.
dude. It was so much fun.
I
But-
just love that, like, this whole relationship started.
So let's kind of go back to what you were saying, and I wish you would have had the opportunity to walk around, like you said, just even from a business aspect.
Yes.
Because like we were talking about pre-show, Margie with Bardstown, she was so cool. There was 3 to 5 people standing at her booth, and I walked up and I asked a certain question. I said, "Hey, I was hoping you'd have Origins.
She was like, "I'll get back to you in a second."
I'll get back to you in a second. Don't leave."
God's honest truth. We were literally
She
side by
continued
side
to
when she
explain.
said that.
She continued to do her whole spiel. Loved it. She did great. All 3 to 5 people walked away, and it was literally just me standing there, and I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
She walked back, grabbed it out of her bag,
Yes.
pulled the Origin
Yes.
series out of her bag, and was like, "Don't tell anybody I have
Tell
this."
anybody.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
I will tell you this, and it's
How cool is that, though?
Yeah.
from a guy who wasn't even there. Like just hearing some of the stories. That,
Oh, it was ridiculous.
you know, like you always talk about the love that the whiskey community has.
And it was on
And
display.
That networking. And
I
from
said
hearing
it
the
literally
stories,
in our
yeah,
like I
that's what
said
is.
it in our
Yeah.
pre-show. The camaraderie,
Yeah.
like Nick with Bareface
That guy was
Glendalough.
awesome.
That dude, when we walked
Dude.
up,
He
Nick
treated us like
acted
family.
he had known us his whole life. He hooked us up with so
The
much
dude from, and
stuff.
I
Well,
apologize.
I could listen to Nick talk all day.
all day long.
Yes.
All
How
day.
cool is that dude's
Yes.
accent?
Read me the phone book.
Yes, exactly. I don't care.
I don't care.
Here's the dictionary. Start
Yeah.
on
I don't know
A.
where he's from
Don't know.
originally, but he
Ireland.
represents
I'm almost positive. Yeah, I think
Glendalough
Ireland. Yeah.
and Bareface.
If he
Bareface
is
is a
great,
Canadian
but
whiskey.
you listen to that dude talking, I'm just like,
Yeah.
Yeah, you talking about hook up with swag?
But I couldn't think about
Yeah,
that.
we got hooked up.
I can't remember the guy's name from Breckenridge. Even that guy.
Yeah.
That dude was
moseying
super
over,
cool, yeah.
super cool.
The
gave
Buddy
us
Pass, I'm not going to lie. So you want to hear an interesting story. He let us sample the Buddy Pass, which is literally
Imperial
a whiskey that they finish in an Imperial Stout barrel. Beer.
Yeah.
Imperial Stout beer.
Yeah.
Oh.
I saw that one there.
Oh, it was so good.
Yeah.
When you nosed it, you literally got the Imperial Stout on the nose, but when you drank it, it finished like a bourbon, and it was good. I'm not gonna lie.
I've been a fan of some of their stuff.
Yeah, Breckenridge is doing some good stuff.
I actually had a customer surprise me, brought me back one of their bottles of their rum cask finish.
We had a friend of ours that was there on vacation. DJ Ferguson was there on vacation, and Bucky told him, hey, if you're in Breckenridge, go check out the distillery. And DJ went, and DJ loved it. DJ had nothing but good things to say about the experience.
So while we're on the subject of Colorado distilleries,
Okay.
I brought a very special bottle.
I saw that.
Yeah.
If it's what I think it is, it's extremely special.
Did
So
what to the who?
when we talk
So we were
about
talking
vendors,
about Colorado, and he mentioned that he's got a special bottle from Colorado.
yeah, we mentioned a lot of vendors earlier.
Is it Distillery 291?
Logan and Megan from Laws
Yes.
were freaking awesome.
You want to talk about an awesome person?
Yes,
Dude.
Megan. Yes, Megan by
was
far.
so
but Laws was
freaking
Man.
cool.
She
And
even told me and
the
Brandy.
first
She
thing-
looked at us, and Brandy's like, "We're thinking about going there for Christmas."
No.
And she's like, "No, if you're here, we want you at the
No.
distillery." She told my wife this.
Yeah.
Like God's honest truth.
Yes.
and while you grab,
Yeah.
very
Point.
first thing she said to me whenever I walked up to her booth, I follow you guys on Facebook.
Yes, she did say that.
Yeah.
I barely introduced myself.
You talking about geek out
Excuse
moment?
me?
when you walk up and people tell you the first thing out of their mouth is, "Hey, I follow you on Facebook." Oh my God.
Yeah.
We had
Makes
a lot
you feel
of,
good, huh?
Oh, we had a lot of geek out
Yeah.
moments, dude. Like even
Hey,
with
just so y'all know, I follow y'all on Facebook.
we know.
That's Elvis and Superman all rolled into one following us.
It is Elvis and Superman. Elvis, Superman, and Clark Kent. All of them.
A
All
little
three.
story behind this
Yeah,
bottle.
let's do this.
Yes.
Let's do this.
Yeah. Let me show the camera.
That, for those of you that can't read it at home, that is Law's Whiskey House out
Law's-
of Denver, Colorado.
Out of Denver, Colorado. So
Why is it in a box and why does it look so fancy?
So my wife was there 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
So my daughter was getting married
Okay.
in Colorado
Congratulations
Springs.
for her.
Congratulations to her. Love her. Love her husband Ty,
Okay.
who's a bit of a whiskey guy himself.
Well, that's good that you like the guy.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I was not able. I was not able to attend. I stayed back, and I had a little event we were putting together.
Gotcha.
No?
So,
Gotcha.
Yeah, a little event, a little small event. I mean,
but Jamie was nice enough to go up to Denver, went to Law's Whiskey House, and I was just looking for something that we didn't already have in the store. We carry a lot of their product in the store. I'm a huge fan of what
they
they're
turn
doing.
out some good stuff. I'm
To
not
me,
gonna
they're
lie.
the. Y'all know how much I love Balcones. They're the
Yes.
Balcones of Colorado.
Okay.
I love it.
All the grain is grown there in Colorado.
So over Distillery 291.
I love 291, and she did get me some very cool bottles from 291 as well.
Okay.
But I love the story with Laws. I love that they're doing it the right way. I'd love to get out there and do a barrel pick
for
with
sure,
them
for sure.
At some point in the future. And
I'm not
Colorado
gonna lie. I've been snowboarding a time or two, so
Well, and I tell my wife all the time, Colorado is one of my bucket list states. Like,
Brandy and I
need to
talked
go.
about going there for Christmas because I love and I know it's way off from Denver,
So-
but I love the steamboat
So I'm
area
curious,
of Colorado.
Can you give us a little bit of the backstory behind Laws? You said they have an interesting story.
Yes.
No, just from a standpoint of how they're making whiskey.
This is oranges on it.
Yeah, this is orange. So this comes from the first 60 barrels they ever distilled, and
I know
so
what you're holding.
they just turned 10 years old.
Yep.
And so this is their 10th anniversary release of their 4-grain straight bourbon.
Yes.
And
I don't get
obviously-
speechless very often.
Yeah,
We know.
comes in a great box. If anybody wants to read this inside cover, feel free. I'm not going to.
I just want to
read it to them.
I just want the juice.
Read
okay?
it to them.
Yeah.
I'll read it to you
Read
since
it.
you're sharing with us.
Yes, read it.
I am kind of curious though.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm a little bit of a nerd.
Oh my
Let's
God.
see.
A little bit.
Really, John? Really?
When I saw the fact that it said Origins on it, I just immediately shut up. God's honest truth, because that's like,
So bottle 623 of 804.
Ooh, very nice.
God,
Yeah.
Wow.
fan. Ooh. You're supposed to read out loud.
It's a lot to read.
Well, you got a good vocabulary, so work with it.
You are holding the 10th anniversary bottling of Law's Origins 4-grain straight bourbon whiskey. The X release is especially important and exciting for me. It represents 10 years of distilling, maturing, and continually improving.
Chicken.
It's also our oldest whiskey release to date, featuring barrels from the earliest days of Law's Whiskey House. Most
We're gonna go
notably,
big boy for that one.
Origins X represents what can happen when a group of people come
Yes.
together around a vision and an obsession. As the saying goes, it takes a village, and for our village, there are no shortcuts. The Origin series celebrates our roots and founding story. We began distilling in 2011, and each of the first 16 spirit runs was dedicated by me with advice from my mentor and friend, Bill Frill, Master Distiller Emeritus from Bardstown, Kentucky. In 2013, after 2 years of aging, we selected 28 barrels that included at least one barrel from each of these first 16 spirit runs and married them in a stainless steel tank. After this whiskey mingled and mellowed for a few days, it was reintroduced to the same 53-gallon number 3 char barrel, renumbered, re-racked, and adorned with a single word, Origins. Origin barrels were then sold to friends of the village, providing us with the funds that we used to design and manufacture our signature custom bottles and establish our brand pillars of Law's Whiskey House. As the company grew, we repurchased some of these barrels with the intent to create special releases and to showcase new heights of flavor complexity from our 4-grain bourbon over time. X is composed of the last 4 of our Origin barrels, married together at roughly 107 proof. Perhaps appropriately for our 10-year anniversary, this Origins X release showcases our past, while at the same time also opening an exciting new window to the future, a planted flag and a fork in the road. I hope you enjoy this bottle of liquid history while contemplating the exciting whiskey to come. Thank you for your continued support and enthusiasm of and for our craft. Sincerely, Al Laws, President and Founder of Law's Whiskey House.
Yay.
There you go.
So Mike and I literally did the same thing while you were going through your soliloquy.
I see you.
You got to try it, dude.
Yeah.
You got to try it.
I never realized how good my hands smell.
Right?
No, I have not.
I've just been smelling it.
Yeah.
Can I wash my hands in it?
I love what they're doing out in Colorado, by the way. And not just Laws. Like, you got Laws out there. Breckenridge is getting big.
Yeah. Strain of hands.
Yeah, Strain of Hands
Strain
is
of
good.
Hands.
I talked to a guy, Ryan, matter of fact, before we went on air, with Vapor, which they're doing some good stuff too.
I got a pick. So,
Real quick, I'm sorry, Luke. They are planning on doing another one, which I'm assuming he means Southeast Texas Whiskey Fest.
Oh, by all means.
We'll get to that later
Yes.
once
Yeah.
we eventually get through all of these questions.
yeah.
Yes.
We will get to that point, so stay
Yeah.
tuned. Dot.
Hey, we're going. We did 3 hours.
We did 3 hours and
minutes.
49 minutes
Are
the
you
first
trying
time.
to beat that?
Hell yeah!
Yes! I love it.
Does the Pope wear a funny hat?
Yeah, that's what you sent me in a text message. I literally texted him. I said, "Hey, you still coming on Friday?" And that's what his response was. Does the Pope wear a funny hat?
This is why we love Mike.
I know, right? God, let's talk about this though.
Cherries.
Yes.
Yeah, the cherries.
I've never wanted to go to Colorado more.
Hey, I'm not.
And to think I talked so highly of Breckenridge.
The guys in
sorry.
Colorado are doing good stuff.
So what? I know it's in. You said Denver, Colorado.
Denver.
Yes, is in Denver. Very good.
I can have this every night of the week.
Very good legs.
So you obviously just opened it. This is your first drink of this? Mm-hmm. It's your bottle. I'm curious of your thoughts.
Oh, that's interesting on the finish.
Yeah. Gets spicy on that finish.
It is. That's what I
It's
noticed
a
too.
spice. It's a very spicy.
Yeah.
It's almost like, what is it?
So it's 4
cardamom?
grain.
Almost. Ooh, I feel like I get cardamom and like allspice mixed.
There's a true spiciness.
yeah.
It's not like a rye spice. It's not like a.
That's something totally different.
I'm a fan.
It's, how do you say it? Delicious?
Yeah. Which, by the way, please put that on the shirt.
Delicious.
Please put that on the
I
shirt.
think it may drink slightly hotter
It
than
does.
the
Sleep,
115.
it drinks a little hotter.
I think it
Yeah.
does drink a little hotter than 115. I would rank it probably about a 121-ish.
That's fair. Yeah, it's
I want to
spicy.
drink this with tacos.
Yeah.
Tacos?
Yeah.
I'm interested on Jeremy Smith's comments, which says, Mike, I poured a sample of Stranahan's Snowflake for you today for when we were supposed to meet up.
Yeah, I've got a bottle for Jeremy, and that's awesome. I've been wanting to try that Snowflake. Jeremy's another man. I can't say enough about the people that I've become friends with through Longhorn.
No doubt.
It's, I mean, one of the better parts of the gig for sure.
No, I
you
can
know, that's
imagine.
how we met, and so I'm very fortunate in that regard.
There's something there on
It's
the palate.
pepper, but it's sweet. It's like pepper, and then you get a reverse of sweet
I don't know.
right on the end.
You know what kills me though?
I've been like almost for me, it's almost like a toned down habanero pepper with some kind of sweetness in it.
I'm not going to lie. You want me to tell you what I get? And this is going to screw you up. I get sriracha with a cherry finish.
When I think
Cherry
about this,
sriracha.
I think
That's
of
what
some
I get.
dude like pushing a whiskey barrel full of whiskey up a mountain in Colorado. Like that's the mindset I've got right now. Like, please,
Barrels on a snowboard.
look, yeah.
Not even that. No. Barrels on a mush rick
quit.
with a full team of huskies pulling it up a mountain.
I'm just saying, Laws, if you want to steal our ideas, it's fine. 'Cause
Yeah.
you make amazing whiskey.
Hey,
Right.
we know Megan. She follows
Megan.
the show.
Yeah.
Give us a
Yes.
Give us a call, Megan.
Give us a call. We'll mark it for you. We love
so you had mentioned pre-show that y'all had a little bit of preliminary numbers. We actually had a listener very early on, Brandon P, not
Yes.
Brandon Vincent, Brandon
Yeah.
P.
Pruitt.
Pruitt.
Yes.
I wasn't going to say the full name, but sure.
Well, I mean, he watched the show.
He had asked very, very early on, whenever we had posted our stuff, do y'all have some numbers, like some numbers based off of who was there, tickets sold, how many showed up, just whatever. I mean, I guess kind of little behind the scenes that you can give us on some of that stuff.
So a little over 1,000 tickets were scanned
Okay.
for that night. So that I mean, we feel like that was a massive success. We may increase that a little bit next year, but not a terrible amount. With keeping the VIP the same.
Did y'all
percentage.
have quick question? Did y'all have a limited number of tickets that could be sold in total?
Yes. I don't know exactly what the limit was.
I just didn't know if there had to be if 10,000 people bought tickets, could that have happened, or would y'all have had to stop selling at a certain
Yes, there's obviously a fire code for the Beaumont Civic Center.
And I want to say it's like 2,000. Correct me if I'm
I
wrong.
know, like we had, like I said, over 1,000 people in there.
Scanned.
Yes.
And we've had some drone footage from the photographer. And
Okay, cool.
it looks very cool.
Yes.
Yeah, and because you see this nice crowd, but you also see, pockets of room where people have plenty of room to move around.
Yeah,
and that
we
was
had
really
tons
We noticed that because when we hung out with Mitchell and Jazz and Jacob, there was a big pocket that we were in, which was not far from Andalusia.
Which,
is
I mean,
where we
I
kinda
think at
hung
one
out.
point we had a group of people that we were with
because
that
it
was 10 plus.
Yeah, because
Like
it was
four
the four
of us, the three of them.
Yes. Justin and his
Kagan,
wife. Yes.
his wife. I mean, we had a group of people, and with us kind of in a circle, but not elbow to elbow, we had a nice.
Mike just said 1,600-ish is what he said in the comments. Mike Williams.
There you go.
Yeah.
1,600-ish.
So
1,600.
at no point,
ish.
Yes.
at no point did I ever feel crammed.
No, it's one of the things that we probably one of the most talked about things on the feedback we've received from the vendors.
And that was another one of my questions.
How much room, and these are people obviously that are going and doing events like this throughout whether the state or other states.
John, everybody's seen your face before.
Yeah.
Be
Yeah,
good,
but
brother.
it's fine.
Bye, guys.
Have a good weekend,
Have
buddy.
a good one.
Yeah.
I got control now, guys.
No.
I'm sorry.
No.
Go ahead.
What were we talking about?
The number 16. Mike said 1,600.
Mike said 1,600
Yeah.
ish.
Yeah.
And
so
then Jeremy right behind him was having gone to the Houston Whiskey Social multiple times. Southeast Texas Whiskey Festival by far more comfortable and fun event.
right, but the amount of vendors that responded talking about the amount of room.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
that was available. And so, yeah, I think that's something moving into year two, looking towards year two.
Okay.
Maybe, having a few more tickets available. I think based off the first year's success, we
Okay.
can definitely see that.
So I have a curious question, being as we're talking about quote unquote year two. Is there any talks about possibly extending the time frame?
Here's my, and me and Mike have not talked about this, but here's my concern with that is you are putting people in front of a lot of alcohol.
Yes.
And at a certain point, there's going to be a point of diminishing returns.
Well, I mean,
Correct.
by me saying extended, I'm talking instead of going 5, because y'all went 5 for VIP, 6 for general admission.
Right.
Could it possibly go to 4 VIP and 5 for general admission?
Or-
I mean, an extra hour?
Or could you extend it to be a full 2-day event for both VIP and general admission?
Yeah, I mean, those are things I think obviously, if
'Cause-
we feel like the demand
Okay,
is.
so you mentioned diminishing return. At a certain point in that night, yes, I will
Yes.
admit, by the time I got all
Sure.
the way back around to Still Austin, they could have literally served me sweet tea in a glass, and I'd probably been like,
Yeah.
"Yep, that's pretty good.
That's-
That's pretty good whiskey right there."
When's this available?
Yeah, when are you
when's it
bringing this one
available?
out? So, yes, I understand that.
I agree.
As a whiskey lover and somebody that at a lot of booths, I may have impressed some of the people
Yeah.
with asking some of the questions that I asked.
And don't get me wrong, I'm going to hit on a couple of comments. So Clint said the time frame was perfect. Jeremy agreed with him.
Agreed,
Longer
right.
isn't always better. I get that, but at the same time, I have to
So-
play devil's advocate. And
No,
ask
At what
questions.
point do
No,
you go 2 days so that I can go all of these,
Yes.
half of these, and then
Yes.
maybe come back and go other half and
Yes.
these?
I think if there was if we were going to extend a time frame, it would definitely be more towards the 2-day event. Not saying that's coming.
No,
But,
no.
As far as extending the time on that Saturday, I agree with Clint and Jeremy that it's the perfect amount of time. I would not personally feel comfortable extending that. Just,
Neither would my wife.
yeah, well,
She would not.
we definitely want all these people to be able to make it home safe. And so we're always looking out for that as well.
For sure.
No.
'Cause- And we talk about it all the time. Stay hydrated. So
Yes.
maybe that's something we do next year. Every
Right,
now and
and
then, just hand me a microphone. Hydration break.
Yeah, and it does.
And we go into that.
It does take getting that first one under your
No,
belt.
it does, for
to
sure.
understand that water is key.
Yes,
very,
very much.
And food, because Bandos
Yes.
did a great job
Yeah,
catering the
yes.
event.
They did a great job.
Can we just talk about that for a second? Bandos and what they did and the food they brought.
Yeah, it was good.
Well, you shouldn't. The sponsors dinner
God
Friday
dang.
night. They killed it. It was
Yeah.
it was awesome.
Oh, I can only imagine
Their-
how great that event was.
Yeah, their staff was awesome.
But the fact, they were bringing out trays and trays and trays of food
Yes.
Saturday night, and it was, I mean, even doing it at that scale,
Well,
they
Right.
what
did
is
not
it that you
sacrifice.
normally do the. Yeah.
They didn't sacrifice.
We had left exit surveys for all the vendors, so like they could just questions anonymously,
Right.
kind of like what did they like, or would they come back? And on one of them, the in the comments box it said, like for real, who made that gumbo?
Exactly.
Who made that guy?
And so they did a great job, and
I love Clint. I drank 6 bottles of water in 3 hours.
Exactly.
And that's what it is. Hydration's key.
But
we talk about it all the time.
But we talk about it all the time. Clint obviously understands. Brandon is somebody that would understand.
Yes.
But let's say somebody like Mitchell, who's a great friend of ours. We met him out there.
Yes.
Somebody that is admittedly new to bourbon and whiskey.
Well, not just Mitchell. I mean, you got Jacob as well.
Jacob, and it was all those people that we personally met out there that maybe didn't notice. Hold up, let's all have one of these little bottles of water that were supplied in our swag bag.
Right.
And take a minute to talk.
Yeah.
So
and we left water.
And that leads into it
at every vendor's booth.
Yeah.
And
we were promoting that.
And even the vendors were promoting that. Hey, you need a bottle of water with it.
Yes.
Yeah, we had a pre-game meeting with the vendors and really stressed, please make the water available.
Sure. Yeah, hydration's key.
So
we talk about it all the time. Hydration's key. Why do you think we have so much liquid death in the studio?
We constantly stay hydrated. We brought it up a little bit earlier. Mike Williams, obviously, with the great flashing of his custom boots
Those
from Republic
boots were
Boot Company.
legit. I'm not
Is there
gonna
a little
lie.
bit of a story behind the boots where they just like, hey, we want to make y'all boots, or how did that all come about? I saw his boots.
all right, what a great question. So this goes back to pre-Longhorn for sure.
Okay.
The owner of Republic Boots is a guy named Chris Conrad.
Okay.
Previous time when I was real heavy into the Texas country scene, a lot of music, stuff like that, had some friends down in Nederland. The gentleman's the president of the Texas Nationalist Movement, which is a secession movement. Lives down in Nederland.
Okay.
Me and Chris had kind of met through that. He is pro-Texan all the way. You ever meet this guy? He's one of the most unique individuals on the face of the earth.
I love it.
He was like a junior ambassador to Italy when he was like in his early 20s.
Really?
Graduated from Texas A&M, originally from Friendswood. Anyways, me and this guy become great friends.
I liked him up until you said graduated of Texas A&M.
He's like in charge of building the biggest plant in the world right now in Kazakhstan.
Oh, wow.
Oh, dang.
He works in oil and gas out of Houston.
Okay.
And on the side, he has a boot company called Republic Boots.
Really?
And so I told Mike and Dennis about him. And again, if y'all don't know Mike and Dennis, they're those kind of guys.
They're very pro-Texas.
If you don't know them, get to know them.
Yes,
Get to know him.
Especially like I said, I hadn't had the pleasure of meeting Dennis, but Mike Williams by far. I met Mike when we did our pre-show.
Yeah.
I love Mike to death. I feel like he's one of those dudes that you could walk up and just have a conversation with him, and he would legit talk to you.
Well, they're great guys. You know where you stand with them.
Yeah.
They're very honest. They're very upfront.
Yeah.
And so I thought that would be a perfect pairing for them to introduce them to my buddy Chris there.
I loved it.
And you're talking about clientele demographics of a whiskey drinker, a cigar smoker, somebody that appreciates a nice boot. It's a lot of the same demographics.
You're exactly right.
So Mike and Dennis happened to have, a roll of some very nice hippo leather.
I'm shocked.
So,
Wait.
This is my shocked face.
When you say hippo leather,
he's talking about hippopotamus.
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 Like as in the
Hippoponymous.
song, I want a hippopotamus for Christmas.
No.
Yeah.
As Big Daddy would say, the show
Hippoponymous, yes.
Hippoponymous.
Yeah.
I got your present too as Clock Radio.
Clock Radio.
Yes, Clock Radio.
And so I introduced them to Chris, and we go over to his shop, and he's got a boot shop where you walk in. Okay, can I get you a beer? Can I get you a shot of whiskey?
I love that. That's
And
awesome.
he's got a little stage inside his boot shop where he has Texas country acts come through and play.
I love it.
And holds just crazy events, and they fell in love with him. We wanted to get some boots made. They did a fantastic job. If you ever go to Republic Boots, you will see them with their pant leg in the boot.
They knocked it
because
out.
they're displaying the artwork.
I see what you're saying.
Those hand-tooled patches. I mean, the guy they have in the back he made boots for John Wayne.
Really?
Wow.
Like it's like a 78-year-old Honduras man, and like all the equipment they use is like early 1900s equipment. Like
really?
Like if they need a part, they have to tool it by hand.
So they still do the old school.
Yes.
Okay.
It's all, and they're incredibly comfortable. Friday, I did make a mistake in wearing them all day.
Oh, really?
12 hours and walking 5 miles around the Civic Center.
Oh, my gosh. I could only imagine how bad
my dogs were barking.
My dogs were barking.
Hey.
Not
only were his dogs barking, if he had whiskey wolves attached to his feet, they'd be howling.
But the only reason I know what you mean by my dogs will be barking is because of my daughter.
Yes.
Brayley says it all the time. My dogs are barking.
Dogs are barking, yes.
Yeah.
I'm going to step out for 2 seconds. Y'all keep going.
No, you're good. Like I said, those boots are.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna lie. I was the boot guy in me was a little jelly. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, and if you see his, like Mike's and Dennis's, they really sanded down the leather. And they gave it a very nice, elegant, dressy look.
Yes, they did.
Where if you look at the ones that are on my feet right now, I had them not touch anything on the leather.
No, yours look like an everyday.
They're very gnarly.
Yes.
You can actually, in some spots, see like claw marks.
Okay.
That are still in the leather.
I got you.
Like very raw looking.
I got you.
And
that's
so,
awesome. I love that.
But yeah, wonderful guys, and that was something that was unique about Whiskey Fest was bringing people in like that.
Well, not just that, the fact that you guys had not only you had Republic in one booth, but you also had Texas Shine.
Yeah, Texas
that would
Shine.
actually shine your boots while you're there.
Yeah.
I mean, let's talk about that. You can literally go drink whiskey, get your boots done, and get your boots shined all in the same event.
I was surprised that there was a line for Texas Shine.
Hey, I'm not. Those guys.
I'm not. Hey, I wanted. So she was at Cattle Baron's ball.
Yes.
And I was there, and that's before I got these boots.
Right.
From Republican.
Right.
Are yours the hippo also?
Yeah, mine are the hippo also.
Of course.
So I was wearing my other boots, and I wanted to get a shine on them, and I kept going back there. And she had 2 chairs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And she was set up on that exit that was going towards the restrooms.
Yes.
Yeah.
Packed all night.
All night long.
Like I kept going by there.
All
I
night.
I told Jamie, I'm like, I'm gonna go smoke it. Oh, I tell you what, it wasn't the Cattle Barons. It was Jamie's Christmas party. She works for the city of Beaumont.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And anyways, kept going out there. Couldn't get them
Couldn't get them shine for nothing.
couldn't get them shine for nothing.
That's funny.
She was just slammed. So
That's awesome.
that's all. Lost art. Maybe you don't see that.
No, you do not, because we joke about it here. There used to be a gentleman at the bank barbershop here in town.
Yeah.
That's what he did. CJ would shine your boots and stuff like that. And when bless his heart, when CJ died, it was. They don't even have it anymore. They don't offer it, which blows my mind because that's a lot. You talking about a lost art?
So you talk about
boot shining is a lost
let's
art.
I stood
segue
there
real
for
quick.
5 minutes and watched.
Let's segue into another little small part of Whiskey
whatever
Fest
you wanna talk
that
about,
happened on the outside.
Please, whatever you want to talk
Talking about lost art, the blacksmith that was out
Yes,
there.
I saw that when we were waiting to
So
get in.
we showed up
there
about
a little early.
we showed up
How
about
about
an
that
hour
guy?
early.
That guy
yeah.
was legit.
And you moseyed out there and we talked for a minute, but
I'm the hype man.
Well, not just that,
Who's ready?
Yeah,
not just that,
we're ready to
we looked at him and was like, hey, that's a nice hat.
yeah, me and Roy were like, this dude's making a pocket knife.
Yes.
He's making a pocket knife. I know what he's doing.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
We watched the dude for like 10, 15 minutes and we were like,
I literally, like when you made that face, I looked at my wife and I was like,
I'm buying a
please?
pocket
And she's
knife.
like, no.
I want to
She's
buy
like,
a
do
knife.
you know how many you
I need a
own? And I was
knife.
like, yes, but that one's
How cool was that guy though?
handmade.
Nah.
And where is he out? So can you give some information about that guy?
No, I don't know a whole lot about him. I
Okay,
mean, he's
even better.
He's with Heaven's Door, obviously.
He's a secret.
So he's been out at events at the Longhorn in Beaumont.
Okay.
We had Heaven's Door come out, and he was out there making like cigar picks. I mean,
I would love to have
Yeah.
that.
You've been talking
that
about
guy.
yeah.
Draw
my
tool.
God.
We've been talking
Yes.
about it.
and so
You talking about next? I'd geek out.
they wanted
I'm not
him
gonna
back,
lie.
and the original plan was we wanted him inside. Civic Center didn't let that happen.
Obviously.
Yeah.
And so
It gets a little hot.
Nix.
I think, and if Mike's still listening, I think he could chime in. One of the more pleasant unintended surprises for us was that whole outdoor area.
That whole
was
you are
hopping.
correct. Between Pug Johnson,
so
the guy making all the stuff with the blacksmith,
that was fun.
and War Wagon.
Pug was.
Yes. Pug's always good. I mean, not gonna lie.
Can you?
Fucking love Pug.
Yes.
Thank
God
you.
damn it.
Thank you for saying it. Thank
You're
you.
literally talking. So funny fact. I don't know if you know this. Bucky went to high school with Pug.
We talked about it last time.
We talked about that, yeah.
But I love the fact that he is just so spot on every time he plays.
Yeah.
He's on. That dude's on.
He's got this little sense of humor, too, in between songs.
He does.
And like,
it's so much fun watching him play.
Oh, dude, I'll laugh. I crack
now
up
you
at
want to
him.
talk about the outdoor. So let's do that a little bit. You want to talk about the outdoor scene that was there?
Yes.
We were there an hour early. It was great to stand there. Pug came on the last little bit that we were out there.
Yeah, like the last 10 minutes, I think, is when he started.
Obviously, War Wagon was there. I would have loved, looking forward year 2 and beyond.
Yes.
I would have loved a little bit more opportunity to do something outside. Not once did I ever feel like while we were inside, once we got in, I never once felt like I could have walked outside and had a cigar and just hung out and listened to Pug. Just because of how, and maybe it's a little different for us because we had friends of the show that were grabbing us. We had vendors that were grabbing us. We had, there was a lot of things going on.
Mm-hmm. So what is Slow Rolling Lows from your...
Number one song.
Okay.
Number one
That's
song.
your brother, I'm assuming, right, Tom?
Yeah, that's my brother.
Slow Rolling Lows, number one song. That was shit. 8 years ago?
Yeah, Forevermore.
10 years ago? Forevermore.
I've heard Forevermore. I'm not familiar with that
Forevermore
particular song by him.
Forevermore
No,
is
Slow
the
Rolling
number.
Lows is the name of...
That was the name of
the band.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Name of the band. Forevermore.
So Pug came from, obviously, Hampshire Finesse.
Sorry.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Please
And,
give the story. You're fine.
Yeah, he had a band with Jeremy Porter, Ori. Can't remember Ori's last name.
Williams.
Yeah, 4-piece band.
Sorry.
Man, they were. I started
So great.
I started watching Pug play in the bars when he was like 15.
Yeah.
Spotify Forevermore by
Okay.
Slow Rolling Lows.
Yeah.
That's my. And I think I mentioned
You
it
mentioned that
on
'cause
our
we did
Texas
a
whiskey,
Texas-
or
we did a
not
Texas
whiskey,
country-
Texas country.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure Forevermore was on my list.
I think it was number two,
Number two.
if I remember.
But
Yeah.
that's Forevermore is an amazing
Yes.
song. It was my ringtone for the longest time.
Yeah, I think Pug would tell you now, like he doesn't like that song.
I mean, that's fine.
He just feels like and
Market-
that
so
he's
what is-
grown so
wait a
much
minute,
as
wait
a
a minute.
songwriter.
Oh, and he has. He has. He really has.
Yeah.
So we're gonna have to get familiar with that. Y'all check out Market Junction.
We'll have to.
Okay.
We'll have to check that
Okay.
out.
We'll have to check it out.
James? I need a clarification. Is that music? Are we still talking music? Or are we talking
Music,
something?
whiskey, cigars.
I'm
we
sure
do it
you
all.
would love to play an event.
Oh, okay. Must be a
Market
must be a
Junction's
band.
apparently a band.
Yeah.
Okay.
But so from an outside perspective, looking forward, how does that change in the future?
Based off my experience outside and most of the feedback I've gotten, I only see an expansion of that. Maybe more tables, give obviously some more room for people to go out there and sit and maybe enjoy the the trays that bandos had out.
I'm not gonna lie, the cigar guy in me would love to see you have more cigar offering. Don't get me wrong, I love what Connor does.
Yes.
I love Connor's products, but I also have two friends of mine, Sam Alford and Seamus Dilts, that do mobile cigar lounges. I would love to see all three of them at the same event.
And that was
By
kind
far.
of that was the first thing I mentioned to Roy was, man, I just don't know what War Wagon.
And see, that's the thing with Bucky being quote unquote new to the cigar game.
But had somebody been out there
doesn't
with
know that Southern Draw is a pretty good brand. Warfighter's a pretty good brand. That's what Connor sticks to. That's Connor's bread and butter.
But
and I get it.
Had somebody been out there with a Kentucky Fire Cured or a
Yes.
Bo Koch Brothers or a
Or a Swamp Thing.
Swamp,
Yes.
something I would recognize. We may
The
have
Superfly from Oscar Valadares.
we may have moseyed out there and spent a little bit of our time
Right.
on the patio talking cigars and having a little bit of a conversation out there versus all of our time inside.
Yeah.
That's what was hard for me as a somewhat new person in the cigar realm.
Right.
Whether I'm on a show or not,
Yeah.
I didn't understand what War Wagon was offering, although everything they were smoking smelled great. Their setup is amazing. Connor was awesome to talk to.
I think it's Rose of Sharon is what it's called. The Southern Draw Rose of Sharon. Probably one of my top 10 cigars all time.
Yeah, no.
God's honest truth.
Dude was fun to talk to.
Oh, he was
just
super,
listening to you and him talk was super fun.
For sure.
But just as a newbie cigar smoker, I looked at his selection and I was like, if Roy had not been there and I was looking at that, I'd have been like, I don't know what
I don't know what to do.
Well, we're also, pretty limited on space out there as far as, whether that's somebody we can include inside if they wanted. Although I feel like moving into year 2, those booths are going to be very hard to come by. I think everybody that was there this year is probably going to come back for year 2.
Yeah, I could see that for sure.
We're going to try to expand by a few booths, but there's not a whole lot more we can put in there.
So is there talks about doing a quote-unquote bigger venue? I mean, not that there necessarily is one, but...
Not yet. I mean, obviously the other venue really in town that's bigger, I would say is Ford Park. Yeah. But there's some challenges that are presented there.
Yes, for sure.
With licensing and permitting.
Yeah, that because I'm curious on that one because I
saw that one.
Well, no, not only that, I saw a list. So the Espinosa Knuckle Sandwich, which is the Guy Fieri collaboration, was ranked number 1 and number 6, 2 different offerings by Cigar Aficionado. So I'm curious on how that particular Espinosa ranks amongst the knuckle sandwich, and if James has had a knuckle sandwich, because I've looked at every humidor I could possibly find, and I can't find a knuckle sandwich to save my life.
That'd be awesome. You know how I feel about Guy Fieri.
Guy Fieri's your dude.
It's gotten sweeter.
I know when you let it open up, it does. I unfortunately didn't let mine open up.
And I didn't want to interrupt, but immediately became a lot sweeter.
Yeah.
It opened up a lot. I finished it. It was good.
Well, we all do. We finish stuff. We're bottle killers. That's what we are.
So, and I don't know. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Next question.
I know you got a bunch of them on there.
Well, I really don't. I'm kind of nearing the end.
What?
I got 1, 2, 3, 4-ish left.
4-ish.
So I don't know where this question will go. Because you said you wish you would have had a little more time to spend at the booths with the reps, just kind of conversating. But I was just kind of curious. What kind of and maybe it was after the fact, but what kind of feedback did you get from all the vendors, all the reps? Was there anything specific that was said? And maybe I would love to hear maybe if there was a little bit of negative feedback. What can you change? This is what we didn't really like about it, and then some of the positive feedback. Hey, we loved your event. We love doing this. Was there some of that feedback from y'all?
So we left.
I've got a full one right here. Mike,
I'm good right now. Okay. So we left exit surveys at every booth.
Okay.
And I love the fact that he mentions that. By the way, who does that?
Yeah,
we want to know. We want to know.
You talking about a student of the game?
I
feel Longhorn nailed it with that when he said, "Hey, we left exit surveys."
Yeah.
Yeah, that was super important to us to know that the vendors, what their feedback was. This event is not possible without those vendors.
Right.
Not at all.
We received, roughly half, maybe a little less than half, actually back.
Okay.
Out of every single one, and I'm just being completely honest.
No,
every
please.
single one said they would be back 100%.
Okay, that's good.
Every single comment was best event ever. Like,
that's
just
good.
Praise. We did have one issue with move-in with one company, and that's only because we had the Civic Center had set up an extra table on one side, so it threw off, and there was the opening anyways. No big deal. We understood that for that one company. That was. But other than that, like out of 90 plus booths, to only have an issue with one company on move in.
You talking about a good ratio? That's a really good
yes.
ratio.
And that was easily avoidable. And actually, I'll take credit. I mean, like fault for that because I should have counted the tables.
Well, not just that. I mean, like even when Mike Williams was roaming around when we were doing our pre-show thing, Mike's like, "Hey, do y'all need more space?" I'm like, "No, dude, we operate out of a shoebox. So, I mean, we're good."
Yeah.
But he was like, "Hey, can I get y'all more space?" I'm like, "No."
Yeah. But
I love the fact that y'all were super, and I can't say this enough. Y'all were super hospitable when it comes to us and letting us do what we do because we enjoyed the shit out of it. Like I said, when I did my opening intro, there was like 7 people that literally stopped what the hell they were doing and was like,
What the hell?
What the hell is this
they didn't know what was going on.
Right.
Oh my God.
But how fun is that?
Oh, it was super fun. Like the guys from Beam Centauri was like, they literally stopped and just turned.
But that guy was cool. Like
He was super
I don't remember his name.
I don't neither.
Had the fishing shirt on with the turquoise. Don't remember his name.
Yes.
Super cool guy. Oh dang, where am I?
And not just that, let's talk. And the sad thing about it is, I'm not a tequila guy, but Lalo's tequila.
Okay.
Hey,
let's reverse a little bit.
Okay.
Rewind.
Yep.
You brought up. You brought up the Brown Foreman booth.
yes, that's
So
best dressed booth
we named it
until I saw Garrison Brothers. I'm not gonna lie.
I don't know.
The Texas
Brown Foreman-
homer in me. I push Garrison Brothers.
I'm still gonna say Brown Foreman was best dressed.
Yeah.
But from that standpoint,
Yeah.
how did you feel about the setup, the appearance of every booth? Were you more impressed with some booths than others? Would you?
I thought it was all great. I think obviously some people brought an A++ game.
Yes.
And I think others that may have not understood what this event was going to be. Hell, I don't know that we knew what it was going to be.
I don't think any of us did.
And I'm not gonna lie to you one bit. So I kind of judged it a little bit differently. In the category of best hospitality booth, I have 3 of them.
Okay. I'm interested.
So I'll tell you right now. Honestly, number 1, Jordan and James from Still Austin.
Obvious, yeah.
Super hospitable.
I'd give that number to 1.
They literally acted like they. Yes.
So let me just because it's relevant.
Okay.
He said he didn't understand. Like they were late coming in.
Right.
To the game.
Yes.
He didn't realize that people were bringing that level of display.
Right. Yes.
And so I think next year we'll see. You know, he acted like he was ready to bring it.
Yeah.
So James and Jordan from Still Austin,
100%.
my number 1 for sure. Charlie from Balcones.
Okay.
Super hospitable guy.
I kept going back to.
Oh my God! Kept it super simple.
I kept going back, and he was like, "Back again."
Yeah.
Yep.
And the sad thing about it, my sleeper for the 3rd one,
Okay.
Danielle from Desert Store.
Yeah.
Really?
Super hospitable.
Really?
Oh yeah,
She's
super hospitable.
awesome.
Okay.
She talked to me like I was a person and not just like, "Hey, here's my pitch." Yada yada yada.
Yeah, right.
Super good. And that cactus tequila, whatever it is
so
they're
tall
doing,
or whatever it's called.
Sotalo, I think is what happened.
Tall, yeah.
And that 100 proof, I don't know. I'm sure y'all tried it.
Yes, we had that too.
She gave us a shot of each.
Oh yeah, she was.
Whatever she had. I don't know.
I love, as far as a sipping tequila like product. I mean, I think that's fantastic. You get a little bit of that proof.
Yes.
It was
a little bit of that
weird
woody.
to me.
Yeah, it's different.
I couldn't pinpoint what it was.
Well, not just that, she gave us their regular offering.
Yeah.
And then she gave us the bourbon as well. And
got
the
a great
bourbon, to
store.
me, that bourbon's interesting in its own right because it's like it walks that line between tequila and bourbon. Where it kind of does
What are
this
you? What
the
are
whole-
you? What are
it kinda
you?
goes back and forth. It's super interesting. If you haven't tried it, I highly recommend that particular, the
Just-
100 proof
just to give it a shot.
bourbon. Yes.
For fun.
Just for funsies, as we say.
Yeah, but we had some crazy booths out there, and I think moving in, looking to
some good
year
ones.
2, I think people will. Again, I said this probably the last time we got together.
Mm-hmm.
Who knew this was going to happen in Beaumont?
I don't think nobody.
That was hard. Like I had it in my head. Me, Mike, and Dennis. We knew these motherfuckers about to be surprised.
I think so. I think everybody was.
Yes.
I think everybody was.
Did you hear how he verbiage
Yes.
it, though? These motherfuckers about to be surprised.
Because,
I love it.
Because we went to Chicago. That was billed
Right.
as one of the biggest in the nation.
Right, and we had talked about that.
Yes,
a little
we
bit.
talked about that
And
with
like,
us.
so we're like, you never know how something's going to flow. Like Saturday, one of my biggest things going in was we had to get a lot of people in.
Yes.
Really quick.
Yes.
But y'all did it flawlessly.
Oh my God, that was
As
our
a
biggest concern.
As a guy waiting in line,
That's why we showed
y'all
up an
did it
hour
flawless.
early.
Yeah.
We thought there was going to be a line all the way down, bound, back
Yes.
around. We got. I mean, we didn't have to push nobody.
No.
Hey, excuse us. And there was a couple of people that were like, "Hey,
There's
you
two other
mind
people with us,
with
yeah,
us?
and
Do
we
you
let
mind if
them
we
kind of slide in and do
Yeah.
their thing.
It wasn't a bad wait. It wasn't a
No.
oh God dang it, get out of my way.
No.
We're in line first. It was there was
No, y'all crushed it with that.
Yeah.
I got to give you credit on
Amazing.
that. Y'all crushed it.
That was the biggest challenge going into Saturday. Friday, obviously, for me, was much more of a challenge just because there were so many moving parts.
Right.
Yes.
But Saturday, I knew if we can get everybody in the door really quickly.
Yes.
Because you leave people, I've been to events where
You leave them
get
outside.
a VIP ticket to get in an hour early, and then you spend 30 minutes of that in line.
Waiting in line, yeah. No,
Right.
I feel you guys completely crushed it with
And
the
I-
whole
so
way you did
I
it.
can't remember the young lady's name, but the young lady that was greeting literally everybody that walked up and was like, "Hey, show me your tickets. Let me go ahead and get your wristband."
Yeah,
I
That way
think
you can
she
get in."
was.
I can't
Correct me if I'm
remember her
wrong. I
name.
think she's the Beaumont store manager, if I remember correctly.
So Bailey was there on Saturday. We also had some volunteers from the Chamber of Commerce, which we
Okay.
want to thank them for providing those
Yes,
volunteers.
no doubt. Yes.
Some volunteers from the American Cancer Society.
Yes.
They showed up, and so, but we had people out there. There's really a group of any time from 6 to 8 people out there that
Okay.
were checking IDs, getting the wristbands on early. That way, when they hit the point of entry where the Civic Center was
Right.
scanning their ticket, it was scan your ticket,
Yes.
grab a swag bag,
Yes.
grab a Glencairn,
Scan
you're
the
in the
QR
building.
Oh, it
code.
was super
Yeah,
smooth. 'Cause
yeah.
like the little blonde-headed girl that did all our wristbands was like, "Hey, I need to see your IDs. I need to check your wristbands. Can I see your
Give me your
tickets?"
Yeah.
And it was super
Beautiful.
smooth.
Yeah.
Yes, it went flawlessly. So
Yeah.
kudos to you guys.
Yeah,
for
no,
doing a
thank
good job with
you.
that.
Like that was really once the VIPs got in, I opened the doors at 4:55, 5 minutes early.
Right.
Yeah,
Look at you.
Yeah.
Oh, you're such
know.
a good guy.
that's a good access.
We had roughly 360, 370 people coming in at that moment.
Yeah.
How was
And
how was
these
that,
are people that paid a premium price.
How was that first hour with the VIP guests? Did you get a?
I have no idea because I was not on the floor at all.
I don't know. I really don't.
Once we got them in the door, and I was like, I checked my watch, less than 15 minutes.
Everybody
Yeah.
was through the door.
Everybody was through the door. And then,
Yeah, because I noticed that because you were kind of walking around outside, and I
Yeah.
literally, like, I was standing next to my wife, and I was standing next to Bucky, and then Dana was on the other side of Bucky.
Yeah.
Right.
And I was like, and
Nice
he
hat.
and he literally looked at me and was like,
yeah, we got everybody in the door. I immediately walked outside to make sure that Pug
Yes.
and
Everybody was
Connor
going.
were,
Yes.
everything was getting set up out there. Took a chance to smoke a cigarette and visit.
by all means, we got to get that
Please
in.
do.
Visit with
Yeah.
a few people in line, and then back in and waiting on that crowd to start because
Yes.
that was our biggest was the general
biggest
mission.
one.
Oh, yeah, the GA crowd was
You know,
definitely.
with roughly
So
600 people or so coming in.
So was there ever a point with roughly 1,100? Let's split the difference between what Mike is saying and you were saying. Let's call it 1,200 people in that building at one time, and 93 give or take booths. Was there ever a point in time that you were worried or you were notified, hey, we need to let these people go. Let's cut them off. Can you please get these people out of here? Was there ever an incident that you felt like, okay, we need to move on?
And to clarify, I think Mike, when he said 1,600 earlier, was maybe referencing in the capacity.
Right. And it may
He
have
could
been.
have been, yes.
Yeah.
Whatever the number may have been.
Total number of people with vendors and all, we were probably bumping around 1,300.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, but for the most part, one of the best parts to me, the lack of chaos, We had very little in terms of, I know a couple of guys that, had a little too much.
Right.
The police officers were very nice, and they helped them get to their ride.
And they must have done it very swiftly, because I don't remember.
Yes.
I don't
No,
recall.
we didn't see any kind of.
I
know
recall that.
us as quote unquote spectators.
Yeah.
Didn't see
I
any
don't
kind of
recall
issues.
that.
It was very quick. And look, most people we'd hope would listen to us when we promote the
Right.
the hydration and stuff like that. But we do understand that there's.
The biggest thing is, and I almost hate to say this, but it's kind of hand in hand with, if you're going to drink, have a meal before you show up
Yes.
at the event.
Yeah,
Right.
for
I
sure.
mean, yes, you can get a meal at the event because Bandos did a phenomenal job.
Right.
Freaking fantastic
Yes.
job catering
But eat
the
before-
event itself.
Like, I'm not gonna lie, the fat guy in me, I probably had like 7 chicken strips and 2 slices of pizza before I even walked
Yeah.
on your premises.
Right.
Because I was proof.
You have no idea, if these people already been
Right.
pre-gaming.
What are they,
Yes.
right. What are they doing previously?
Right. And so
That's the whole
but
reason I had that meal, is because I pre-gamed.
Yeah,
I
we
think-
pre-gamed for 2 hours.
Yeah.
I think to have that kind of event and to have the small amount of
Yeah,
issues,
for sure.
huge success.
Oh, yeah.
For sure.
you know.
Y'all definitely, with basically no issues.
Yeah, no, zero. Like, it was all smiles at the end of the night. I know we sat around afterwards and we had some pours of some pretty nice whiskeys and just
But I love, for us in general, that last
This new blood pressure medication is
end of the night thing with
So sorry,
the picture, and it has, and correct me if I'm wrong, he's an employee of yours at Longhorn, the bearded guy, the black.
the black bearded.
Yes.
So Jeff.
Yes,
Yeah.
Jeff. So it was Jeff, myself, Charlie, you, and Bucky.
Yes, what a great picture.
That to me was a super picture.
Yeah, I think
loved
I
it.
commented
Yes.
I love everybody in this picture.
Oh yeah,
and
no,
I do.
it was.
Like, it's all somebody that's come into my life post me getting into whiskey.
Right.
That's my family now.
We talk about it all the time. It's the camaraderie of it, because it's total different. I mean, you have families that love each other and stuff like that. But when you talk about your quote unquote whiskey family, that's a total different vibe.
It's a love. For sure.
No doubt, because you all come together over the same product.
Right.
Yes.
You were talking about the picture we took at the end of the night.
Yes, with Jeff and
Jeff was the thicker bearded
yes,
fellow.
dark bearded. Yes.
That dude was awesome, but and I
know who you're talking about already.
Heavier set bearded guy.
Eric, by far, rock star of the night. Yes,
rock star.
Yes.
That dude. Whatever y'all need. Whatever y'all need.
Every time
what do you
he
need?
sees us, he's like, "Hey,
y'all need something? Y'all good? Y'all good?
Yeah.
Y'all good?
Yeah.
Y'all good? Hey, do y'all want to go up there and take a panoramic view? What do you need? Y'all good? You're good? Y'all are good?
That's awesome.
We love
That dude
Eric to
treated
death.
us like
oh my god,
we were family.
Ridiculous.
And I apologize that I did not remember his name myself.
Eric Bertrand. Actually.
Eric
Bernard.
Bernard. Sorry.
Eric was an amazing person for y'all to have at that event.
Oh my god, yeah.
He could not have been a better.
Well, not just that. We saw your buddy when we were doing our thing pre-show. James was there.
Yeah,
James
was there.
was literally in the back with the swag bags and all that stuff, trying to get that together.
Yes.
I mean, you're talking about a family affair.
but
The
Eric-
Longhorn family was in full
Eric was like,
force.
"Hey, when y'all get here, if y'all need to go up top and you want to take a panoramic view,
Because I'm not gonna lie, I didn't find this
nobody's
out.
using that up there."
I'm 90% sure the woman that gave me the map during the pre-show was Mike Williams's either mother or mother-in-law.
Oh,
I don't know
gosh.
which.
Really?
Not mother or mother-in-law.
Okay.
I'm not
It
sure.
was
I did
probably
not see-
Wendy,
I
which
think
was Dennis's sister.
Okay.
Yeah.
I may have
I
been
knew it
walking
was some.
around
I knew it was
something, I'm
some
not sure.
relation. Yes.
His aunt.
Okay. So
Yeah.
his aunt.
Yeah.
But yeah, she was. She's like, "Hey, do you need a map?" And I was like,
As
Wait,
I was
there's
walking
a
out,
map?
right? Exactly.
Yeah.
As I was walking out, I heard you mention Jeff, but
Yes.
Eric was the one I wanted to shout out just
Yeah,
because that
Eric
dude
was
was
super.
he was
Yeah.
super accommodating. He was super friendly. It was family from the moment we walked
Well,
in. with
not
him.
just that. I mean, you guys' whole staff in general, whether it's
Well, you're talking about
Keith or Jeff or Eric or James or
And you
is
talk
it
about all
Bailey?
those guys
the Beaumont manager. Yeah.
y'all saw,
nice.
Obviously setting up Jeff and James back there getting all those
Yes.
swag bags together. Eric, getting bags of ice, taking care of the vendors,
So much.
and so There's so many moving
I'm
parts.
gonna do something I normally don't do. I'm actually fixing to break the stick.
What?
I know, right? It never happens. Sorry, I got.
Oh, you're good. Go ahead. I'm curious what else you got in your box.
Is that code for he's got a piss?
Yeah.
Oh.
Do we have something else to share tonight or no?
Yeah. Who, me?
Yeah, you. You got the box of goodies. The Narnia box.
So,
Okay.
this is
Yes. This is
a new product to Longhorn and Lumberton. Let
Breaking
me
news.
finish my
Yes, no.
Law's whiskey.
Oh man. So are y'all is this going to be a fairly common one on the shelf for y'all? Or
What, the cast drink coming up?
So what we're about to talk about, is this going to be a harder to find item? Like I got to go to Beaumont, the Dallin Road location
So
to get
right
it?
now, Mike doesn't even know, we referenced it earlier, that I brought
Yeah,
this in.
right.
I actually had a customer request for it. As you know, I'm a massive fan of Redwood Empire.
Yes. Yes, I do.
Early on in my bourbon journey days, I came across their core lineup and fell in love with it. And so I had a customer ask me about the cast strength, and so I called our distributor rep and said, hey, do you happen to have these? I know they're limited.
They're very limited.
They're very limited.
It's funny to see you crawl across the floor.
But
It hurts. I'm just gonna go ahead and tell you.
he was like, yeah, I happen to have. I'm like, all right, send me a case. Because,
Right.
like, I
Send me
can,
a case.
in lumber, like, I can almost take a case of anything.
Really?
Because I've got enough friends that are, they just want anything new.
Yeah, just show me something different.
Yeah, show me
And
something different.
I
I'll buy a
joke about
bottle.
it every time I walk in there, and I'm holding like something, and I'm like, I just want something new.
Yeah. And so,
And yet
And then I
James
put it
makes
down.
fun of you every time because you're the bottle holder.
I am. I'm
And
the bottle
Beaumont-
holder, and then put it away.
and Beaumont gets a lot of love because of the
They
drops
do.
from like
They
2 weeks ago, stuff like that.
Yes.
But I
And
like
they had
to
a-
have some stuff in Lumberton that people don't know about.
But
That's kind
and
of
that's the
don't
hard
advertise
thing.
it. People,
Right.
I know, and it's fun, and I like walking
Yeah.
in. I like walking into Lumberton and just.
Yeah.
I like to be able to, and I say mosey around.
yeah.
I like
a
to mosey
mosier.
and I like to look and I like to see what y'all have, and maybe there's something a little different. I walk into Beaumont and it's almost like I expect it, because I walked in one day and they had a bottle of Booker's. I think it was the Kentucky Tea release.
I've got
It was
Booker's in Lumberton all the time.
You a damn lie.
It's in the glass case right
Well, that's
now.
different.
No, it's not.
No, it's the
It's the
same,
same
price.
damn price.
But that's different because you can put it in a glass case.
Well, then
That's-
look at
a glass
you
case is
just said you like to
unapproachable.
browse.
No, it's not.
But a glass
You
case
ain't
is
browsing
unapproachable.
too much.
A glass case is unapproachable.
Why?
Whereas at the Dallin Road location, it was on the top shelf.
The word-
it was
hey.
not glassed. It was just right there on the
Watch
end
me
cap.
when I say this. The worst
can
that
look at
glass
it, I
case
can
can
touch
tell
it.
you is no.
I could, but exactly,
It's the worst it can tell you.
That glass case told me no, because I couldn't. I was stopped. Whereas in Beaumont, I reached up, I grabbed it, and I
It's
was like,
not locked, buddy.
my wife is going to kill me. And I had it in my hand, and I said, $125, my wife is going to kill me, and I put it back down. And I said, thank y'all.
That's why you have to do it special times. Income tax. Prime example. Because I have two dependents, and they bring me money.
Cast strength, Redwood Empire, Lost Monarch. If I'm not
Yeah,
mistaken.
so we popped the
Yes.
Emerald Giant
Yes.
earlier.
Yes.
Pre-show.
Pre-show.
That's the rye
Yes.
from these guys.
I'm excited about this one. Lost
done-
Monarch.
A lot of people may be familiar. They do the Lost Monarch and the Pipe Dream and the Emerald Giant in their core lineup. It's
Yes.
90 proof. It's great. $36.99 on the shelf. Just a great all around introductory.
Now, I
whiskey
may be
for
old,
anybody.
but does that say 58.6 alcohol per volume?
Yeah, so this one is 58.6,
Should be around the same.
117.2
Yeah.
proof.
That's what I'm talking about.
My
And-
math's correct.
and if you don't
or
mind
I can read.
He's got jokes. I like it.
The Lost Monarch offering from Redwood Empire.
Yes.
Yeah.
That is their.
So this is a blend of straight whiskeys, or really what it is a blend of their rye and their straight bourbon.
Okay.
And so it's just straight whiskey.
So it's
So-
not allowed to use the term boo rye?
Yeah, I mean, I guess they could call it a boo-rye.
But you're not allowed to use the term because of High West.
Oh, is that trademark?
I'm pretty sure it is.
Oh, damn. I thought some sneaky sons of bitches.
I don't give a shit. Let's pour it.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Don't care. Honey Badger,
it
don't
is.
care.
Oh, that was a good one.
That's the best one of the night.
Come on, man.
That's a good one.
Lord.
Come on, man.
And that's a real quote,
Man,
too, by the
hey,
way.
This is PG.
Oh, sorry.
Nothing's PG on this show. I mean, I've dropped the word mouthgasmic. I've dropped fan-fucking-tastic before.
Yeah,
I mean,
we're dropping F-bombs.
Mouthgasmic.
Yeah, mouthgasm.
Mouthgasm.
You're welcome to use that on a Longhorn liquor shirt, by the way. I'll share it with you.
What was the one? High proof.
High proof gang?
gang.
Yeah, that we got to make that.
I feel that. Yeah, I feel that's going to be.
Okay, so
Oh, that's very. It's almost.
I don't know what my
floral.
deal is tonight, but I'm getting grassy all over again.
I think it's like.
I'm in a grassy mood tonight.
Yeah.
Maybe I
feel
need
like-
to cut my grass.
I feel like fresh wildflower on the nose.
I smell more of a tamed flower.
So are we talking like daisy or are we talking like sunflower? I mean, let's get legit.
We're
with
talking sarcasm.
it. Okay, we're talking sarcasm. I like it.
I don't know. It's light,
It is very light.
Yeah.
I get that.
floral. I do get the floral.
That's what's a shirt? I saw that's a shirt. That's all I saw.
Where?
It was Clint. Clint said that's a shirt. I need Clint to clarify that because I mean we hadn't been paying attention to the comments because obviously we've got other important.
Okay, so yes, Jeremy, Brown Foreman Booth was insane.
Yes,
I was basically trying stuff I'd never had, samesies.
yes.
My favorite bottle by far, SBF.
By Dell SB. What?
You're gonna have to. I don't.
Dell's a computer. First of
Fill in
all,
display.
yeah.
Sand in your hand.
What the? I think our viewers
That's
are
a
smoking.
t-shirt. He did say it.
Okay, that's a T-shirt. I don't. What's a T-shirt? I need him to clarify that. Everyone is you. Okay, used to Beaumont, not okay.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
See, we quit paying attention and we get into conversation.
Yes, it happens.
No,
We apologize, y'all.
we've heard a lot of, like, I've had some rhetoric.
Eat a heavy meal before showing up. Yes, that's good advice.
Yeah.
For sure.
But about people maybe questioning is it one of the best events?
2023 is off the
Beaumont's.
rails if Roy had to step away. Yes,
Yeah.
because
No joke.
I can count on one hand how many times I broke the stick, quote unquote, on these episodes.
Preach, Mike. Don't be afraid of the glass case.
Yeah, don't be afraid of the glass
Just
case.
walk up and open the glass door.
Yeah.
Apparently, since it's unlocked. I mean,
Dadgummit, why didn't I know that? How many times I've been in the Lumberton location and I never thought to just go,
I love the fact that,
it's
that Jeremy
open.
Smith said taint flower is my new tasting note.
please don't you taint flower.
Yeah.
God, no.
Can we put that on a shirt?
No.
Why?
I do get that on the
With a
palate, though.
hand.
I mean,
Quit it.
we've said worse shit. I mean, let's be honest.
I don't know. I don't know. It taint flower. God dang it.
Are we going to get demonetized?
We're not monetized to begin with. So you can't
We're
get
not there yet, so we can say whatever we want.
Yeah, there you go.
You can't get demonetized when you're not monetized. I love it. I'm not gonna lie. I like the proof of it.
That's good.
I
I mean,
like
it's
the fact
solid.
that
It's
high
just
proof.
solid.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's nothing.
You sip on it and you were like,
Yeah.
okay.
Hashtag,
117 proof.
hashtag high proof gang.
Yeah, high proof gang.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it just tastes good. I don't know.
Yeah. No, and I think that's, as we get, the shelves are getting saturated
It's
with
another.
labels.
And I know you said,
and it's not to discount any one label.
No.
It's just to say that, like, there's a lot of them and people get even, it was already an intimidating aisle to go down.
There's so many because
I've said it multiple times.
there's
Right.
brands that I've talked about that you're like, I haven't heard of them. Who are they?
Yeah.
because I had it's no big surprise. I had a conversation with Ryan from Vapor Distilling, which is out of Boulder, Colorado, and you're like, really, what do they do? And I'm like, oh, they do whiskeys and blah blah blah, and I showed you kind of their stuff. So yeah, I mean, the market's so saturated because it's like everybody's wanting to get into that quote unquote craft distillery type thing. They want to make their own blend on it, and I love that because everybody's palate's different. So what I may like, Bucky's not going to like, and what Bucky may not like, you're not going to like.
Sure.
And that's what it's and you've used this word before on our show, the artisan of it.
Right.
What's a good thing.
Can I voice a little bit of a concern?
You can do whatever you
this?
want to. It's your show.
It doesn't say distilled in anywhere on it.
Who cares?
The other one did.
Please, if you can find it, let me know. Because it says bottled in California, but I can't find a distilled in on anywhere on the bottle. And I don't know if that's a little bit of a concern.
Well, I don't know.
Wait a minute.
And I don't want to. I don't want
Give me the
to.
bottle.
I don't want to push anybody away from it.
We're like
We're
on that
old.
one. So this is the
We're old and we're
Redwood
all like-
Empire.
Yeah, we're old.
See, that one clearly states distilled in California, Indiana, Kentucky, bottled by Redwood Empire in Grattan, California.
So I love the fact that one at
So,
least says it
I'm almost
aged at
positive-
least 3 years.
And I'm almost positive the law state you don't have to
You
state
don't. You
state
don't.
of distillation if it's the same state that you reside in, the company resides in.
Really?
If it's not, so like, let's
I
take,
did not realize that.
Yeah. If you're in Kentucky and you're using Four
Bardstown
Roses
or Four
or
Roses or-
Bardstown, whatever, yeah, you don't have to state
Right.
anything about distillation. You can, and if you look on the back of Bullet Bourbon,
Right.
it just says
I think
bottled by.
Yeah, I think Bullet is one of the most surprising sourced whiskeys out there.
Right, and
Because it's owned by Campari, correct?
right, but is it like I've heard rumors that it's like Four Roses?
Yeah. I've heard multiple rumors.
Right.
Yeah.
Can we talk about the fact that it literally says trees for future, which is where if you buy a bottle, we'll plant a tree.
Right.
Yeah.
No, and don't get me wrong.
I love that aspect of it.
I
Yeah.
like what Redwood Empire is doing. Mm-hmm.
And
I
do
wasn't
think-
pointing that out as a negative. I was just,
No.
it was surprising that this one said it and that one did not.
But I think
And it's not a bad drink.
And I've been guilty of it too, like just to quickly dismiss.
Overanalyze?
And I'm not saying you're dismissed, but like, didn't say like, well, at the end of the day, like it is what it is. It's cask strength. It's solid.
It's a very solid drink.
Does it command an $80 price point in today's market? For a cask strength, that's probably what you're
probably about
paying.
right, yeah.
Yeah.
I feel it does just because of the fact it's 55% straight rye and 45% straight bourbon.
And
Yeah.
that goes back to what I was saying, that quote unquote, you can't say it, boo rye, where they're doing the bourbon and rye mixture.
Now, I will also give them a bump for their label. I think their label, their
it's beautiful.
artwork on
Their
the
artwork on the
label is
label is-
beautiful.
Yes.
And I do buy bottles for.
I think the Grizzly Beast is one of my favorite looking bottles.
So that's the other two bottles we got in. We got the
did you?
the
Okay.
Rocket Top
Yeah.
and the Grizzly
Okay.
Beast are also. So those are the bottled and bond.
Okay.
Expressions from
Right.
them. Those are also at Longhorn. Another great looking bottle.
Yes, very
with,
much so.
with some great artwork.
Have you read the quote on it? So the quote's by a gentleman by the name of John Muir, and he spells it M-U-I-R. In every walk with nature, one receives far more than he seeks.
There you go.
There you go.
Interesting. I like it. Kudos to you, sir.
Yeah. That's right. This bottle's teaching you something.
Teaches you a lot.
I feel so much smarter
Yeah.
now.
Do you?
No.
No. Okay.
All right, so now that it's all over with, you've had a chance to step back. Is there anything in hindsight that you would have done differently or changed?
No.
Period, question mark.
Yeah.
I feel no.
I'm one of those people that I don't live in the past and don't regret on too much. And so whatever decisions we made leading into this, we were going to get instant feedback and know whether we made a misstep somewhere or whether we came together and put on a great event. I was super happy with the way everything turned out. I don't really know at this point anything we could have done different to produce a better event. And I'm not saying that to pat ourselves on the back. I'm just being honest.
No, I feel you guys, like I said, I've talked about it earlier. I feel you guys knocked it out of the park. The only thing, and like I said, this outside perspective looking in, for the quote-unquote cigar noob, if you're going to do a quote-unquote whiskey and cigar thing with Connor, I feel you should add a little bit to that with brands that people know. Because I'm going to be honest, if you're like the entry-level cigar guy like Bucky is, quote-unquote, on the show, I feel that, maybe Tote the Smoke out of Beaumont, Herf Cigar Lounge out of Kuntz, along with Connor. That way everybody has a broad spectrum, because you have multiple whiskeys where everybody's got it. So multiple whiskeys and multiple cigars kind of go, quote-unquote, hand in hand.
I mean, I can see that viewpoint as well. I do think that the partners that we decided to go with, and not say anything against those guys at all. I happen to have a prior relationship with War Wagon. We had no idea what that would be, or how busy they would be, or what kind of aspect that would bring to the overall event. Will I say for sure that we'll look into other, potential add-ons in the future? Potentially, but maybe not. We still think it's a whiskey first event.
At the end of the day, it's called Southeast Texas Whiskey Festival.
Right, it is. It's not called Southeast Texas Sip and Smoke.
Well, and instead of whatever market there is at that type of event to buy a cigar, which we definitely want to offer that to the consumer, splitting that up over 2 or 3 different vendors versus maybe just one vendor, and making it worth their while. But I'm definitely, if y'all know anything about Lumberton or the way I work, I'm always open to feedback.
No, you're super. I mean, because you're literally, and like as a guy that's the quote unquote more cigar side of this, for you to have a literal clipboard where you can put whatever you want on it and put your name to it, be like, hey, my name is Roy Gravis, and I suggest that you carry a Oscar Valadares Superfly in your humidor. That says a lot about what you're trying to do, because you guys are all about customer service. Yeah. And that's what I love about the fact that as a liquor store with a humidor inside of it, I love y'all's customer service aspect of what you do.
Yeah, no doubt.
Your selection is second to none.
Yeah. I think we're known, as far as we're getting a Longhorn here. Yes. We're known, throughout this community as a place that's fanatical about whiskey, and we are, but that's still not our base business. Right. And so we look to carry any product. It's all about customer service. I want to personally, invite anybody to come shop at one of our Longhorn stores. And if you have a bad experience, and you personally reach out to the Facebook of Longhorn or Functional Gentleman Podcast, and I'll get to the bottom of it, because I want everybody to have a great experience when they come into our stores. And, it's being in the community and doing things like this and putting on things like Whiskey Fest. It's so surreal. Everything.
It's amazing.
Over the last.
And between talking to you and talking to Mike Williams, that's been the number one sentiment, is this is just so surreal. Mike Williams looked me dead in the eye after our pre-show ended, and I was walking back toward you, and we were kind of gathering everything up. He looked me dead in the eye and was like, "Hey, what do you think so far? Is it okay?
No,
is it okay?"
No. You talking about attention to detail between Mike Wright and Mike Williams? There's so much attention to detail. It's not even funny.
But that was what was cool for me. Was just it was so much. There was so much humbleness about it. There was so much. Hey, you see what we got. This is what we're doing. Can you give us a little? Give me a little feedback. What do you? Is it more? Is it less? What do you want? How do you do it?
Oh, and
where do we go from
I
here?
love the fact that Mike Williams basically told us, "Hey, whatever you need,
Bring it.
we got you."
But that was what was fun for me, was just the awe of from y'all, and y'all put it on. It was still a gosh.
Yes.
It's just a sigh of relief. Like, this is what we worked so hard to put on, and it came together.
Yeah. I mean, I hate to keep overusing the word surreal. It's just like, from my personal journey, those that don't know, like, less than 3 years ago, like when COVID started, I had a very successful catering business.
Right. Yeah. And we've talked about that on your last episode, because you did the TPC thing when
they blew up, and then COVID kept me from getting inside the plants, and I was sitting around on my ass, and woke up literally one day and told my wife, I wish I could work closer with whiskey.
Really?
And then
and I love
that was literally days
what you
before.
said?
Yeah.
And here's the funny
I was so
thing
into
with
whiskey
that,
because when I started at the Garrison Brothers, when I went to that Garrison Brothers first, I fell in love. And while I was doing that TPC, I was buying like 7-8 bottles a week.
And I love the fact that, and you don't hear about this a lot, because I know, like, your wife's super supportive. My wife shocked the absolute shit out of me.
Worked the hell out of the crowd at Whiskey Fest.
She was talking to people. She was handing out stickers, the whole 9 yards.
Yeah.
But I love the fact that your wife was super supportive of the fact that you literally was like, hey, I have this super successful catering business, but I want to transition to this. And she's like, go for it, guy.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Go for it.
Well, it was easy because catering wasn't an option at the time. And it was like, even if it was going to be short term, I needed
something.
And God, the love I felt from Mike and Dennis from the get go. And I mean, obviously I'm very serious about the way I do shit.
Yes.
And
we see that.
It's just been
day one.
It's been a beautiful relationship.
I see it in text messages that he sends.
I always swore, like when I started my catering business, and that was 15 years before I started with Longhorn, that I was always going to do something I loved. And to have that conversation with my wife 2.5 years ago, like, wouldn't that be badass if I could work closer with whiskey?
Hey, I'm not gonna lie.
And just as a joke, like, kind of like, wouldn't that be like,
we want to have that conversation.
If somebody called me tomorrow and said, hey, we want to offer you a job in whiskey, I'd be like, yes.
Yeah.
Take my soul, take everything.
And it came from a place of like, man, everything's always worked out for me. Like, how bad would it be if I could work with whiskey?
But how do I make this a full-time gig?
Hey,
right.
You're talking about the quote-unquote whiskey dream? This guy's
He's living it.
2.5 years later, possibly
Look at you.
put on the
Look at you now.
biggest whiskey
Look at me now.
festival.
Look at me now.
It's like, it's emotional at times.
If I could reach the applause button, I would give it to
I
you
would
right
totally
now. But I got
do it
T-Rex
right now.
arms and I can't reach it.
Can't reach that button.
But again, that's all thanks to Mike and Dennis, and obviously the support we have with this event.
So, looking forward, you've already said you wouldn't change a thing about year one. Looking forward, SETX Whiskey Fest Facebook page has already released, hey, we're doing year 2. Here's the date. Save it in your calendar. Obviously, it's in my Google Calendar. I'm not going to miss it at this point.
Yeah.
What can fans expect? What are we looking at?
So, year 2 was booked before year 1 took place.
What the heck, man?
That's how sure we were that this was.
I already knew.
Did you,
I knew.
Hey, he kind of did the mic drop thing. It was like, year 2 was already booked.
Yeah, we knew.
We knew what was going to happen. All you jackholes did not know what was going to happen. We knew.
All the work that went into year 1 for a year 1 event.
Yeah, clearly.
All the logistics, everything that we've talked about.
Yeah.
Y'all know, y'all have talked to me over that time span.
Yes.
Several times, yes.
Year 2 is so much easier.
It is, though, isn't it?
All the vendors are going to be back.
Yes.
Some are wanting to expand the footprint that they had this year. Go ahead.
I can't remember
what that T-shirt was. It involves motherfucker, though. I'm drinking with y'all.
Oh, good
Clint,
Lord.
drink along, buddy.
Yes.
Motherfucker. I'm sorry, y'all. We don't mean to ignore y'all's comments.
No, we don't.
No.
But we get it. This is.
I see Jesse though.
Yeah,
But
Jesse
he said-
Ortega.
Yeah.
And Bucky,
Ortiz from
Mike.
Pawpaw Big Cup.
Pawpaw Big.
That's inside. Fucking love you, Justin.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was fixing to say
Yes,
Yeah.
please.
Wisconsin
Drink
bourbon
some.
whiskey. Okay.
Hold on. Wallersheim store pick?
What?
What's a Wallersheim store pick?
I don't know.
Wisconsin bourbon whiskey. Oh, okay.
Okay.
Pig Matt Stash.
Mrs. Wright is the
16 year-
VIP. Okay,
Yeah,
MVP.
Y'all drinking
Yeah.
some. Y'all drink. Hold on. Y'all drinking some shit. We got a Whistle Pig Matt Stash 16-year real boss hog.
That's it.
I guarantee that's like an $800 bottle.
At least. Of course, it
No,
depends.
that's that Matt's secret stash. Y'all know Matt.
We do. No. No. We
He
do not know.
does. He did picks over in Louisiana.
Okay.
Yeah.
God, look at all the comments.
I had a bad experience. You keep taking my damn money.
Out of my account regularly. Oh, I love that too.
But
Y'all are
anyways,
awesome.
like year 2, I think you're gonna see just a little bit improvement.
Okay.
Like
Baby
just
steps.
maybe some things that we think we could do better, which honestly I think most of it was done very good, but maybe
Oh.
add a few more in there. I'd really like to personally expand that outside area, give some more seating, maybe do some different things with that tent. That was a very popular
Yes,
place.
by far.
Are we
Yes.
looking at Beaumont Civic Center for year
Yeah,
2?
but it will definitely be the Beaumont Civic Center, January 6, 2024.
There we go.
Interesting.
January 6, 2024.
Yeah,
You
you
heard
Hit the
it here.
breaking news button. damn
You
it.
heard it
Yeah.
here second.
Yes.
Because SETX
Anything,
Facebook page already.
anything from here on out, all I can tell you is if you enjoyed year 1, then you better not miss year 2.
And if you didn't enjoy year 1 because you just couldn't make it out, well, then you better get your
Better
ass
go ahead.
out
Yes.
for
Get your
year
ass
2.
out for year 2.
And
If you
there's no,
what is John talking about?
If you do what you love, you'll never work
I
a day
needed
in
this
your life.
conversation tonight.
yeah,
Okay.
that's
Yes.
a great quote.
And that's what
I've heard
that goes back
yeah.
to what Mike was saying.
Yes.
Yeah,
What if I could work in the whiskey industry? Let
Yeah.
me do what I want to do.
I
Yeah.
don't feel I'm stepping on toes by saying this. If you want us out there all day long.
Oh no, that's
All day
All
long.
night long.
Yes. I'll line on
While
Richie
we
this
got people
motherfucker till the
listening,
wheels
like-
fall off of it.
that is definitely something me and Mike have talked about. We do want you guys
Y'all don't.
involved for the entire live broadcast.
Y'all don't do no.
We're
Wait a
trying
minute.
to bring.
I feel like dropping it. Can I drop it? Please let me drop it.
What drop what?
Let's go! I'm sorry. I love my lip.
Mike, I
Mike's like,
apologize.
damn, I'm deaf as shit right
Damn,
now.
I didn't realize how much my ear was sweating.
And that was one of, and I put it on there, but apparently it never uploaded. I don't know what happened. I took a picture of the stage and I said, all I want for 2024 is to be able to stand on the SETX Whiskey Fest stage and say,
Last call
last
for
call
alcohol.
for alcohol.
Yes.
At like 8:58, put me on the stage and just let me do
Yes.
the, you know.
The quote unquote
I
last
think
call.
I can make that happen.
If we can make that happen,
For
I might give you-
2024.
I might give you a hug.
2024. Let's
Like
make that
at
happen.
8:58, let's
Yeah.
just call it.
Yes.
You're in.
All right.
You're
I love
hired.
it. You're hired. Fan.
Yes.
I'm gonna drop it.
Drop it.
Fan fucking tastic.
Yes.
Yeah.
There it is.
Hadn't dropped it all night long.
Okay, so just one of the last questions I had, and we can start wrapping this up. However y'all want to do it.
It's up to you.
Wait a minute.
These are-
We're an hour short of his last
I would
episode
be
right
lying
now.
to you if
Oh,
I didn't
yeah.
want a cigarette at some point, but I can go for 3 or 4 more hours.
I mean, if y'all want a commercial break, let me know.
do one of those?
We can do a commercial break, and then we can come back.
God.
You know what? Let's do it.
Okay, why not?
Y'all sure?
Hell,
Yep.
yeah. No, you're family.
Hey.
at this point.
Y'all stay tuned.
Don't go
and
nowhere.
we'll be
Don't
back.
go
We'll be
nowhere.
back. Give us 5-10 minutes, maybe
Yeah,
tops.
don't go nowhere. I'm
Yeah.
showing nipple when I get back.
Ooh, OnlyFans / functional gentleman, Mike
He's
Wright
like,
nipples.
I'll show a nipple when
going on, everybody? We're back, and
It was just your imagination. We never left.
never left.
Yeah.
It's like we never left. Shh. That didn't happen.
I love it.
All right. So next time we're gonna have like a scroll rolling or some music playing.
I feel like we need a commercial.
We'll have a commercial from Longhorn or something.
Yes, we'll do something.
We'll come up with something.
Can you scroll in the comments? Because I feel like we had a few while we were gone, maybe.
Fine. I will quit my job at the year. Oh, I will quit my job to be at year 2.
Oh, wow.
John, don't quit your job.
John Cross.
That's dedication.
Very much dedication.
All right, so we're back. Bucky, Roy, Mike from Longhorn Liquor. And let's see, are all the bottles people bought ready to be picked up tomorrow? Tomorrow being Saturday.
Yeah, so that is running through the Beaumont location.
Okay.
We did take some orders over the square portal that we had available at Whiskey Fest.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, that thing was super easy to navigate.
Oh my gosh, it was
'cause
so
I
much
literally
cool. It was
logged
so
in.
cool.
I literally went into it. Granted, I didn't.
Oh my
I
gosh.
looked and I was like,
I scrolled for 3 days.
yeah.
For 3 days
Yes.
after the event, I scrolled through.
Yeah, and so that's something we're going to utilize in the future. I just put
Good,
together a bourbon dinner at Carrabba's in Beaumont on January 31st.
Okay.
If y'all haven't been part of those bourbon dinners or whiskey dinners we've done, we did Andalusia with the last one.
okay. Didn't you guys do? No, you didn't do one with a tree, did you?
We have done them with the tree in
I
the
knew
past.
y'all
and
had- okay.
I love doing them over there at the tree.
If you don't know, that's the spot.
Yeah, but
I don't know what y'all's relationship is with the tree, but their whiskey selection, top notch in the area.
yeah.
Hey, being as we're talking about whiskey,
I'll bring it to them.
If you don't mind, can I get the Revenant Oak?
Yeah.
Like, can you hand it to me so where I can pour it down? Because my glass is empty.
I don't know what else. If you have anything else we haven't tried in your box yet, I'd be willing.
No.
to.
Screw that. I'm stuck with
That's
that.
All right,
it.
we made it. We made
I
it
do
through the
have
box.
some more
Hey,
things
we
in
made
the car.
we made it through the box.
Lord, he's like, I do have more things in my car. So wait a minute. What do you have in your car?
Yeah,
Clint.
I've got.
What the hell? But Jeremy, yes, the longer we talk, the longer we drink, and the longer you drink, and
Yes.
the longer we all drink.
Longer we all drink.
Cheers, brother.
Hey.
I love that you love that Andalusia.
Oh my God, that is like I gravitate towards the heavy peat because I'm like like I cut my teeth on Wild Turkey 101, then I switched to Lafroig, then I switched to Lagavulin, then I went back to bourbon. And now I'm gravitating toward. I'm kind of almost like you in the sense of the fact that I feel like I'm gravitating towards that American single malt.
Yeah.
Because Balcones is one.
I think it's 2023 American Single Malt's going to take.
Well,
I think it is too.
for those that don't know, that it recently just became a category, and that was legally a category, and that was I'm pretty sure I'm correct. And Westward was one of the ones that was pioneering.
Yes.
Which, by the way, I
that
feel
effort.
bad. I did not get to go to Westward.
So I wanted to say
feel bad.
earlier, y'all mentioned
yeah,
one
yeah.
of these bottles, but two of the bottles that like I've heard the most off of.
Okay.
Westward.
Okay.
The Pinot Noir cask finish.
Okay.
That was the one
the
I actually
Longhorn pick.
wanted to try, but I didn't.
The Longhorn pick and they have a core release.
Okay.
That's a Pinot Noir finish. That's 90 proof.
Okay.
That was very popular. And then really the other one I heard a ton about was that Lalo tequila.
Yeah.
I had that
Yeah. And
that
pre-show
was
actually. That was legit.
yeah.
Because Lalo translates to Little Eduardo in Hispanic.
And that was one of the questions I had for you was from a from a attendee standpoint. What was the feedback you got as far as, hey, I really enjoyed having this vendor out there. I really enjoyed this bottle or that bottle the most. Was there something that stood out more than the other?
Well, obviously not for me, just because I didn't get to visit very many of the vendors. Overall, from feedback I've gotten, I mean, obviously, I think everybody enjoyed Sazerac. They went.
Sazerac was a good one. I'm not gonna lie, for me, the sneaky good one, Austin 101. was sneaky good for me.
It was interesting. It was
very interesting.
Yes, we had never had it before.
I would love to kind of do
Light
something with those guys in the future. But that, to me, I didn't do the Austin 85, but the Austin 101, and I know Jazz Richardson, which follows the show, he was even told me, he's like, man, you're spot on with that 101. He said, I tried both of them, but the 101 is so much better. So shout out to Austin 101 for sure, because their stuff was sneaky. That was my quote unquote surprise pick of the event.
It was different. It was
very different.
So if I'm gonna get into that kind of category, my number one pour of the night, and ring the bell. Oh, you're surprised. This is my shocked face. I talked with JD from Penelope for a little bit. And he, out of his bag, he pulled a Tokai finished.
I wasn't with you in that. I was hanging out with Jazz when that happened.
I got to try their Tokai finished rye. And
how was it?
Yeah,
so good.
Okay, good.
Aren't those guys? I mean, so we want to talk about some of these new brands that are popping up, and we talk about the market possibly getting saturated.
Yeah,
you have brands like Penelope that come out of this that are really getting a lot of love.
Penelope's got some good stuff. I'm not gonna lie. I've had several of Bucky's bottles. Penelope's doing good things. I love what Penelope's doing.
That was probably my top moment of the night. I was at the Penelope booth. Whenever I first walked up, because whenever we were doing the pre-show, I walked by at one point and said, JD, I follow you on Instagram, and just kept walking.
Yes.
I was like, I probably should have given a little context to that. It's kind of weird.
The sad thing about it, he gets back to where we're set up, he's like, man, I just made a dick move. He's looking flat out. I made a dick move.
At the actual Whiskey Fest, I was like, JD, I apologize. Let me explain. He was like, no, Bucky, we follow each other. I got you. I know who you are.
Yeah.
Awesome. Okay, JD, I'm Bucky. It's nice to finally meet you in person. We got to talking. Well, multiple people kept walking up to the Penelope booth, and one guy looked at me and was like, hey, what do you like? I was like, are you talking to him or are you talking to me?
Yeah.
He's like, no, I want your opinion, not his. Okay, well, let's walk through this, because I've had everything he had on the table.
Right. Because to me, it's one or two ways. To me, it's architect number one. Mm-hmm. Like, I love their architect.
The architect finish is very nice.
And then the Valencia.
The French oak. Yeah. And then the Valencia.
The Valencia to me is...
And that's kind of where I went with the guy. I was like, look, if you're looking for a finished bourbon or a finished whiskey, the Valencia, I don't think you can beat.
No.
And you're not going to find it here on the table. I don't think he has it with him.
Right.
But if you want a finished whiskey, the Valencia finished as my number one finished whiskey of the year.
Is that even available anymore?
Longhorn Liquor.
Longhorn Liquor has
still.
Hey, Longhorn Liquor. I don't know if still.
No,
but you guys had it at one time. Yes. You had it at one time.
Whiskey Fest was just last weekend.
Right.
But but that was the fun part for me, was I spent 15 minutes of my time explaining to this gentleman every expression of Penelope.
That's so good, by the way.
Versus the rep that was standing right in front of us.
Yeah.
He was literally standing there, and he looked at me and he was like,
you're spot on.
Yeah.
Because I was like, you need to start here. Like, I don't know where you're at in your whiskey journey, but if you're new to whiskey, start with the white label. It's so good.
Yes.
It's a great introductory to bourbon. And then you need to move to this and try the rosé cask.
The rosé cask to me is like sneaky good because of the fact that it's
dry. It's sweet.
Dry.
To me, it almost borders Angel's Envy, and you know how I feel about Angel's Envy.
Oh wow!
But if you can get
it borders that.
But then if you can get your hand on a Barrel Select, the little red label,
the barrel strength.
Barrel strength.
Yes.
And especially batch 12. Batch 12 is probably my favorite. If you can get your hands on a barrel strength batch 12, go to that, because you enjoy that cask.
Nerd in him.
If you enjoy that stronger flavor, the cask strength, and then move into a Longhorn gray label Barrel Select, which is a little higher proof. It's it's got a little different flavor. And then if you can find something like the Tokai, or you can find a Valencia, you move into that finished bourbon.
I hate I missed out on the Tokai, by the way. I'm going to go ahead and tell you. I missed out on that one.
For me, it was that journey through it.
Yeah.
And the guy was like,
Yeah, well, I'm sure
understand.
he appreciated the hell out of you.
But that was fun. That was so much fun for me.
Yeah, and for them. To have a super fan like that. Like, no, but I'm being serious. Like, that's what one of the things we heard about in the feedback was just like how interactive the consumer was with the distillery rep, you know, or the brand rep. And that's awesome to have that type of interaction. And, you know, they said a lot of times at these events, people are just coming by and they're just taking their free shot.
Yeah.
And throwing it down, and
that's
they're moving
not about
on
it
to the
though,
next
because
one.
the sad thing about it is, as companies, these guys don't know how to elevate their game unless you give them feedback.
Right.
That's kind of how
Absolutely.
I feel about it. Because like Charlie with Balcones, I told him, I said, hey, this peated, top notch. Him, on the other hand, was
nope.
like, nope,
That's not
I'm
for
done with it.
But that's what the beauty is of Balcones is like they have something for everybody. Like they do have the peated, which is definitely not a people's
That was
wheelhouse.
my favorite part. He had 10 bottles.
I will
sitting
swear
there.
by it to this day. If I only had one whiskey to drink the rest of my life, it would be the Lineage by Balcones.
Yeah.
Like, so far.
But I mean, let's just say Balcones in general.
Yes.
There's 15, 20 different expressions there.
I've got 60 different expressions.
I can put something in front of every whiskey drinker and say,
let's
you're
talk
going
about
to like
the,
this.
the quote-unquote one booth that I don't think either one of us got by. Four Roses.
Yeah.
I didn't even step foot at Four Roses, and I hate that because Four Roses has 10 different fucking mash bills.
Yeah, exactly.
So, I mean, you know they're going to cater to every palate.
Absolutely.
Or the 2 times oak, the 2XO.
Yes.
Yeah. I happened to not stop at that booth, and I was like, God dang it, I wish I would have stopped there.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, that.
And so maybe there's something is to be said about a 2-day event. I like to kind of go full circle on what we talked about earlier. I would see that much more of a reality. I'm not saying I see that as a reality, but much more of a reality than expanding the time frame for one day.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I could see you guys even doing like the VIP thing Thursday, day one Friday, day one Saturday. Keep it the same time frame.
Yeah.
Doing that type thing.
And a lot of that's going to depend upon the vendors if they're willing to commit. I think after what we proved year one.
Yeah, that would be a Thursday setup, Friday, Saturday.
Yeah, or Friday morning setup. I mean, the same thing. It'd be a Friday evening. Most people set up Saturday.
Yes.
We did have a few come in on Friday, but like the Brown Foreman.
Yeah. Those guys obviously came in late.
Diageo's 5 booth
Diageo
set
had
up.
another booth.
That was very pretty.
Yes, it was very pretty because they went down and we saw it pre-show. They literally put like pictures in picture frames.
They went from that family. It was family. It was picture.
Hey, Campari with the wild turkey. I mean, literally, you walk down one side, it says Long Branch. Other side says Long Turkey or Wild Turkey, not a Long Turkey. That's a total different thing.
But
I mean,
so I'm curious. Let's kind of backtrack a little bit here and kind of start figuring everything out.
Well, not just that. Let's hit the numbers.
And that's kind of where I'm.
Okay.
I want to just real quick. I know we did a little bit earlier, and I want to kind of circle back around to it. Cure rare disease. Again, thank y'all for the love that y'all have given us, and thank Longhorn Liquor and everything they've done for y'all.
Yes.
And just the collaboration between it all. But I'm curious of
scroll the comments.
I'm curious
see what's up.
I'm just curious. So, from a number standpoint, what are the numbers that you can give us as attendees, as viewers, as lover of what y'all are doing, whether that's attendance, donation amount, whatever the case may be. I don't care what numbers it are, but it is or they are.
Yeah, whatever the numbers are.
Again, I think we touched on the ticket scanned earlier.
Right.
That was
close to 1,100.
Yeah, over 1,000.
Yeah.
Yes.
But the number I think that we're most excited, and this isn't a final number yet for sure, but I'll give you a ballpark.
Yeah, for sure.
The donation to Cure Rare Disease will be over $200,000.
Can we talk about that?
Over how much? I'm sorry.
200,000.
Yes.
$200,000.
$200,000.
Yes. I'll clap, even though we can't touch the damn button.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'll clap on that.
Wow.
200 grand. You're talking
Are
about
you kidding me?
literally
A
like-
first year event.
yes, first year being almost $250,000. That says a lot
In
its own
Beaumont,
right.
Texas.
In Beaumont, Texas.
Yes. That's the other
Yeah.
part of it that's amazing is in Beaumont.
Yeah.
I mean, I can understand if it's in Houston.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, Houston, you have like 3 professional sports teams, all those guys. But in Beaumont,
Yeah,
that's
it's
a kudos to you guys as Longhorn and Cure Disease putting on the event.
yeah. It's,
Exactly. If we could like James Smith's comment right now, badass, I would say that's legit
Jeremy.
badass.
Yeah.
Y'all raising that much money for Cure Rare Disease.
Yeah.
That shit,
And,
let's go.
yeah.
200K, y'all. For real.
Yeah. And so,
See, if somebody's asking me to scream that shit, let's go.
yeah. We're super.
We'll have
know.
to get Mike to take his headphones off before I scream "Let's go" again. 'Cause I think I almost made him deaf.
Yeah.
Like literally.
It's very humbling, to be able to do that. And
Hey, it's humbling for us to be a quote unquote small podcast
And
to
part
be
of it.
involved with you guys and be partnered with you guys as we have been. And the sad thing about it was just like the relationship started with Bucky and I being consumers of what you guys were selling,
Right.
and then it escalated into where we are now. Where
Right.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, you're literally
I have to make a long turkey shirt.
yes, a long
need a
turkey.
long turkey.
I know. Everybody's talking about the long turkey. I mean, we could do a turkey with a long beard. I don't care what it is.
A long turkey.
or with a really big penis.
Yes, that's he said that. I did not say the long penis thing. But I mean, in all seriousness, for it to be this in year one, to
Yeah.
be this big of a success, and for people saying, hey, I can't wait for year 2.
Yeah.
I can't wait to see what y'all do different. I can't wait to see who you bring in, who you don't bring in.
Yeah, I think the fact that, like, going into year 2, unless you're living under a rock, year 1 was a lot of fun.
Oh my God, yes.
From a consumer standpoint, it was a
for
lot of
because
fun.
like you told us, you're like, hey, I know you guys have already bought tickets. I want y'all to be a consumer this year.
Yeah.
And we enjoyed the shit out of it.
Yeah.
We walked around, we talked to people, we handed out stickers. There's people that have reached out to us, and I'll go ahead and shout them out right now. Desert Doris reached out to us.
Absolutely.
Geo3 Vodka has reached out to us, which they're out of Giant, Texas, which I know you're kind of a fan of. So, I mean, for those guys to literally reach out to us and be like, hey, we want you to show up and do live podcast at our venues, that's next level for us, number one. But for you, it says a lot because you put on a quality event. And not only that, the fact that you guys raised probably over $200,000. I mean, $200,000 is a ballpark, but I'm going to go out on a limb and say y'all probably raised $250,000 right now at least.
I'm safe to say it's over 200,000.
Yes, I'm sure it is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So
Again,
for y'all to do that says a lot for you guys as a whole because, I mean, in the grand scheme of things, let's be honest, you guys are a quote-unquote regional liquor store.
Yeah.
But the fact that you're doing, on a regional level, you're doing national level stuff.
Yeah.
That's a shout-out to you guys. And that's not just you. That's Mike.
Sure.
That's
Yeah.
Dennis. That's the whole crew at Longhorn.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
I love what y'all are doing by
Yeah.
far. I mean, we pretty much, everything we review on the show, within reason. I mean, I know the Western Suns that we did with you the first time, it was not purchased from y'all, and I can admit that.
Yeah.
But at the same time, 90% of what we do comes from your
No.
stores.
Hey, that's where we
Shout
met.
out. Hey,
Right.
Danielle. What's going on, girl?
Danielle Mann, by the way, from Desert
Yeah,
Door.
look at Danielle.
I'm sure
yeah.
we'll probably meet up with her. I think we have a scheduled meetup for Wednesday. So
That's
where
awesome.
yes.
Yeah. We couldn't be bigger fans of them.
Hey,
we've had their product in the store for a while now.
Tequila with that certain cactus and
Citol.
Yes, that cactus.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie.
No,
and
it's fantastic.
And the fact that their bourbon is finished in that same
And let's give
cask.
a shout out. It's another Texas-made spirit.
Yes, it is very much.
Like,
Driftwood, Texas. Actually,
You know, I'm not. I love all whiskey, but
Yes.
everybody that knows me by now knows that I have a special love for Texas-made product.
yes.
And so shout out to Desert Door.
Well, you're a Texan just like we're Texans.
Yeah,
I mean, we
absolutely.
love the Andalusian like this.
Yeah,
I love this.
That's craft, man. That's artwork.
Craft on it. That's artwork on a total different
We're
level.
drinking the Mona Lisa right now.
I love,
Make that into a shirt.
I love the fact that he's going with that. I love it.
I love that everything is turning into put it on a shirt.
Instead of put it on the board.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. So, do you guys need water? Because I need water. A white one or a green one?
Green one.
Okay.
I just want to say the response tonight, the comments. I can't thank y'all enough.
Well, not just that. I mean, it goes back to the fact that we talk about it all the time. So with the whiskey community comes
look at him knowing his Texas so tall.
I know, right?
Yeah. See,
I'm representing.
he knows a little bit about what y'all are doing, I guess.
A little bit.
maybe.
I mean,
Yeah, there's so much good Texas spirits coming out right now. I'm just
yes. I mean, there's
blown away.
blown away.
There's
Yeah.
so much. Because I mean, let's be honest. And I'm sitting here looking at it. Western Suns was not completely horrible.
No, it was not.
I mean, granted, was it Balcones and Andalusia? No. But at the same time,
But I mean,
Well, look, I mean, there's different spirits for different people, and
But I mean-
you know, Balcones on the grand scheme of things is a very polarizing brand.
what was
Yes.
yeah, and what was fun for me was hearing James and Jordan flat out admit, look, Texas whiskey sucked early on. Like
Yes.
it sucked. It wasn't.
It really did.
It was just okay whiskey.
and for those guys to admit that,
But where we're at now, and they flat out said what Still Austin is doing, what Garrison Brothers is doing, what Balcones is
Yes.
doing. They weren't just saying our product is good. Our product is the best.
And that's
Come
what I
see our
loved
product.
about it. The fact that not only did they mention that their product is good, but the fact that they said, hey,
Bring it
Garrison
on.
Brothers is doing
Bring it
good
on.
shit.
That's what they were saying.
Balcones is doing
Yeah.
good shit.
Let's do
Andalusia's
this.
doing good shit. They mentioned all
Right.
three
They
of
said,
them
let's
in
do
the
it.
post-show conversation that we
Like,
had.
hey,
with
this is
Still
what we're
Austin.
doing. We're going. Texas is bringing it on.
Yeah, they're bringing
Texas is gonna compete with what Kentucky is doing.
Yeah,
Yes.
I would say outside of Kentucky, I mean, obviously Texas and Colorado are
Yeah.
probably
Hey,
the two rising.
I made the statement literally, I think, on air, and you can go back and look at the pre-show that we did from Whiskey Fest. Within the next 5 years, what Texas is doing as a whole in the whiskey game is going to rival what Tennessee and Colorado are doing. Just
Yeah.
because of the fact that the humidity factor, like we've talked about,
Yeah.
the barometric pressure, the fact that we can age stuff for less time and get older quality product. Like we
Yeah.
can age something for 2 years and it equal a 4 year because of
Right.
the fact that it's
I was talking
as
with-
hot as balls.
Yeah.
in Texas.
We were having some conversations outside the store the other night at that Old Forester event, and talking about young whiskey. And I've got a 6-month-old Balcones single malt
Right.
that is just freaking fantastic.
Really?
So I'm
People just hate on young whiskey automatically because it's like
It's
we've
young.
got this entrenched in our head that the
Yeah.
older it
The older
is,
it
the
He's
better it
speaking my
is.
language, and the reason why is because I am super fascinated with the quote unquote white dog.
I've had White Dog off
I love
Balcones
the
still
fact-
at
Have you?
160 proof, and it is
How's
some
that?
of the most flavorful shit I've ever
Really?
put in my mouth.
That's what I love. The fact that you can get white dog
I was blown away that so much flavor already came off the still.
And that's something I would be curious in like a Balcones White Dog.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
A Garrison Brothers White Dog, a Still Austin White Dog.
Because, I mean, we've talked about it before. We've done Blender's Dog by Jameson.
Right, we've
done
some
Rio
of these
Grande,
things.
which is
Buffalo Trace put out a White Dog.
Buffalo Trace put out some White Dog.
Clifford Distilling puts out
and they do. They
a
put,
base,
okay,
a corn
so,
whiskey base.
Clifford's White Dog,
Yeah,
quote unquote.
but
They were making margaritas with it the other night.
Their come and take
They
it
were.
Rita is
Yeah.
next
Now-
level good.
Yeah.
and they can prove me wrong. I think what they're distilling is a neutral spirit. I don't know if I can classify it as a whiskey.
Well,
but at the same time, it still has
Is it
that.
is it good?
so
Yes.
look, they claim a 250-year-old recipe that
Right.
derived from the Smoky
Tennessee,
Mountains. I have no
ancestor.
reason to dispute. Like he is distilling 5 times, and I don't, like Balcones is distilling a single time,
Right.
Andalusia on the triple distilled, obviously
Yeah.
on the Irish
Yes.
whiskey,
Right.
and you see that common with Irish whiskey, double distillation on
Right.
Scotch whiskey, but most bourbon, from my knowledge, is a single distillation, and so I don't know. I mean, from my recollection, understanding the more times, and I'm not a master distiller,
No,
by any
no,
stretch of
any
the
means.
imagination,
No,
but the
God,
more
no.
times you distill it, the more properties that you're removing from it.
Right.
That's why vodka is 10 times
Is a neutral
distilled.
grain.
Well, yeah, because I mean,
10 times
anything over 6
distilled.
times
Yeah.
is considered "quote unquote" gluten free, and I know that's a big thing with people nowadays.
Yeah.
Is the whole gluten free aspect of it, because people have gluten allergies. So.
No, I literally took a call earlier before I got here from the store, and a customer was looking for a gluten-free whiskey, and it's like, so I'm running my head, what are the straight corn whiskeys that we sell? And we have an Abasolo.
Literally all of them.
Well, not just that.
No, not straight corn.
No, not straight corn.
100%
So I'm not gonna
corn.
lie. You and
100% corn.
So you and I
Are you
both
sure?
know.
Yeah.
Hang on. You and I both know a vodka that is local that I don't think they have in their store.
I think you're overthinking this, Roy.
No, I'm never overthinking it. Because the fact that Texas Tail, and you've said it on the show before, Texas Tail puts out a vodka that ranks right up there with everybody else. The Smirnoff.
Where's Texas Tail
But-
from?
Texas Tail's
Galveston.
out of Galveston.
Okay.
And they
don't-
do a quote unquote coastline whiskey
Yeah,
as
but they
well.
must not distribute.
They're very limited on their
Okay.
distribution.
So I was going to say, I've never heard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think we're all overthinking this gluten-free thing a little too much.
Not really, because I mean,
Just in
it's
like
kinda,
theory of
you kind of have to go where
like
the trends
whether
are
people
going.
are really gluten intolerant or
Well, I mean, that's a whole different argument.
Prime example.
because if y'all want to
John's
make this a
John's
9-hour
brother.
podcast, let's get into some pop culture and
right,
some
no,
stuff.
for sure. But I want to say, I think we're overthinking the spirit game from a neutral or a gluten-free aspect.
Well, like,
I think
I've always
most
heard,
of
and
it is neutral, is gluten-free,
and
no matter what it says on the label.
even
Well, I
if
mean,
it's
I know-
wheat,
I know in the realm of
Wheat
vodka,
might be a little bit different.
So
Right.
hang on.
And-
I know
but
in the
like
realm of
a lot of
vodka,
whiskeys have wheat.
it has to be 6 times distilled.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't know.
I have sauces.
I've never avoided gluten in my life.
Look at me, man.
No, I'm not.
I might be gluten intolerant, which is why I'm like this.
No,
but I don't know.
I'm not a gluten-free guy neither. But my thing is this: I have sauces, not confused with sources.
Oh, if I said sausage.
Yeah,
Sausage?
no, not sausage.
We have sausage and sauces.
That literally say,
We're
hey,
game.
if you're doing in the quote unquote vodka game, it has to be at least 6 times distilled.
Okay.
To be gluten free.
And we may all be wrong.
Interesting.
We may all be right. I don't know. I'm just saying, I think there's some overthinking in the gluten-free aspect of the spirit industry.
Yeah. I mean,
I could.
like,
Yeah.
It doesn't have to say
Yeah.
gluten-free or 10 times distilled.
It doesn't.
I'm just saying, I think there are more spirits on the market that are gluten-free than we think we know.
Oh, I'm
Yeah,
sure, yes.
probably so.
By far.
yeah.
That's just my thoughts on it. But we could get, like you said, we could make this a 9-hour podcast and do the
Yeah.
whole gluten intolerant.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to lie. In 30 minutes, we'll be over.
God
what
dang
his
it, we're going to
record
end this
is.
thing before we get to
Really?
No.
We're not doing a Marvel We are
No.
not doing the Marvel
I'm
movie
going,
thing.
hey, in the words of Marvin Gaye, all night
I'm
long.
not even close to being done.
Oh,
so.
dadgummit.
Alone.
What else you got to talk about then? Like, give me
I know
some.
you got more questions.
No, I
Come
don't.
on.
Give me some inside information about Southeast Texas Whiskey Fest. This is what we're here for.
I love the fact that they're already planning 2024.
So
First of
we
all-
literally had.
We're looking forward.
We literally.
Let's look forward.
This is.
My glass
We had
is empty.
vendors reaching out Monday morning.
Okay.
Wait a minute.
more
So
vendors?
wait a minute. The event ended Saturday night.
Saturday night.
And
Right.
you had vendors reaching out
Monday morning. Hey, we had one booth. We want two.
Really?
We
Love that.
making sure that they're involved. This is.
Can you?
It was.
Can
I,
you
I
disclose-
cannot undersell how big, like from that aspect of a
No, I'm not
success it
talking about the
was.
undersell of it. Can you disclose who those vendors were?
Oh no, I'm not. I'm not going to do that.
He's like, no.
Yeah, but like just resounding success on that part. The vendors. Look, this is what it takes to make this event happen.
Yes.
Did the attendees have a good time?
Yeah.
Did they feel like that what they received in entertainment value matched their ticket price?
Yes.
So, not to interrupt you, can I tell you a little bit of
Yeah.
sneakiness that we did? So literally, I looked like Mary Sunshine when I was walking down the aisles because I was dropping 3 stickers at this booth, 3 stickers at this booth,
Yeah.
3 stickers at this booth. I was dropping stickers at every booth I walked by.
It's all about branding
Yes.
and marketing. And I think I got one of y'all stickers.
Did you?
That night.
If
Yeah.
not, I have stickers. You could get one
Yeah.
before
You're
you
more
leave.
than welcome to have as
Yeah.
many as you want. If anybody needs stickers, reach out.
But
We'll mail them out. Can you scroll in the comments while I go break the stick for the second time?
Look at you.
Which has never happened to me before.
Whiskey is gluten free unless something is added after distillation, as far as I know.
thank you,
And that's
Jeremy.
what I was saying.
Yeah.
I think whiskey, as far as I know, is
No.
a gluten free. Why are you tickling
Yeah.
my toes? He's tickling my toes, y'all.
So I really need to look into that because that
I think
actually
that
was a
would change-
customer.
I think that would change how you can recommend
Sure.
literally anything on your shelf to somebody
Yeah.
that walks in the door and says,
Yeah.
and can legitimately say, hey, I am gluten intolerant. What can I drink? But I want to enjoy a whiskey.
Right. Yeah.
And if that's the truth in what I'm thinking, as far as what we are thinking from a gluten-free standpoint, I think that would change the game.
Yeah. Possibly. I mean, there's definitely more and more people that pop up with celiac disease and so I mean, but as a customer base, you definitely want to make any products like I get that question more actually when it comes to beer purchases.
Really?
And there's very few.
That would be an
options.
interesting one.
Yeah,
to
like
dig
that
into.
Red Bridge, which I think is a sorghum
Mm-hmm.
beer. But like other than that, it's usually you have to go to like a cider,
Right.
and that's the option you got to push them into.
For sure.
Yeah.
So we kind of talked about it a little bit earlier. Your Andalusia and your Garrison Brothers pick came out 2 weeks ago.
No, really, so we just put this on the shelf Monday. So
Or about a week, I guess a week
So
ago.
Mario from Andalusia, God, I love that dude. He came in Friday. I had him set up for 2 tastings in our mid-county stores.
Yeah.
Needle and Port Neches.
Okay.
Saturday, he made it over to Beaumont, had a tasting there at 1 o'clock. Whiskey Fest obviously started at 5 o'clock.
I hate we missed that.
We were a little busy.
Yeah.
A little bit.
So
A little bit.
He did some tastings and then came and killed it there at Whiskey Fest.
back of this.
We released the which is actually branded if you buy that bottle in one of our stores, the Maker's Mark It says on the front, South SETX, SETX Whiskey Fest.
Yeah.
I
on
saw
the
that
front.
on a
That
couple
bottle.
of Maker's Mark.
Yeah, the Maker's
bottles.
Mark bottles.
Yeah, so we picked 2 barrels from them last
That's
July
the stay
when we were out
finish,
there.
correct?
Yeah, so they both have different stay finishes.
Okay.
And so I think they're both uniquely. That's what I love about Makers and the customization
Yeah.
program they have on their barrels is we picked 2 different bottles that have the same base as
Right.
far as the Makers bourbon, but with the different combinations of the barrel staves, we were able to make 2 very unique products that we've gotten a lot of love on both of those.
I can only imagine because I made a joke whenever Clint posted his Longhorn single barrel select.
Yeah,
from Garrison.
From Garrison Brothers. Yeah,
I made the joke. Do those guys over at Longhorn even know how to select barrels? I'm not sure.
man.
This guy does. Not gonna lie.
But I'm so
the barrel picks I've had from them.
No, I don't get me.
Yeah.
It was a joke. Everybody
I know it
knows
was
we
a joke.
all love their single barrel selects.
Look, I'm as transparent as they come. I'm completely humbled by the amount of people that love
We do.
our store picks.
No,
I know
y'all do
in-
some awesome things.
in some of these situations. Like
Yeah.
when I showed up at Buffalo Trace to pick, they've hand selected 3 barrels.
Right, you get us a limited selection of.
Right. You're picking one of 3 barrels that are already really good that they're willing to make
Right.
it a store pick.
So wait a minute. Let's talk about that. As a quote unquote picker, do you prefer that method, or do you like the fact that where they're like, hey,
Just pick
whatever the hell you
No,
want?
This is our
when we
Rick
went to Balcones,
Okay.
like Alex and Charlie, these guys, like,
I love Charlie's hair, by the
Man.
way. I wish I could grow that.
we
kind of
literally
hair.
walked through. So they age a lot of their stuff off-site.
Right.
But
Okay.
what they deem to be like a special barrel or something that's showing some
Yeah.
special characteristics, they'll keep there at the distillery. And they
Okay.
probably house
Okay.
something like 500 barrels
Oh, wow.
there at the distillery. And we literally walked through the rick house there and just like, hey, I want to try this one. And they took a thief, pulled it out, put it in the Glencairn,
Here you go.
and here you go. And like,
So
If I walked into Balcones' Rick House, I could die happy. Man.
yeah.
God's honest truth. I could literally be like, take me now.
something I'm curious of with the Garrison Brothers Longhorn Barrel Select, and then of course the Andalusia, and you can kind of talk about them separately, however you want. When you're doing these, because when we initially went in a few weeks before the Southeast Texas Whiskey Festival, and we were just kind of chit-chatting, you were like, hey, look, I've got the box up there for the Garrison Brothers. They sent me a whole bunch of samples. I'm actually about to do it.
Right.
So I'm kind of curious of your process on that. What are you looking for? Is it that funk? Is it the different? This is different than any Garrison Brother I had. This is sweet. This is a combination of something our consumers would love.
That's really a great question because it's actually a struggle that I have because I think I'm a more unique whiskey connoisseur,
Right.
And the fact that I like the things that are like lying out there on the edges and are pushing the envelope of what whiskey may be, but
Yeah.
that may not be necessarily what's best for our customer
Yeah.
base. And so, like, I'd like to use the Andalusia. So Andalusia, because they are such a small distillery at this point,
Right.
and they've had such a boom in
Oh, for
the
sure.
demand for their product, they have very little that they can offer. I mean, as far as terms of variety in their single barrel program,
Yeah.
like when we picked, they were really down to, usually they offer the Striker or the Revenant Oak, but they were down to just Revenant Oak barrels. And I thought this was a perfect opportunity to maybe have that bourbon finish and introduce maybe a
With something
bourbon,
that's
somebody that's
peated.
an adventurous bourbon
Right.
drinker, but that's what, because most people are coming into this through bourbon,
Right.
At this point, because it's Blanton's, it's
right.
Eagle Rare,
Trace,
it's
we got it.
but that's where they're coming into this,
Yeah.
and so they automatically like they hear this term bourbon and they're just like, this is.
And
this
at
is
that
bourbon.
point, everything is referred to as bourbon.
Right. Everything's referred to as bourbon, whether they realize it or not.
Yeah.
And so my personal, like, I couldn't be a bigger fan of the American single malt category.
Right.
I think it kind of, I taste some scotches, even non-peated scotches. I just recently got a bottle of Glenlivet 26 year.
Ooh.
And,
Really?
It's
I love the fact that you're like,
yeah. It's like, I don't understand. It's a $700 bottle. Like,
but I'm not gonna lie. So the Redbreast in American Oak Cast that you brought on the show previously,
the Kentucky Oak.
yes,
Yeah.
the Kentucky Oak. I love that. By the way,
No, and I'm a huge fan of Redbreast.
yes,
For sure. Their cask strength.
And if I'm not mistaken, to kind of circle back on the single barrel pick, your single barrel pick with William Price is an American single malt, correct?
They are. We did do 2 separate barrels with them.
Yeah.
One was a sherry cask finish. One was a rye cask finish. When I picked those, and I do have the sample bottle to show, I picked that at cask strength.
okay,
And they did get bottled at 91.8, which
okay.
I did not realize that. I
love
had the-
William Price.
I
and-
had the sherry cask finish at Southeast Texas Whiskey Festival.
Yeah.
Can you scroll one way so I
I'm
can
more than
read?
happy to.
And how was that?
Because I have a curious,
was good.
Yeah.
I have a curious question.
I enjoyed
on that.
it
So you talk
From
about
a whiskey
how
lover
everybody
standpoint.
Yeah.
does a sherry cask, Pinot Noir, stuff like that. Has anybody ever, quote unquote, reached out to you about a Chardonnay or a Moscato cask?
No, I don't know that I've ever seen a Moscato cask. Now, Thomas More, which
Thomas
is a
S.
very
More.
old late Thomas S. More, which is really a high-end 1792. They did a Chardonnay cask finish that I have at the house.
Okay.
That I believe that's the only Chardonnay cask finish I've seen.
There's some interesting.
I've never seen a now Moscato. Moscato is a dessert wine.
It is.
So is Sauternes.
Sauternes.
So here's why I preference that with Moscato, because I know your wife, quote unquote, is a wine person, but she will drink the 130, 120,
Yeah, absolutely.
that proof stuff. So I was going to recommend something last time you were on.
She drinks peated whiskey.
Okay. She's
more
that
of a man than I am.
by far. So
He said that,
But
not me.
my thing is this: have you ever had the quote unquote Sister Creek wine, which is out of Sisterdale?
I'm not bullshitting you when I say this, but we're members of their wine club.
Okay.
We're a couple of different. So my whole whiskey journey started Garrison Brothers when we were out there doing wine tours.
Yes.
Right.
And that same weekend, we signed up at Sister Creek Winery in Sisterdale for their wine club, which they send out, I think it's once a quarter.
My wife is quote unquote a super fan actually of their Sister Creek. I think it's a
Muscat Canelli.
Yes.
Yeah. It's a very pop. We sell it there, and we
Super
sell it
good.
in Longhorn.
Yes.
It's like a $14 bottle of Moscato.
But at the
I'm
same
telling
time,
so cool.
it's super
it's-
good.
It's really good.
That's-
For the price point, it's phenomenal.
Right, and I'm not a sweet wine. I'm not a sweet anything
I'm not
person
either,
normally.
but my wife literally, like, quote unquote, like I said, I'll name her on the show. Brandy told me, hey, you need to try this. And I tried it, and I literally tried it with barbecued, seasoned pork chops from HEB because,
Okay.
white wine, white meat.
Right. Okay.
So at the same time,
I'm kind of hungry.
super good.
I like food.
I like food.
Yeah, we all like food. I mean, that's obvious by looking at us. We all like food. But I mean, I was
When's
just curious
Domino's getting here?
if your wife, quote unquote, went that same direction as my wife did, because she loves the whatever you said, which was
That one.
the Moscato, whatever it is. But Sister Creek is literally from an area that's a super small town called Sisterdale, Texas.
Yeah, just
and it's a Texas wine. You can find it at any HEB, just about.
20 miles south of Lukenbach.
See.
If you blink, you'll miss it. They do have I believe they're a Texas Monthly Top 50 barbecue restaurant, Blackboard Barbecue. Fantastic place if you're ever on. I love taking road trips.
All in a
country.
town of less than probably 1,000 people.
Oh,
like Sisterdale is literally
it's super
like,
small.
I joke all the time
Finette?
about how
no, it's smaller than Finette.
No, like I joke about all the time how I'm from Evadale. I think Sisterdale is smaller.
It's smaller
than
Evadale.
Yes,
Yeah,
by far.
It's crazy.
Yes.
Man, God.
And of course, when you're talking about Texas barbecue, because you mentioned it, we have 1701 here in Beaumont.
Yeah, absolutely.
But if you're ever out in
Travis texted me. So Travis, the GM over there,
Okay.
1701, texted me during the show earlier. He had.
Hey, I'm not gonna lie.
He's getting into whiskey.
So here's my thing with Travis. Okay, I have an account, and I'll go ahead and name the account. Porky's, which used to be where the old pig stand was.
Oh, yeah. I know what you're talking about. On the corner of Calder and MLK.
So I have that account that I currently service.
I know where Porky's is.
And I literally look at it, and I'm like, I want their barbecue so bad. But when I look, there's a line wrapped around the building.
Yeah, they do really some good stuff over there. We're very lucky. So we mentioned earlier, I had a catering business. One of my features in that, I love to barbecue.
Yes.
And I took it very personally, just like I do any job I take.
You go full. I feel you're a guy that goes full tilt to anything what he did, anything
and tried to put out the best barbecue possible, and those guys are doing it at even a higher level than I could obtain.
Well, not just that. I saw where recently they just released their own barbecue sauce.
Oh, yeah.
1701 did.
Yeah.
So if you're in the Beaumont area, quote unquote, definitely get you a bottle of 1701 barbecue sauce, because I have family that's in the quote unquote Paducah, Kentucky area.
So let's talk
that they do a barbecue sauce that is done with Old Smoky moonshine.
We talk about like Whiskey Fest, and that's an awesome event for Beaumont.
But for sure.
Let's talk about how Beaumont has got some cool spots.
They really
1701
do.
To have a place like 1701. I've been in this area my entire life. It's been so underserved with barbecue. Most of the times, the best barbecue in this area was coming out of somebody's backyard.
Yes.
Yeah. For sure.
And 1701 really changed the game.
Not just 1701. You want to talk about hamburgers in general? Daddy-O's.
Daddy-O's.
Daddy-O's has been around
we got one of those. We got that in Mid-County now.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
You've got one in Mid-County. There's one in Beaumont.
Walking back in and hearing y'all talk about it, I was going to say one of the accounts we recently followed on Instagram was SETX Foodies.
Yes.
And they highlight a lot of these little companies like 1701 and Daddy-O's and all of these. Y'all just don't realize the food selection.
I'm not gonna lie. If you haven't had a burger from 1701, or not. Let me rephrase that. So if you hadn't had barbecue from 1701, you're missing out. But if you hadn't had a hamburger from Daddy-O's,
and I hate that it's no longer going to be there, but they, for whatever reason, have recently had to stop serving. James and John, that used to be over on 11th Street.
Yeah. I heard that
freaking
the other day.
amazing. They catered basically all of our events at work. Their brisket was great.
You want me to give you a little plug?
But
if you go down Calder and 4th Street, it's literally right on the corner of Calder and 4th. Taco La Bamba.
Yeah.
They make by far the best torta.
Yes.
Yeah.
I've ever had.
I've been there a couple times to get their tacos.
Taco La Bamba is legit.
I've gotten their little tacos. But SETX Foodies, I mean, they're highlighting a lot of this stuff. I don't think people realize the food we have here in Southeast Texas.
If y'all have not been to Buxton and had some pizza,
that's another one.
I hear Buxton's good, but I also hear that Hop Avenue had their quote-unquote brick oven pizza oven built in Italy and shipped over from Italy to
I'm pretty sure we can build a damn fine brick oven over here.
I'm not going to lie.
Have you met the people in Southeast Texas?
Yes, we can build some shit.
We can build some shit here in Southeast Texas.
I'm going to some soft opening, VIP soft opening for main event on Monday.
Oh, yeah?
So the new main event in Bourbon.
Really?
Yeah.
So we'll see what that's like.
Yeah,
'cause
I'm
think
excited
they
about that.
grand
With
open
my
on the
newfound
20th.
stature.
Oh, look at you, Mr. Fancy. I'm getting invited to things that aren't even open now.
Yeah.
Fancy like Applebee's
Yeah, no,
on
don't
a
do
date
that.
night.
Yeah, don't
I
do
don't drink Moscato anymore.
that. Just
He's like,
everybody pinky up. We're too fancy now.
We're too fancy.
With my
are you talking about?
long stemmed glass.
we're drinking water out of a can and literally bourbon out of
I mean,
glass.
that bottom bitty
we're talking to a
glasses.
superstar. That dude was on KFDM.
Hey, I'm not gonna lie. I said it earlier.
Is that the bar?
Hey, Elvis.
You went from the functional gentleman to KFDM real
Well,
quick.
not just that.
I'm just saying.
It was literally Elvis and Superman
Yes.
all into one.
We were told you were Elvis and Superman all rolled into
We were
one.
told that from the comments.
But he did.
Well, thank you.
We're just a small.
Thank you very much.
He's like, oh,
He did.
Oh, thank you very much.
He came on the functional gentleman to promote.
I'm not gonna lie. At this point, I want a peanut butter and banana sandwich.
He showed up on the Functional Gentleman podcast to promote it, and we're like down here. And the
The
next
sad
thing you
thing
know,
about it-
he's
let me tell you
doing
the sad thing
interviews on
about
KFDM and
Hey.
just a superstar. Everybody's shouting this man out.
So he is literally the
He's-
second.
I'm surprised he showed up tonight.
He is the second.
He's too big for this.
He
now.
Quote,
texted me
unquote.
twice this week. Did you not?
I did not. And the first response was, "Does the Pope wear a funny hat?" When I said, "Hey, are you going to be here?" He's like, "Does
I'm
the
just
Pope
waiting
wear a
on
funny
him.
hat?"
I'm just
What did
waiting.
I send you today when you asked?
He sent me a SpongeBob thing that said, "I'm ready."
I'm ready.
I'm ready.
I'm ready. Dude's getting too big for us now, Roy. I mean, we kind of stopped asking him on the show.
Hey,
I'm sending y'all SpongeBob
there you
gifs.
go. There you go.
We no, I'm super glad you're on. We had a great time tonight.
Oh, for sure.
Did we break the record?
God dang it, we got 10 minutes.
And we literally have
we're gonna
10
do it.
minutes to tie the record.
10
we
minutes
need
to tie the
11 to
record.
break it.
Brought to you by Liquid Death.
Shout
Can you
out.
get Liquid Death at Longhorn Liquor? I don't know what else to do.
Can you flip it to the Facebook? Because I feel we're froze on that one.
Are we?
I don't know how you. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know what you're doing.
I don't know what I'm doing either. I never.
Okay, we're good. Yeah, I
we're good.
just did
Okay.
that. We're good. Okay.
Y'all want one more pour? Or?
Sure.
Sure.
What do we got?
What you got?
I said we finish this high rye. I've been.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's grab
hang on.
some, brother.
Give me 1 second.
I'll take a little sippy sip.
I had to go with the Andalusia.
We're not gonna finish that. Look how.
We're about to finish it.
Oh, you're going heavy-handed. There it is.
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
That's not bad.
Is that a Russo? What do we call it? Not a Russo pour.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
I like
That's
it.
perfect for me.
Oh.
I got the furthest drive.
Bottle kill. Are you
like
going
it.
to break the stick again?
I'm going
Oh.
to get water. Do you
Okay.
need water?
If you don't mind,
White or green?
white.
White.
Amateurs.
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 White.
Thank you, sir.
Do you need a green or no?
No, I'm good right now, brother.
Good.
Everybody
Yeah.
saw your butt.
I don't care. It's a nice butt.
Yeah.
At least according
Hey.
to my wife.
I'm
Thank
going to
you.
replay this later and pause it.
Okay.
Right at that moment.
Look at that dude's butt. Look at it. Right there. Oh, it's his arm.
You don't see the butt, it's my back.
No arm. I'm sorry. I thought
Because
there
the
was a
fact
butt.
that I literally tell everybody, they're like, dude, you look like you used to be an MMA fighter.
It's
And I'm
kind of
like,
all butt anyway.
Hey,
It's all back.
I walk
anyway.
around
There's
at
no butt.
305. Like, no bullshit. When I tell you I walk around at 305, I walk around at 305.
So this is our second technical bottle kill with you. The first one was an old dusty Rebel.
Yeah, Rebel.
Yes.
Yeah. Yep. I've still got that bottle. I didn't throw it away.
Oh, thanks.
I love the fact that you didn't throw it away.
This was like I've been holding on this literally for 2 years. That high rye.
Why?
And it means a lot
Is
that
there a
you-
reason why,
you
or
quote
you
unquote
just?
killed it with us.
I mean,
Oh, for sure.
I guess just because it never got released to distribution, it was. I knew it was the last bottle as of now that I know I'll ever have of it. Not saying it's my favorite Garrison Brothers at all, but just knowing that it is an expression of theirs that no longer exists as of right now.
Like I said, I didn't even know they did any type of rye anything.
Yeah, and that's why I wanted to bring it. I didn't figure y'all probably did, and it was, like I said, if you didn't get it there, you didn't get it at all. It was very, very limited. I think a total of 800 bottles, maybe.
Really?
Yeah, it was. So
You good, buddy? Wow. Yep. There we go.
I know, right?
So I'm. Oh, he's crawling.
where'd he go?
Whatever happened to Roy? So we
The
brought
magic
up.
of television.
There's no editing in this. We don't edit anything. So we talked about Brown Foreman a little bit. They tagged us, or they mentioned us and commented and all this other stuff on some post earlier this week as we went through it.
That's pretty fucking cool.
That's pretty fucking cool.
Yeah.
So I'm curious, what is your favorite expression from Brown Foreman? Whether it's Woodford or
no. So
Jack
it's easy for me. And I preface this by saying probably my first favorite high proof bourbon was Old Forester 1920. I love Old Forester. As a whole lineup, Old Forester's my favorite brand from Brown Foreman.
Yeah.
But my single favorite bottle, and I'm talking about a regular core release, not a special release, because the Jack Daniel's Heritage Series is freaking fantastic.
yeah, but I can't go grab that on the shelf.
But the single barrel proof from Jack Daniels to me is fantastic.
So good.
I've loved every single one I've gotten. So yeah, that would be as far as the look. If I could grab birthday bourbon off the shelf every day,
would anybody?
It'd be a no-brainer. But
I've heard some,
and not to knock Woodford. I mean, honestly, at that event 2 days ago, that's the first time I tried double oaked in a while.
We're still wanting to put that one on the show, the double oak.
Yeah,
I've heard so many good things about it.
Can we talk about how the fact that when I was outside, I heard y'all mention Old Forester?
Yeah.
I love the Statesman, and I love the story behind the Statesman.
And that was my question to him is, Brown Foreman tagged us, mentioned us, commented on us. They tagged a rep in our comment earlier in the week.
Okay.
And I just wanted to talk about a little bit about it because we've even mentioned him as best dressed. What was his favorite expression? And he said the single barrel proof, which is an amazing pour. If you haven't had Jack Daniel's single barrel select, it's an amazing pour.
To me, I'm not going to lie, I like to mix the Old Forester 1920
in 1910.
You get 1915.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, we've all talked about it.
Yeah,
So, have you
it's
had...
something that keeps coming up. And I mean, the Old Forester Whiskey Rose series is.
Have you had the King Ranch?
I have. So
what is your
King
thought
Ranch
on
is good, by the way.
Yeah,
I've had it on this show. Yes.
Right. I let you try my bottle.
Yes.
So we did an Old Forester dinner at Carrabba's.
Yes.
And I'm really not trying to plug it. I really just want to let people know that if they want a good time, every month we're doing a bourbon dinner at Carrabba's.
Okay.
Or a whiskey dinner. It's run the gamut of people. Like this next one we're doing is Maker's Mark. Okay. And so everything from the cocktails, you get 2 cocktails, you get 3 neat pours of Maker's Mark, along with a 5-course meal.
Right.
That includes an 18-ounce New York strip steak. It's like the last dinner we did there with Andalusia was
I love a New York
like a
strip,
16-ounce fillet with the lobster tail.
Right.
Like, I mean, it's just they're killing it.
So what do we got to do to get a functional gentleman?
Yeah, that would be nice to
get us
get
out
there. Yeah.
Thank you, by the way.
I think, and look, I think that's one of the unintended,
No, it is.
things of the.
I was just
I'm talking
kidding,
about a
but
whiskey fest is like just a
It
bump
just-
in
it just happened.
Southeast Texas in the bourbon community. People
Right.
knowing that, hey, this is a strong community.
Yeah,
They will
and it
support
really is,
bourbon. and going into the bars and restaurants, and maybe they try to up their game a little bit and keep some better whiskeys in stock.
That would be awesome.
I feel they need to, because I mean, I'm
The
not
tree,
gonna lie.
the tree right now is the best whiskey selection in Southeast Texas.
Yeah, but I would love to see, like, quote unquote,
Jay Wilson's.
17
Yes, and I don't know. I haven't been to Jay Wilson's in a really long time. I love the
They're pushing
tree.
it.
I go to the tree, you know, but I'm just trying to be honest.
Please, that's what we want.
But I think those probably are the two best selections. And and hopefully we've got some more bars that are looking to step up and change that.
And that's something I would love is to try to figure out a way to, hey, let's curate this a little bit.
Yeah. Well, I think part of it is me selfishly, I'd like to get people off the fact that Weller's and Eagle Rare and E.H. Taylor are not the only ones that make.
No, they're
Good-
not by
great-
far.
great
I mean,
whiskey.
You got, like, quote unquote, you've got Andalusia, you've got Balcones,
Right.
you've got, Garrison Brothers. I'm not gonna lie. To me, the Cowboy,
Yeah. Yeah.
But
I put that up against any Texas, quote unquote, Texas whiskey in the game.
Yeah, no doubt.
quite a few months ago,
Okay.
I posted a short video of me and my wife were at the tree here in Lumberton, Texas.
Okay.
And I posted a short video of a scan of their whiskey selection menu
Yeah.
on TikTok.
Their whiskey menu's legit.
It's gotten,
First of all,
it's gotten over 1,000 views and over 500 comments of, what did you try? Did you try this? That's a great price for that. Let me give it a pour. What if I could get a pour for that?
So let me tell you,
That's
when you
awesome.
when you go to the tree and their pours, and I've always thought about setting up an app or some sort of feedback group to let people know where they can get good salt, because that's one thing, is not only the price you pay, but how much are they really pouring you?
Yeah.
yes.
And that's a huge thing. And when you go to the tree, you are getting a phenomenal
No, they pour
You
by
are.
far. They pour
Yeah.
You're
heavy
getting
compared to any
so
other.
you're getting a great pour, and let me say this: our waiter or waitress looked at me and said, "How do you want it?" And I said, "I would like it neat." And she kind of looked. I was like, "All right." Within 5 minutes, she came back with a Glencairn,
which is a plus.
which is
that
a huge plus.
No.
'Cause that's never a given at a restaurant.
Yes.
Almost-
No, they do not do that.
almost never happens.
Never.
Right.
And I haven't been to Jay Wilson's and ordered a neat pour there to know whether they give you a Glencairn or not. But
Right.
the Tree is one of the only few
Yes.
restaurants that I know
was super
that give you-
impressed that she came back with a Glencairn, and it was a pour. It was
Yeah.
this.
It was literally like what you got
Yeah.
right now. Yeah.
This was I don't remember how much, $18 pour of Booker's.
I want to say it was
Yeah.
like,
I got a nice
18,
pour.
19, yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes.
Love
By
you.
far.
Yeah.
I'll be back. I
Well,
promise.
and that's how you build your bar.
Well,
you know,
so
like
here's the thing about the Tree that most people don't know. The Tree started out in Hillister, which is just outside of Woodville.
Yeah.
right.
So they started out from there. They gravitated to Lumberton. When they gravitated to Lumberton, they upped their game.
Right.
Which is a good thing.
Yeah, and
Because their pours are next level.
And it is a finer dining establishment.
Man.
But their steaks.
Oh.
Let's talk about their steaks for a prime example. Their
Just you could-
16-ounce ribeye.
You can go watch Martin cook it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like you can just walk over there and
that
stare
was-
at him
Yeah.
while the
he'll
fire's
cook it.
going.
Right.
Right.
But one of
and
the
and the sad thing about it, when he talks about Martin turns around, looks at you and says, "Hey, how do you want it?" And me being the
right, Roy.
guy that I am, I want it medium rare.
Okay.
A little more
Gotcha, bro.
rare than medium rare. Martin cooks it to
Yeah.
perfection.
What
Yeah.
what was fun and what I think we enjoyed most about that being a local business, the waitress we had that night, my wife was like, "Well, I want something. She likes more of the shrimp Alfredo type stuff. And the waitress was like, look, if you're gonna order it, I need you to order it light salt or no salt, because oftentimes our biggest complaint is it's over salted. Mm-hmm. And she looked us flat out in the eye and said that right at our table.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah.
Like I said, no.
Okay.
No.
And my wife said,
there.
I'll take the blackened shrimp Alfredo, lightly salted. Give it to me.
Yeah.
And then I'll figure it out from there.
And the sad thing about it is, like, their staff, like, their cooks are next level, but their staff alone is next level.
Yeah. It was one of the best experiences.
Hey, do you want 50% salt?
That was one of the best experiences we had at a restaurant.
Well, it's really a unique experience for a
and it wasn't even
city
fancy.
like Lumberton. And I mean, it's in a nondescript, strip mall, but like you walk in and it's very intimate.
Yeah.
On Tuesday nights they have live music. It is freaking fantastic. Casey Chestnut plays there all the time.
Well, by the way, let's talk about that dude. Casey Chestnut is like almost next level.
Jeremy had to have handy. Oh gosh. No high rye. So let me pour some Thomas H. Handy.
Oh my God.
God dang, what an issue to have tonight.
Yeah.
If there was a thumbs down button,
I don't even know what to say.
I would hit that comment with a thumbs down.
I know a lot of these guys that are commenting.
No,
they
it's
have
a ton of fun,
ridiculous.
y'all.
They're
Can we just admit how much fun it is?
Yeah.
Well, not just.
And how much crap we can give each other.
What kind of really educated
right.
connoisseur that you're drawing in. Like, these guys are really top notch.
Like he just said, their palates are next level. But not only that, I love the fact that they can take the bullshit that we give them
Right.
and be like, hey I'm good with it.
Bro.
Yeah.
Bro, for real.
Bro, you're good.
I'm drinking a Thomas H. Handy. You're drinking a Sagamore 83 proof.
Well, no,
That's who you is. This is who I am.
I'm drinking the Andalusia.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, dude's pouring Thomas H. Handy. We're pouring 1909.
My thing is this. I'm a Texas guy through and through.
Just saying, if you gave me blind, you could give me 10 pours. If this Andalusia and the Thomas H. Handy are 2 of those 10,
I'm taking Andalusia.
This is going to win.
Yes.
I'm going to pick that motherfucker out.
Yes.
And I'm going to say,
this heart right here is Texas. Yeah.
Right
Here.
No, that's
I'm not the common drinker either.
But it doesn't matter.
Overwhelmingly, right? It doesn't matter. But I've got to understand people are coming in. Like, a lot of people love the Blantons and the Eagle Rare stuff like that.
Can we talk about how the fact that, to me, Blanton's, granted, it's good, but it is the quote unquote Ohio State of whiskeys. Because I've said that multiple times on the show.
Here's what I want.
That's being kind.
Yeah.
Is it?
They're more like the UT of whiskeys.
Stop it. That's my man. Damn, Gina. All right.
I know I saw that.
That's going to make me laugh all night. I'm going to be laying down in bed and I'm going to be giggling.
That's funny. Okay, so can I, from a liquor store owner, runner, operator, whatever.
Operator.
Right.
Okay.
Whatever, however you want to
General
classify
manager.
However you want to classify it.
Yeah.
He brought it up. Y'all brought it up. Blanton, Sazerac, Buffalo Trace recently switched from RNDC, said, get the fuck out. We're moving on. So now each state has a local, basically beer distributor at this point.
Yeah.
How's that gonna? Is that gonna affect you from a business standpoint?
I don't feel it is, and
I was asking this man, but not you.
I get that, but I mean, knowing guys in the beer distributor level, I feel it's not going to affect them at all, because I feel they have a good relationship with Giglio, who has the quote unquote Sazerac contract.
Yeah, I think we do have a great relationship with Giglio. Obviously,
Exactly.
we've supported each other, and I especially have close contacts at Giglio. Both my brothers have worked for Giglio at some point or the other.
And now does that quote unquote? I know people like Charles DeScalzo, which is the guy that started the company. Frank, and I can't remember Frank's last name, but I know his wife Yvette, or I think maybe ex-wife at this point.
Yeah. I have no idea.
Nice.
I won't speak on that.
Nope.
I know my limits.
Smile and nod.
But I think the one thing that's uncertain is what kind of allocation does Giglio just assume the same allocations? So Giglio's distributing into a very specific. It's a smaller region than what Republic was distributing to.
Obviously.
So what are the allocations like that are coming into Giglio to disperse out?
Right.
Versus when the Republic was getting them in and they were dispersing to the whole Houston district.
Right.
And so there's who knows? And
I know in my distribution realm, Republic covers kind of the same area that I cover. So our warehouse for Jack Hilliard, which is a Anheuser-Busch distributor out of Crosby, they distribute out of Houston, but they cover out here. Just like I cover out here based out of Crosby.
Well, I think Republic and Glazer, for the most part, almost have a blanket coverage on the U.S. They cover at
it was. I think it was 44 states, basically blanket coverage.
Yes.
Whether it was RNDC or Southern Glazer or Glazer, Industries or whatever. It was multiple branches, but it was all RNDC.
So
RNDC's come.
Or Southern Glazer.
They're coming out of a warehouse from Katy.
Exactly.
Yes.
Okay. Giglio, I mean, once you hit Mont Bellevue, you're at a new Miller Lite distributor.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, like, with Giglio having they have a smaller footprint.
This is our
overall.
footprint. This is what we have.
Right.
Prime example to
then if they weigh Houston
off of what Mike's saying, you have Silver Eagle,
right,
which is a quote unquote Miller Lite distributor, but then you have Giglio, which is everything from Chambers County towards the Louisiana state line.
Right.
So Silver Eagle covers Houston and west.
So it just depends, with Giglio not having, as strong as a foothold in the Houston market, will those, allocations get, who knows what it will look like. All I know is we have a great relationship with Giglio.
Yeah.
I personally know Frank and
Frank Corey by far.
Yeah.
I can attest to that. I literally, I'll tell you this funny story. I rode with Frank Corey and my uncle, which was the branch manager at PepsiCo here in Beaumont for 40 years, and a guy by the name of David Waddell.
Okay.
So I rode with them when Texas played Iowa in the Alamo Bowl because the friend of ours, a guy by the name of Steve Banders, was the quote-unquote account executive for Steinhagen Oil in Beaumont.
Right.
We all went to the Alamo Bowl in San Antonio.
Yeah.
So that was a good experience for me because, I love the University of Texas, let's be honest.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I know that was a cheap shot earlier I took at you. And I apologize for that.
No, you're good.
But
what are you making him apologize for?
No, I was telling him that.
What did you do?
Like the roundabout way, because he mentioned Frank Corey. So Frank Corey used to be the quote-unquote general manager for Giglio Distributing.
Right.
I know Frank because of the fact that Frank and my quote-unquote Uncle David, which used to work for Pepsi for the last 40 years.
Yeah, I remember.
That's how I went to the Alamo Bowl when Texas played Iowa, because Steve Manders, which was the account executive for Steinhagen Oil, That's how we all link together.
Y'all are nuts.
And the fact that I love the fact that I told Steve Manders, which he lives in Iowa now currently, but he was down here. I told him, I said, hey, fuck your Hawkeyes. My horns beat your Hawkeyes in this building.
We're officially at 2 Marvel movies.
All right.
Oh, good Lord.
Y'all want to get out?
4 hours.
You ready?
Wait a minute. I need a last call.
Okay, so let's do this. Do you have any last thoughts / comments?
No.
Looking back at Whiskey Fest 2023, looking forward to 2024.
Now, I want to thank everybody that tuned in tonight, listened, commented. Thank y'all so much for the support. It's been a whirlwind of a couple of weeks, especially the last week. I can't thank Mike and Dennis enough for the opportunity to be a part of all of it. I can't believe that we pulled that off to the
greatly.
extent that we did.
Y'all did. Y'all did such amazing things.
We've since then, Old Forester, that event 2 nights ago, they've been doing this at liquor stores all around the Southeast, I think, for a couple of years, and they said that's the biggest one they've been to. We had over 100 people in the Beaumont store Wednesday night to try to win birthday bourbons.
I saw comments. I want a bottle. I want a bottle.
Right.
But it's just we're on such a high right now. But it's really to be able to do what we did for Cure Rare Disease. I mean,
biggest part of it all.
North of 200,000 is incredible,
Nuts.
And it's unbelievable for a first year event.
So for Longhorn, what's next? Obviously, we've got a year. We've got a year until 2024 Whiskey Fest.
Yeah.
What's next? I mean,
But for Longhorn,
is there big?
Yeah, we got Crystal Beach store coming at Crystal Beach.
What is that? A breaking
massive?
I love that because the fact that me being a quote unquote distributor,
right up there,
I walked into Island Liquor. Their shit's high priced.
Yeah.
we don't talk bad about no one.
It's higher than Giraffe.
Beep,
but at the same time,
I need a button.
At the same time, we talk truth.
We
is,
not
only are they high priced, their humidors high priced as hell.
Yeah, so we're going to bring a different experience to Crystal Beach,
and we talked about it a little bit last week. That was kind of our 2023 episode. Here we go. What can we expect for Longhorn Liquor in 2023? You've obviously mentioned a Crystal Beach location.
Yeah,
Crystal Beach.
More barrel picks, more.
Yeah, more
are we
barrel
doing
picks.
Are we doing big drops? Is there a lot coming for 2023?
Yeah, the drops kind of come and go throughout the year.
Right.
As we get big picks in and stuff that demands that type of line and exposure, then we put those things out there.
And we'll keep y'all updated as Mike.
Yeah,
and
for
sure. Mike and Mike keep us updated.
Mike in the morning.
Yeah, we'll keep y'all updated.
And just so the listeners know, I'm always available. So if you go for a couple months and don't see me on here, it's not my fault. It's,
he's blaming us already. He's already blamed us. I got it. I got you, bro. I got you.
There.
But no, we definitely got some store picks. I think that the listeners and the viewers could probably expect to see some sort of a collaboration with y'all with a pick.
Okay.
In the next several months.
Breaking news.
So yeah, look, I'm so fortunate to get to do the number of barrel picks I do, and anytime I can share that experience, and if we could somehow be able to bring that to a broader audience, and
maybe do one on air if you
that's what I'd love to do.
Hashtag hook 'em.
One on air, or even possibly vlog, one
on location.
live on location. There's a lot of different things we can do to bring the experiences that we get to enjoy to the
and that was our big thing with Whiskey Fest was we wanted to bring that experience to those that couldn't even be there. If you can't be there, this is what we're experiencing. This is us going live and scrolling around. I mean, we gave you inside access at the booth. You were standing at the booth with us as we experienced it, and that's what we want. If we can bring insider access, even if we don't get to be a part of the pick, hey, look, we're at Balcones or Garrison Brothers, inside access. This is us walking around for just a little bit.
And when you get inside access, like there's no curtains to be pulled back. Like this is what it is. It's the real thing.
And I think that's what people are looking for.
Yeah, like it's a real deal behind the scenes of we probably should document everything that goes into putting one of these things on.
So many pictures and all that.
But yeah, it's going to be fantastic. If you happen to not be here this last weekend, 2024, I would mark it down now.
Yeah. Put it in your calendar.
It's going to be epic. Yeah.
I know we put it in our calendar.
It's already in my Google Calendar.
Yes.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
Like I'm just waiting on the link.
I've been too busy to put it in my calendar.
I'm just waiting on the link for ticket purchases. I don't know what I got to do.
Yeah.
Maybe Mike or Dennis or Mike that is part of this will message me and say, hey, don't buy tickets. Y'all can be there. But it is what it is. I don't know how many Mikes there are involved in all this. Mike and Dennis. But
Two.
Yeah, it's crazy that we're already getting.
Mike,
y'all are so much.
Mike Wright.
But it's so much fun.
Mike Williams.
And that's what's fun.
Too.
No, I'm just,
we deal with a lot of mics. So like the guy I deal with from the Chamber of Commerce. He's a good friend.
I told
of
you
mine.
there was more than one Mike.
Well, not just
Mike
that.
Simpson.
Like I joked about it pre-show.
Oh yeah.
So
you know
the
Mike
guy
Williams
from Go3 Vodka.
Right.
His name's Mike Williams.
and
The
he
guy from
messaged
Longhorn. His name is Mike Williams.
Yeah.
The guy from the Chamber of Commerce in Beaumont. His name is Mike Williams.
Mike Simpson.
All right.
Yeah.
Yes.
But
So we're at 4 hours and
Damn.
9 minutes,
all
We
right.
officially have the longest episode ever.
Well, I broke
which
my
was
own
in
record.
competition with his own
Your
record.
previous record was 3 hours and 49 minutes.
Let me clear my throat.
Clear your throat. I have one, by the way.
If you need to take your headphones off, it might get a little loud.
They're itching my ear really bad. Anyways.
Okay, take them off then.
You ready? Last call for alcohol.
This last call is from F. Scott Fitzgerald. First, you take a drink, then the drink takes a drink, then the drink takes you.
Okay, I'm in.
I love it.
I'll have a little
Fantastic.
bit of that.
I get it.
Cheers, sir. Thank you for coming.
Toast my own gas.
All right.
As always, we have been the Functional Gentlemen. Check out our merch, functionyourway.live. The Czech Liver Light, I hear, is really,
It's blowing up.
really blowing up.
Mike Wright, Longhorn Liquor,
Yes.
Southeast Texas Whiskey Fest, Cure Rare Disease.
Mike Williams.
We cannot
Dennis
thank y'all
Williams.
enough.
Yes.
Appreciate you coming on tonight. 2024, it's going to be bigger. It's going to be better. And we're going to be there. I can promise you that.
I'm taking the day off. I don't
be
even
off.
give a shit.
I don't even know.
Yeah.
But what I do know, longest episode ever.
Yes.
Hashtag function your way.
I think
Hashtag
that
for the
says
fans.
4 hours and 11
Hashtag
minutes.
2023 Year of the Gentleman. We're out. Mike Wright,
Yep.
Roy Gravis,
Yep.
Bucky Pender. Check y'all later.
My time, get what I deserve. Trendsetter, I got style for you. Ain't seen you at the top, it's been a while for you. Big you up and they look down on you. Take one loss, no